Um, Good morning. I am Councillor Alejandra Bravo, and I am the Chair of the Economic and Community Development Committee. We have quorum. I am now calling meeting 22 to order. Welcome everyone, staff and members of the public. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council/live. Let's take a deep breath and acknowledge that the land that we're on is a way to focus us this morning. The Economic and Community Development Committee recognizes that these are the ancestral lands of many nations, the Wendat, the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, and we also recognize that there is a Treaty 13 between the City of Toronto and the Mississaugas of the Credit, and that today Toronto is home to many diverse First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people. And also recognizing that everyone in Toronto is a treaty person, including those who came as settlers, as migrants, either in this generation or in generations past, and particularly those that were brought involuntarily through the human catastrophe that was the transatlantic slave trade. And we pay tribute to those ancestors of African origin and descent. And this is since this is Economic and Community Development Committee, and so many of you are here registered to speak about shelters and homelessness, I'll just say for my personal acknowledgement is that what I've learned around Indigenous knowledges is that we have a responsibility to take care of each other. If you are registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Economic and Community Development Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, the City Clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the Clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need help with your devices. I also want to remind you to please submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at ecdc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing Councillor Moy, yes.
It's Councillor Moyes, I'm here.
Hello, Councillor Moyes. Are you declaring an interest, or are you just saving this meeting for quorum?
I'm saving this committee for quorum.
Yeah, wonderful. So I see none. So before I go to the agenda review, I want to thank the members of committee who are here, Vice Chair Councillor Carroll, Deputy Mayor Malik, and Councillor Moyes, who had a previously scheduled event but has managed to join us to ensure that we are able to proceed. Thank you, Councillor Moyes. We'll shortly be joined by Councillor Mantis, but I do want to recognize that we're short a member of committee today. Members Councillor Parthi Kandavel isn't joining us. So we are gonna have quorum challenges. We have, I believe at present, 60 people wanting to speak to the items on this agenda. And while certainly the street needs assessment and advancing the city's shelter infrastructure plan leads with many speakers registered, there are also speakers on other items such as childcare, the Coyote, Coexistence and Response Strategy, Rat Response Plan, and other items. So just to be clear that I will be enforcing the procedural bylaw with respect to speakers, asking everyone to please stick to the item that's before you so that we can get through and make sure everyone has a voice. The challenge with quorum is that we don't have enough councillors for all of the committees. It can be very tight. And we want to make sure that everyone gets a chance who has registered. Are there any Vice Chair Carroll?
Yeah, I've had clerks have drafted a motion. I'm going to move so that we don't lose quorum and we do have the ability to listen to everyone. I'm going to move a motion that we make the speaking time 3 minutes today. And I know it's your practice as well, Chair. To be fair, we need to do that for every item if we're going to do it at all. So I've drafted a motion to that effect, that people register by 10:15 and that the speaking time be 3 minutes.
Okay. So I thank you, Councillor Vice Chair Carroll has moved that, given the challenges we'll face today, to hear from everyone, just because all the registered speakers would amount to about 6 hours of speaking, in addition to the consideration and debate among councillors and presentations from staff. We're talking about a many, many hours long meeting. And also that everyone who's registered until 10:15 a.m. will be allowed to speak, but that the speakers list would be closed at that time to be able to manage. All in favor of the motion? Yeah, okay. Opposed? That's carried. So thank you very much. We're going to proceed to the agenda review. Let's see. Not yet. Can I get a motion to confirm the minutes from our previous meeting?
So moved.
Meeting number 21, moved by the Vice Chair. All in favor? Carried. Now we're going to proceed to our agenda review. EC 21.1, Toronto's Early Years and Childcare Services Plan, 2025 to 2030. That's being held for a presentation and for speakers. EC 22.2, Yonge Street Tragedy Memorial Park Project Plan in Olive Square, that's being held. There's a speaker. EC 22.3, Highlights of the 2024 Street Needs Assessment and Advancing the City's Shelter Infrastructure. That's being held for speakers and a presentation. Updated Coyote Existence and Response Strategy. That's being held for speakers. EC 22.4, updated Coyote Coexistence and Response Strategy. I've already said that. EC 22.5, Rat Response Plan, is being held for speakers. Proposed licensing regulations for animal-related businesses, EC 22.6, that's being held for speakers. And that is EC 22.7, Business Licensing and Permit Application Action Plan, Chapter 54, 545, Licensing 2025 to 2029 is being held for speakers. EC 22.10, Advancing Action on the Impact to... 8 is, oh, right, sorry. I'm looking at too many lists, I apologize. It's fabulous having the clerk here with me. EC 22.8, Queen Street West Business Improvement Area Minor Boundary Expansion. Would anyone like to hold that? Would anyone like to move it? Vice Chair Carroll, thank you. All in favor?
Oh, it's yours.
Okay, sorry.
Yes, I'd like to move.
I'll move by Deputy Mayor Malik. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. EC 22.9, Changes to Business Improvement Areas Board of Management. Vice Chair Carroll, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. EC 22.10, Advancing Action on the Impact of to Action, Final Report on Anti-Black Racism in Toronto Police Services, Presentation Request. There's speakers on that. EC 22.11, Bloor Street Viaduct Bridge Rehabilitation Work, Safety Measures Needed. There's speakers on that. And I see that Councillor Mantis has joined us, even though he's attending to some family responsibilities today. Thank you, Councillor Mantis. I believe that means that Councillor Moise can now return to your event. Councillor Moise, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you when you get here.
Would you like to add your new item to the agenda?
I have a new item to add to the agenda. It will be EC 22, Developing Partnerships for Social Medicine, Medically Supervised Shelter. All those in favor of adding the item to the agenda? Opposed? That's also carried, so that will be our final item. And maybe we can deal with it right now, actually. Maybe.
Make it public.
Yeah, okay, so we'll proceed. Okay, let's go to the first speaker. And that is EC 22.1, Toronto's Early Years and Child Care Service Plan 2025 to 2030. We're going to start with a presentation, and then we'll go to speakers, and then we'll go to questions of staff, and then to councillors to speak. Just a reminder to everyone that if you're coming here to make a deputation, that deputations for the purpose of getting through 60 will be 3 minutes so that we can actually conclude the meeting without losing quorum. Well, I'm going to ask all staff doing presentations to please introduce yourselves and anyone that's joining you. Go ahead, thank you.
All right, we'll just give Sherry a minute to pull up the presentation. Do we have any technical staff here if we need it? Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, good morning, everybody. My name is Shanley McNamee, and I am the General Manager of Toronto Children's Services, and with me today is my colleague, Sherry Kamali, who is the Director of our Service Planning Policy Unit. I want to thank the Chair and all the councillors who are here today for supporting us on this journey to bring to you our 5-year service plan. I'm very excited about this. It's been a long time coming, and we're very happy to do a presentation today. We're going to be providing a brief update on the Toronto Children's Services 2025 to 2030 Early Years Childcare Service Plan, after which we will take questions, of course. So, the purpose of the presentation. Today, we will provide an overview of Toronto Children's Services 5-year service plan, including the policy context in which the plan was embedded, and the purpose and scope of the plan, and some of the key challenges families and operators have told us they're facing in Toronto. We will also review the strategic priorities designed to respond to those challenges, outline our monitoring and evaluation strategy, and lay out the next steps in the implementation of the plan. So you may ask, what is a service plan? The service plan is an equity-informed, responsive strategic document. It is a roadmap for the next 5 years with clear actions to support the sector as it adapts, expands, and enables children and their families to thrive in Toronto. It's not just an internal planning tool, it also serves as a way for us to communicate Children's Services core values, our mandate, and our responsibilities to a wide range of stakeholders, including community partners, families, and funders. While the plan is influenced by provincial legislation, specifically the Child Care and Early Years Act, it is also designed to reflect and respond specifically to the unique needs and priorities of Toronto's communities. It has been informed by extensive outreach and engagement with families, communities, and sector partners, and it reflects a shared commitment to advancing positive outcomes for children and families in Toronto. To put the service plan in context, I'd like to take a moment to go over the Canada-wide agreement, also known as $10 a day childcare. The Ontario Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Agreement, or QELC, was signed in March 2022 by the federal and provincial governments. This major investment aims to transform the childcare system with key goals to include making childcare more affordable and ultimately bringing average fees down to $10 a day by 2026 for children 0 to 5. It also focuses on expanding access to licensed high-quality care for children up to the age of 5, particularly emphasizing expansion of not-for-profit childcare operators. The agreement also focuses on enhancing inclusion and flexibility and ensuring the early childhood workforce is better supported and recognized for the vital role that they play. Ontario's plan is built around 5 core pillars: increasing access, improving affordability, maintaining quality, promoting inclusion, and strengthening data and reporting systems. As of April 30th, 931, or 87% of licensed childcare centres and 88% of home childcare agencies have enrolled in the Canada-wide program in Toronto. With the current agreement in place until 2026 and an agreement in principle to extend till 2031, Canada-wide funding has transformed how the sector is funded and substantially changed financial accountability and reporting. The federal government has moved from a limited role in childcare to contributing nearly half of the total investment in the early years in childcare sector. The implementation and success of the $10 a day system, however, requires all three levels of government to work together. The province provides the funding, the guidelines, expansion targets, auspice ratios, and infrastructure funds for nonprofit operators. The province is accountable to the federal government in meeting the goals set out in the Canada-wide agreement. Having developed a Canada-wide action plan, they have that available, and that is the plan that they follow to meet their federal mandate. As the service system manager, Toronto Children's Services receives funding and direction and is accountable to the province. One mandate of Children's Services is to conduct broad system planning and policy development, including our service plan. The service plan is, of course, a council-approved document that guides the planning and delivery of early and learning and childcare services in Toronto, setting the strategic directions and actions for a 5-year period. Our strategic priorities and actions are grounded in a set of guiding principles that shape both how we work and what we aim to achieve. As you can see here on this slide, we are guided by the following values: truth, reconciliation, and justice, inclusion, a family-centered approach, equity, responsibility, accountability, and transparency, an evidence-informed approach, collaboration, and finally, innovation. Toronto Children's Services has a long history of service planning, having developed plans prior to amalgamation. Service plans are a way for us to respond to the community needs and articulate a vision and key priorities for the sector. In developing the service plan, our core guiding principle has been to center it on the needs of families and children. We do this through community engagement, consulting with parents and caregivers, Indigenous partners, and a broad range of sector stakeholders. Through this, our engagement, we have connected with over 4,000 people through a combination of surveys, focus groups, and workshops. We have also reached out to our Indigenous families and community leaders in the early years sector to seek guidance on how we can advance self-determination in the sector. Our comprehensive engagement and research has underscored several key factors at play in the early years in childcare sector. The left side summarizes key factors impacting children and families, and the right side highlights sector-wide and system challenges. Children and families in Toronto continue to face changing realities after COVID and related to the transformation of the system. Changing trends in demographic, immigration, workforce participation, and the nature of work, income levels, and increasing poverty are all key drivers contributing to the changing landscape of Toronto's early learning and childcare sector. Operators face unpredictability with funding, uncertainty challenges, and with workforce recruitment. Workforce recruitment, retention, and burnout are all critical concerns for the sector at the moment. With inadequate structures to support children with disabilities and extra support needs, the instability of the school-age system with the new emphasis on 0 to 5, which reduces fees for younger children, has caused issues for families with school-age children. We will expand on these, of course, in the service plan document itself. Key findings from stakeholders' engagement and an environmental scan have shaped the development of 7 strategic priorities and 47 actions for the service plan. They are data-informed and reflect findings from community engagement. They also represent ambitious long-term outcomes for the sector. Each priority is accompanied by a set of actions that will encourage partnerships with the sector to help move us forward on each of these goals. Looking ahead, we're committed to advancing self-determination with Indigenous partners, expanding services to better meet the needs of Indigenous families, and breaking down barriers to access. We've focused on building a more universal, stronger, more inclusive, and more responsive early years and childcare system. Supporting a strong and valued workforce is also key, along with ensuring that the system is high quality, well-managed, and inclusive of all children, families, and staff. Finally, we aim to strengthen connections to other essential supports that help children and families. Successful implementation will depend on sufficient, ongoing, and predictable funding from the provincial and federal levels of government. To measure progress on our strategic priorities, the service plan introduces a set of indicators that will help track system-wide trends and outcomes over time. These indicators are designed to support transparency, inform decision-making with data, and help us quickly identify and respond to emerging issues. Examples include tracking the total number of licensed childcare spaces, the access rate of spaces compared to the child population, the number of children receiving fee subsidies, to name a few. In addition, we are committed to working collaboratively with Indigenous partners to co-develop indicators that reflect the unique goals and experience of Indigenous children, families, and service providers in Toronto. These will be part of a dedicated Indigenous-led service plan. And as far as we know, we're doing a bit of a search on that. It will be the first Indigenous childcare service plan in Toronto and possibly in Canada, but we're fact-checking that. Very excited. So looking ahead, we have several key actions that will guide the implementation of the service plan. We'll begin by strengthening our commitment to reconciliation by co-developing the Indigenous-led service plan. In the fall of this year, we'll host a roundtable with sector partners to support shared planning and dialogue. Some of you may have attended the previous roundtable sessions. We've also collaborated across the sector to shape detailed implementation plans that will align with our priorities. And finally, a staff report will go to Council this fall, focusing and reporting out on growth and expansion under Canada-wide, the expansion of the fee subsidy program, and efforts to improve system quality and consistency. With that, I will thank you, and of course we will welcome questions, and I want to give a special thanks to many staff, stakeholders, advocates, and families who contributed to this plan, and to Councillor Bravo, who has been a great partner in this journey of transformation of the childcare system over the past several years. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to call the first speaker, and then we'll go to questions of staff after. Peter Vermouza, welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Madam Chair, councillors. 3 minutes is certainly not enough to discuss what needs to be discussed. Knowing this was going to happen, I sent you a document yesterday, which I hope that you actually read. What you have in front of you, let me take my background. I used to be responsible for service planning, budgets, and information in children's services for 25 years before going back to school and getting my doctoral degree in early childhood education. So I know what I'm speaking of. What you have in front of you is probably a strategic directions document. It's not a service plan. Service plan has numbers, has actions that are measurable, timely, realistic, achievable. None of this is in there. But you don't have a data that tell you that you're 7,000 children below your subsidy limit, which is like 23%. It's worse since last fall, and you're going to lose the money because the province is going to take it back. I have 5 recommendations in front of you. I will start with those, and I hope you read the document. I would ask you to refer the service plan back to staff as direction to address the equity of access issue, the lack of underlying service information. I would ask you to urgently mandate and require a proportion of spaces within every program to be designated for priority access by subsidized families. I would also ask you to insist that all QUELC-funded programs enter into contracts for enrollment of subsidized children. Such contract must include a provision for the participation in the quality process. It's ridiculous that 90% of funding for a center comes from public funds, but the same centers, commercial and nonprofit, can refuse to participate in accepting subsidized children. It just doesn't make sense. Finally, I would revise the planning process to focus on neighborhood, not on wards. And in the service plan in front of you, every ward requires a priority for admission children. What happens, let me give you an example. Ward 19, Beaches, East York, designated as a medium priority for expansion. Since beginning of COVID, there were 9 new centers in that ward, and all of them were in the beaches areas, not in the high priority neighborhoods. In the document I sent you, there is a map actually outlining where that happened. So you need to focus on neighborhood because let's face it, equity begins at neighborhood level, not at ward level.
10 seconds.
Finally, ensure public reporting because none of this data is available publicly. I have to file a FOI request to actually get some of this data. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Donna Spreitzer. Is Donna online? Welcome to committee. Donna, you have 3 minutes. Donna Spreitzer, I see you.
Hello.
Okay, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, I couldn't unmute myself. My name is Donna Spreitzer, and I'm the Executive Director of the Toronto Community for Better Childcare. We are represent the nonprofit sector in Toronto. I'd like to start by thanking you for the opportunity to speak. I'd also like to thank General Manager Shanley McNamee and her team for putting this plan together. My first response to seeing that there was no financial impact was great. TCS is working hard to do more with less. But
Donna, you should
Yep,
continue
okay.
because you
Hello.
have 3 minutes max. Yeah, we can hear you the whole time. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, you can hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that.
You have 2 minutes left.
Okay. We already have heard from Holly Moran in the Ministry of Education that CWELC's funding formula is, and I quote, a race to the middle plus a little. If Toronto was okay with a mediocre childcare system, then this service plan is fine. But what happened to Toronto being a childcare champion? What happened to investing in childcare? The city's Every Child Belongs division has a very limited budget, which is inadequate. I know of an operator that has 4 children on the autism spectrum in 1 preschool room. They need more hands on deck, yet city funding doesn't even fund a half-time staff. Therefore, many centers end up self-funding. If we truly want inclusive childcare center, then the city must increase its Every Child Belongs budget. I urge this committee to be bold and request more funding from Children's Services. If this is not possible, then please consider my proposed trade-off. If we can't get more funding to support children with exceptionalities, then please redirect funding from AQI to Every Child Belongs. The province, not the city, is in charge of ensuring and monitoring quality. The city's AQI program is redundant and a bureaucratic overreach and one that can no longer be justified. The city's own Auditor General agreed that AQI and the ministry's Child Care and Early Years Act overlap by 53%. It's long past time for Children's Services to let the province inspect childcare. We know the city is cash-strapped.
5 seconds.
But we know that every dollar invested in childcare, there's an economic return. Why then are we reluctant to spend city dollars on children?
Thank you. Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of staff? Vice Chair Carroll.
Yes, thank you. Now I'm in the middle of changing appliances, so I'm going to forget the page number, but I know that that staff will help me with that. Most of the presentation is about what's covered under QUELC, which is kids 0 to 5. But there's a pretty dire description of what's happening for school-age kids in your service plan. It's page number in the 20s, somewhere there. And I'm wondering if you can tell us, you know, who's spending on that right now? How are we dealing with kids age 6 to 12?
Thank you. Thank you. Through the chair. So you're quite right, Councillor Carroll. With the introduction of Canada-wide funding, fees for families who have children 0 to 5 have decreased between 49% and 75%, down to $22 a day. That was incremental starting in 2022, 2023. This year, a flat rate of $22 a day. What we have not seen is any additional investment or resources for the children who are 6 to 12. So as families are aging out of preschool programs at a $22 a day fee, they're entering school-age programs, which on average is about $30 a day. It's a big jump. We've certainly continued to advocate to the province for additional resources to close that gap. Additionally, we are doing outreach to families who are graduating out of the Canada-wide program to say, hey, you may now be eligible for a fee subsidy. So you wouldn't have been under Canada-wide, but you are now. So come back and we can certainly support you with that. We do see the school-age fees rising. They've gone up about 11%. And really, that's just to cover the cost of inflation and you know, salaries, food, et cetera. So we do have a middle childhood advisory group that we will reinstate, and that we noted that in the service plan. But I do want, you know, and we can bring those folks together to look at a suite of services, affordability. There are parks and rec programs. There are various school-age programs, but definitely the discrepancy from going from $22 a day to this huge, and it was more so this year because this was the lowest the fees ever been. So we will work on that, but I do need to level set, and I've had this conversation as well publicly. At this point, we continue to advocate to more funding to address that, but the province has not stepped up with any additional funding for that age group.
Right. So, and that's a growing demographic.
It is.
That school age piece. And well, particularly the last episode was talking about kids with special needs, say a patchwork of parks programming, not necessarily going to work for them. So we have to have a program there. So where we're having to grow it and there's no new funding coming, and where we're going to see a growth in subsidies required there, who's funding that subsidy? Where we have to subsidize those kids? Is it coming entirely from the province or not at all?
In terms of access to a fee subsidy, we are able to meet that demand for sure.
With city funds?
With yes, which comes from the province. So fee subsidy funding is primarily from the province, with a portion being funded by the city. And for those school-age families, if they're aging out, we can certainly meet that demand as long as they're eligible.
Okay. And one more question, Madam Chair, which is about Peter's deputation, Mr. Barmuz's deputation, which we should mention. I just went and got my other terminal because we do have it online paperless. We've got your document here, so it's pretty easy for councillors to give it a read. But I think some of the conditions he spoke to, I think, are kind of governed by the QUELC Ontario deal, are they not? The issue of offering the opt-out option for some centers, that's part of the structure of the deal, I think, is it? It's not our preference that it's that way, but it is that way right now. Is that the case?
Through the chair, so one of the goals you'll see in there is to be able to manage the system. Right now, we have a very fragmented system with different funding, different guidelines for CWELC centers, QUELC centers, fee subsidy centers, and school age. All different guidelines, all different funding. So through this service plan, that was identified, and the idea is to harmonize those.
Right.
Including the introduction of the quality assessment to all programs, so that all families can benefit from the same experience. However, as you noted, as you heard in the last deputation, there's certainly not full agreement on that, but certainly in this plan, we've identified the desire to ensure that all families benefit from high-quality service, and that is one of the actions that we'll work towards.
That was your last question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? I'll just ask, this document before us is really set a, correct me if I'm wrong, to set the guiding principles that are going to guide the work of the division with encapsulating values, including being family-centered, equitable, et cetera, then really kind of does a step toward committing to focusing on family operator and workforce engagement. That's documented, identifies challenges, and then that becomes strategic priorities. This isn't the end of this document, correct? It lays out a process. What are some of the next steps?
So some of the next steps are, this is what we want to do. The next step is how we're going to get there. So the how will involve engaging with the community. As I said, we'll be having a roundtable again this fall, working with operators through our middle childhood advisory and a number of advisory groups we have. So working collaboratively to advance these priorities, with the available resources. And we need our partners to come along on the journey in order to be successful. So there will continue to be that engagement and connection to move these items forward.
And when we had our first child care roundtable, there was in the room, do you recall that there was a commitment and a desire to operate and work together more as sort of a child care movement, not just, this big institutional city and then everyone else part? Is that, we're going to continue in that spirit?
For sure, in that spirit. And, just to comment on that, at that roundtable, we had over 50 participants representing school boards, unions, childcare operators, families, family engagement groups. So a big audience, and yes, they are also very committed to continuing to work with us.
And their knowledge then will be incorporated
Yes.
into the follow-up report to staff, which will outline how Canada-wide or $10 a day will grow and its challenges and how the city will respond, same with the fee subsidy expansion, and same with addressing the systemic challenges of consistency and quality?
Yes.
Correct. Thank you. Any other questions of staff? Speakers? Vice Chair Carroll?
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. I'm not going to move a motion at this time, but I really implore councillors between now and council, and certainly before the finished document comes, to get online and read the submission from Mr. Varmuza, but also to have a look at this plan, because it really does make an effort to go at that fragmentation that Shanley just spoke of. And we may be unfamiliar with that. At the time that we were getting daily childcare calls and multiples in our counselors' offices prior to the QUELC program beginning its rollout. There are far fewer now. But the issues within the system are really still there because of the fragmentation of it. And I somehow let myself forget until I was reading the service plan that the school age issue is still there. And it is a very important issue, because if we have wonderful and great childcare right up until grade or age 5, and then suddenly you're out on the doorstep and back to the old fee structure, I think a lot of people are just going to self-select their way out of the system at far too early in age, and then the problems that having a childcare system was designed to solve are all still there in a latchkey kid situation. And so we may feel like we don't have anything to advocate for anymore because the budget document comes and we see 2 billion, 4 billion, we see the amount of funding rising, but it's still leaving out half of childhood. Fully half of childhood we're still struggling to care for, and at probably their most important and high-risk time. And so I hope that people will take note of that in the service plan and pay close attention to the consultations to come in the fall, because we can't just sort of leave that aside because our other government partners decided to just zero in on 0 to 5 aged children. I'll be doing the same in my area, paying attention to. It's a thing we don't even think to ask our constituents anymore. How are you managing childcare? Because we just sort of fell into it's solved now. We have QUELC. Okay, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? I will speak to thank the Vice Chair for her comments and to add my thank you to the staff who have made a commitment to be very open to the constituency of operators, families, and to the interests of children, the institutions, the ecosystem of childcare. And turning the chairs outward and convening this roundtable was a significant event last year. It was a real privilege to chair it. 80%, 70% of what we discussed was in the hands of other orders of government. But one thing that became clear is that as a sector together, all of those voices are required to understand what the division of labor is there, who can push for what and in what way, because there's still much to do. It's a very knowledgeable constituency. I look forward to our next meeting and to the more detailed and granular discussion. Just to close, I'll say that this care economy is under threat in every aspect. It's very challenging to be a childcare worker today. The conditions that children are presenting are more challenging. There's a lot of stresses on families, not enough support. And at the same time, whether you work in the shelter system or childcare, personal support workers, these are the frontline workers who deliver care to the most vulnerable and therefore most valuable people. We as a society need to value that much more, and that requires significant investments at the provincial level. Thank you. With that, I'll move the report. And all in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. We're going to EC 22.2, Yonge Street Tragedy Memorial Park Project Plan in Olive Square Park. We have one deputant, Nicole Corrado. Nicole, welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, I'm Nicole Corrado, and I was going to speak on, for one, I will say I'm very sorry about all the people who died and were injured in that terrible incident. It really hurt a lot of people, particularly women. And another community that was harmed, people often don't think about, is the autistic community, because the unfortunate and unusual, highly unusual situation regarding that particular case, the accused was considered to be autistic. But I will point out that the majority of autistic people are not dangerous, are not violent, pose no threat to anybody. And I actually left Toronto because of the negative associations with that case. It just, I felt collective shame as an autistic individual. It's one of the most painful things I'd ever experienced. And I would suggest that the city, in their memorial, that they do something to honor the autistic community, because the majority of us are gentle, pacifistic, and hyper empathic, extremely empathic, very sensitive, very gentle people. and who were hurt by this, similar to how Muslims were hurt after 9/11 or Germans were hurt after World War II. It's, you know, it's one of those terrible situations where a whole group of people are collectively considered bad because of one individual's horrific actions. So I would suggest, as an artist, I would love to somehow, I'm not in Toronto anymore, but I was in Toronto at the time, I'd love to maybe present a mural, you know, depicting the people who died during the van attack. I'd love to have a collaboration, say, with autistic artists to create something beautiful for that space and some way to honor the autistic community. Because, yeah, the autistic community, and, you know, as an autistic woman, I really, that whole thing hit hard to me. And I'd like the city to somehow acknowledge, you know, that the autistic community was also affected very deeply by this due to its very, very unusual and tragic circumstances.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of staff? Any speakers on the item? Okay, to adopt the recommendation to receive this report, all in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And now we are at EC 22.3, highlights of the 2024 street needs assessment and advancing the city's shelter infrastructure. I'm going to invite the team to come up to present. And as I said before, please introduce yourselves. Welcome, and please begin as you are ready.
Good morning. I'm Joseph Stalteri. I'm with Toronto Shelter and Support Services. I'm the Director of Service System Planning and Integrity. I'm joined by Linda Wood, my colleague, who is the Manager of Strategic Programs and leads the Street Needs Assessment that we will be talking with you about this morning. So we will share with you some of the results from the 2024 Street Needs Assessment. In October 2024, Toronto Shelter and Support Services conducted its 6th Street Needs Assessment in collaboration with community partners across the homelessness and allied sectors. The Street Needs Assessment is a point-in-time count and survey of people experiencing homelessness in Toronto. It is also a requirement of the federal Reaching Home funding. Data from the Street Needs Assessment is critical for informing programming, guiding evidence-based service decisions, and will directly inform our homelessness services capital infrastructure strategy, as well as our upcoming 5-year strategic plan to address homelessness. We heard from over 3,600 people experiencing homelessness, staying outdoors, in encampments, in our shelters, and in provincial violence against women shelters, health and treatment facilities, and correctional facilities. On behalf of the city, we would like to express our sincere thanks and appreciation to the people experiencing homelessness who took the time to speak with us and told us what supports they need to end their homelessness. And we also want to thank the city staff and community partners who led the Street Needs Assessment. It's important to put the results that we will be sharing with you today into context. In October of 2024, our shelter system was under significant strain. We were accommodating over 12,000 people inside and outside of the shelter system, including more than 6,000 refugees. Our last street needs assessment in 2021, the borders were closed during the pandemic, and only 13% of the people in our system were refugees, which in 2024, that number had increased to approximately 50%. These pressures were also compounded by a delay in the city's allocation of the Canada-Ontario housing benefit between April and October 2024, leading up to the street needs assessment. As a result, movement out of the shelter system slowed significantly during that period, leading up to October, when we conducted the street needs assessment, and that contributed to a rise in encampments and potentially influenced the count. Unlike previous street needs assessments, the 2024 assessment was federally mandated to be conducted in the fall rather than in April, and that limited the direct seasonal baseline comparison. Previously, we had always done the street needs assessment in April of the year that we were conducting it. Since October of last year, some of the pressures have come down, largely as a result of the decrease in the number of refugee claimants being accommodated in our bridging and triage program, also a reduction in encampments across the city and movement of people into permanent housing. I'll share with you now some key highlights coming out of the street needs assessment results, and we will go into each of these in subsequent slides with some more detail on the data that supports these highlights. But as a quick summary, homelessness is the result of failures across multiple systems, such as housing, healthcare, mental health, income support, and the justice system. The shelter system is the last resort when people have nowhere else to turn. Homelessness is also driven by a lack of affordable housing and unmet health needs, and these unmet needs significantly impact the lives of vulnerable people experiencing homelessness. Specific groups continue to be overrepresented among those experiencing homelessness, and those individuals require targeted investments and specialized supports. And finally, a coordinated, multi-sectoral and intergovernmental approach across different service systems continues to be needed to address homelessness.
Thanks, Joseph. So homelessness has been increasing across Ontario and Canada. In January of 2025, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario released a report estimating that more than 80,000 people were experiencing homelessness in Ontario. The report also cautioned that without significant intervention, that number could double within a decade, potentially reaching nearly 300,000 people in an economic downturn. As mentioned, at the time of the SNA count, we were accommodating over 12,000 people, including over 9,600 people in our base shelter system and over 2,600 people in our bridging and triage programs. Based on the 2024 SNA, we estimated that there were over 1,600 people staying outdoors, including in encampments, and over 1,400 people staying in provincially administered sites. So in total, an estimated over 15,000 people were experiencing homelessness in Toronto on the night of October 23rd, 2024. These figures highlight a stark reality. When multiple systems, such as affordable housing, healthcare, mental health, income support, and the justice system fail, people are left with nowhere to turn, and often staying outdoors in the shelter system and encampments become the last resort. The growing affordability gap, we know, is a key driver of the homelessness crisis. In the past 10 years, the average market rent for a bachelor unit has increased 62%, while ODSP shelter allowance rates have increased only 22%. The gap for both ODSP and OW shelter allowance and rent for a bachelor unit has doubled since 2014. For ODSP, the affordability gap is now $874. And the affordability gap between rent and OW shelter allowance is even higher, which is $1,066. So this slide shows that Ontario Works caseloads for people with no fixed address have also tripled since the last time we did the street needs assessment in 2021, increasing from just over 2,000 cases in 2021 to over 6,000 cases in 2024. So cases with no fixed address as a share of all Ontario Works cases, which is the orange line, also grew from 4% in 2021 to 7% in 2024. So the growth in OW caseload was likely due in part to the end of the Canada Emergency Response Benefit and individuals in need of income supports applying for Ontario Works. We also know that gaps in service systems like foster care are key contributors to homelessness. The people that we spoke with through the street needs assessment who had a history of foster care or youth group homes first experienced homelessness an average of 11 years younger than those who did not have foster care experience. The SNA results also confirm that homelessness is driven by a lack of affordable housing and unmet health needs. And these unmet health needs have a significant impact on the lives of people experiencing homelessness. Consistent with previous street needs assessments, the most frequently identified reason for housing loss or homelessness was not having enough income for housing. That was reported by 41% of the people that we spoke with. 1/3 of people we spoke with also identified leaving their community to relocate as the reason for their homelessness. And that was consistent with the large share of refugee claimants who were staying in our shelter system at the time. 22% of the people we spoke with identified eviction as the reason for their most recent housing loss. And half of the people staying in correctional facilities and 43% of the people staying outdoors reported eviction as the cause of their homelessness. We also asked people about whether they were experiencing difficulties related to any of the health challenges listed on the slide above. Mental health issues were the most frequently reported health challenges, reported by 44% of the people we spoke with. And 1/4 of the people we spoke with reported having an illness or a medical condition or a substance use issue. Nearly 2/3, 64% of the people we spoke with also reported having one or more health challenge. And we found that people experiencing chronic homelessness, that is, people experiencing 6 months or more of homelessness, were much more likely to experience multiple health challenges compared to those who were not experiencing chronic homelessness. And we also found that mental health and substance use issues were the most frequently reported co-occurring health challenges. That was reported by about 18% of the people we spoke with. Finally, 3/4 of the people that we spoke with told us that they need help accessing health care to support their health and well-being. And a further 59% need support with food security, diet, or nutrition. And just over half need support for mental health. So another key finding is that specific groups continue to be overrepresented among those experiencing homelessness. Indigenous people continue to be overrepresented among people experiencing homelessness in Toronto, especially those staying outdoors. So Indigenous people make up 3% of Toronto's general population, yet 9% of people experiencing homelessness, and 31% of the people we spoke with staying outdoors. We also found through the SNA that racialized people and Black people continue to be overrepresented among people experiencing homelessness. At this point in time, 77% of the people we spoke with identified as racialized and 58% identified as Black. And more than 1/5, or 22% of the people we spoke with identify as 2S LGBTQ+, a near doubling since 2021 when we conducted the last street needs assessment. And we also found that nearly 1/3 of refugee claimant respondents identified as 2S LGBTQ+, compared to 14% of non-refugee claimant respondents.
And the final area that we'll highlight is the continued need for a coordinated, multi-sectoral, and intergovernmental approach across different service systems to address homelessness. Exiting homelessness has become almost impossible without financial supports such as subsidies and contributing to longer shelter stays and chronic homelessness. Rent geared to income housing was the most frequently reported support that people we spoke with said could have prevented their homelessness, and that was reported by 71%. 29% of respondents identified landlord liaison and eviction prevention support, and 42% identified information or advice on renting and legal rights as supports that could have prevented their homelessness. Consistent with previous street needs assessments, the top supports respondents identified that would help end their homelessness were those either directly or indirectly related to increasing housing affordability and income. 88% of respondents identified that subsidized housing or rent geared to income housing would help them to end their homelessness. 81% of respondents identified a monthly housing allowance, such as the Canada-Ontario Housing Benefit, and 64% of respondents identified money from social assistance programs, and a further 64% identified employment or job training. Overall, the findings reinforce the persistent and systemic factors driving the homelessness crisis in Toronto, factors that no single organization, sector, or level of government can address alone. These street needs assessment results highlight the need to advance our homelessness services capital infrastructure strategy that will help to meet the need for the growing demand for shelter and homelessness services evidenced by the street needs assessment results. The capital infrastructure strategy was approved in November of 2023 and focuses on increasing shelter system stability, addressing the unprecedented demand for shelter beds, reducing operating costs, and improving operational cost efficiencies. The plan includes a goal of increasing the total number of new long-term and permanent spaces in the base shelter system by approximately 1,600 spaces across 20 sites between 2024 and 2033. The new capital infrastructure sites will prioritize equity-deserving populations identified in the street needs assessment. The city has already announced sites for adults, youth, seniors, and Indigenous women. Purpose-built shelters can be developed to be more accessible, safer, and more responsive to the diverse needs of shelter clients, staff, and the supporting communities. And the capital infrastructure strategy sites will also allow us to exit costly shelter hotels. Based on 2025 operating costs, every month a new 80-bed shelter site is delayed. It cost the city $280,000 in foregone operating cost efficiencies. Over a 10-year period, the cost savings program is $33.6 million compared to shelter hotels. Thank you.
Thank you both. So you'll stick around for questions, and now we're going to hear many deputations. Wonderful to see all the interest in this item. I'm going to reorder the speaking list just in one way to allow someone who needs to attend a medical appointment to be able to speak. So Bob Duff, are you here? I am. Hi. Okay, great. While Bob gets settled, I'm going to remind everyone that there will be 3 minutes, and thank you very much, and I will ask everyone to speak to the item before us. Go ahead, Bob. Welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes.
Sector for more than 30 years. And I also would disclose I'm a consumer survivor because 34 years ago, I fell from grace from my office on the 52nd floor of Commerce Court to the street corner, homelessness and marginalization. And I can share this with you folks that had it not been for a shelter support worker, had it not been for that shelter, Dixon Hall, 30 St. Lawrence, I wouldn't be present today to be able to share this with you. And I still find it difficult after all these years, because within my fall from grace, it was preceded by a mental health issue, which went undiagnosed. And now, years later, we do understand that there's a predisposition to this issue. I'm bipolar, folks. And obviously, with advancement in medical care, I am present and a contributing member and fully restored to our community. And I get to witness that day in, day out within our sector at large. We have thousands of victories each and every year. And if we think of it, 24,000 different Torontonians last year, men, women, youth, and children, received accommodation. And within that, more than 4,000 were transitioned into permanent, affordable, and supportive housing. Those are 4,000 lives that have been impacted in quality of life and outcomes. And our sector is part of that equation. And you, as elected representatives, are part of that equation. And I acknowledge Gord Tanner and his remarkable team. I support the 10-year plan, obviously. And there's one item that I will speak to, and I think you can discern that I'm a senior citizen. I'm 73 years of age. And what we're witnessing is a growth within the number of seniors that are homeless. And there are challenges within that, because as senior citizen, you rely exclusively at age 65, OW ceases, ODSP ceases, so purely OAS, CPP, and potentially the GIS. And GIS brings you up to an annualized income of $22,000 a year. Not even quite $2,000 a month. Market-based rents are what?
5 seconds.
Anyways, I share that with you. Thank you, and you're doing tremendous work.
Thank you so much for joining us today and for sharing your own experience. Next, I'm going to ask Sheila Penny. Welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes. While they set up, I'm going to alert John Van Nostrand and then Laura Alderson. You follow. Go ahead.
To address Economic and Community Development Committee Agenda Item 22.3A. My name's Sheila Penny. I'm an architect, and I was the former Chief Operating Officer for Toronto Community Housing. I retired 3 years ago, and since I've retired, I've been working with John Van Nostrand, the founder of Two Steps Home. Why? Because we need to find a better option than I had at TCH to help homeless individuals ready themselves for housing. We need a strategy to help break the cycle of homelessness, and I believe that Two Steps Home is that strategy. Gord Tanner and his team in TSSS are focused on delivering their mandate of creating 1,600 shelter beds over 10 years. They have the delegated authority to do that, and we support them in delivering that mandate. Doug Rowlands and his team in the Housing Secretariat are focused on building new, affordable, and supportive housing. Our proposed solution, Two Steps Home, falls in between those two mandates. It is interim supportive housing that fills the gap between the two. And I'm going to cover a few background statistics. We just had an excellent presentation from staff, but these background statistics drive our work in Two Steps Home. The homeless gap was explained very clearly just a few minutes ago. Homelessness has doubled in the last 3 years. 2021, 7,000 persons experiencing homelessness to 15,000 as of October 23rd, 2024. So this slide illustrates the growing gap between the number of unhoused people and shelter capacity. Of the 1,600 shelter beds that TSS will deliver, only 240 of them add to shelter capacity. 1,280 are offsetting current beds in the shelter hotel system, and 80 beds are going to be used to transition. So it's clear that supply is outstripping demand, and the problem is only getting worse. The age gap, and these statistics I find alarming. They're from Toronto Public Health. Living unsheltered is incredibly dangerous. Housed men live on average 28 more years than unhoused men. Housed
10
women
seconds.
live on average 49 more years than unhoused. So in conclusion, you'll see today through a number of presentations that you have in front of you a concept that tests a different strategy
Sorry,
to
please wrap
address
up.
the root causes of homelessness. The current strategy to address homelessness has been tried and tested, and the numbers are only increasing. The problem is intensifying. Let's try and test a new strategy.
Thank you.
The opportunity is in front of you.
Thank you for your deputation. The next deputant is John Van Nostren, followed by Laura Alderson, then Jeff Wilmer, and then Stephen Milton. Welcome to committee, John. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Glad to be here. So Two Steps Home is a corporate nonprofit agency that was set up to develop housing for homeless populations, including refugees and new immigrants. I'm not going to introduce the team. I'm the lead. Founded this 3 years ago, and people you see that are members, Sheila's just spoken, and others will speak to other aspects of our projects. The key drawing I want to share with you is this one, which we've had used consistently to show the real issue here is the gap between encampments and the increasing number of encampments, which has gone up recently to 301 in the city from 60 2 years ago. The gap between encampments on this side and long-term permanent housing on the other side, the red buildings. And our entire focus is on the middle ground there, and that is creating interim housing in the form of what we call cabin communities. The city likes to call them micro shelters. They're not micro shelters. They comprise permanent cabins that meet all the city standards for construction and greenscape, and they're there as an interim use for people to moving from the encampments to these sites for the 3 or 4 years it takes to approve the affordable housing that has to be built at the end, and that does take 3 to 4 years. So this is a 3 to 4 years, which also gives, in this case, we're showing 50 people, which, by the way, Gord Tanner thought that was big, but that's a 5-story flexible permanent house from the city. 10 people per floor. It's not a huge amount of people. So we want to, that's a cabin community. It's not a temporary minor shelter. What's the term they use? Micro shelter. These are real houses. When people move into the affordable house, when it's ready for housing after the 4 years, it's ready for occupancy, they move there. We move the entire community to another site, which we can do in 2 to 3 days. Takes 6 months to erect in the beginning, but once it's in stage, we can move it to another site in 3 to 4 days. Next.
10 seconds.
So the key here is really that we do this with combination of vacant land, then resident cabins and shared facilities. So this is our format. And if we go on to the next slide, we'll see what that looks like. This is on a typical parking lot in downtown Toronto to give you a sense of the structures. And there they are.
Please wrap up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and your submission will be viewed by everyone because we've all seen this presentation as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Laura Alderson, followed by Jeff Wilmer, then Stephen Milton. Welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. This is the abridged version, by the way.
Thanks.
My name is Laura Alderson. I'm currently the manager of the Mount Dennis BIA. And although I work in Mount Dennis, I live in what I jokingly call Roseville. Not quite Rosedale, not quite Yorkville, but in between two very affluent neighborhoods. So I've seen some things in my neighborhood, things I cannot unsee now that I've seen them, things that keep me up at night. And it's not just from watching the news, although that would be enough to keep someone up at night. No, it's from seeing things I've never seen in all my years of living in Toronto until recently. My partner and I walk a lot. We also take public transit a lot because we don't own a car. That's intentional. We are both transit geeks. So yes, we've seen some things in our neighborhood. Of the three groups that we frequently see, the people with drug addictions, people with mental health issues, and the folks who are merely down on their luck and find themselves on the street, it's the last group that is the low-hanging fruit. That group that we should be able to help but aren't helping very well. In spite of the current warm summer temperatures, winter will be here before we know it. Providing a place for someone to call home, however small it may seem to us, allows someone to have some dignity and an address, which is integral if they are ever to find work or open a bank account. It's why when John Van Nostrand called my partner to get involved in a project called Two Steps Home, I begged him to let me tag along. The Two Steps Home folks are offering something that is not currently being done in Toronto, but should be. Other cities like Peterborough and Kitchener-Waterloo are actually doing something like this, but not Toronto. And why not? Why not try it as a pilot project? What have we got to lose at this point? Building shelters that turn people out onto the street in the early hours of the morning cannot be the only answer. Surely the stats bear out that housing people, yes, properly vetted and supported in small cabins, is not only less expensive in the long run, but leads to better outcomes. You've just heard that there are 15,418 unhoused people in the city of Toronto. I actually venture a guess that that number is higher. It's up 77% since 2018. If this continues at such an unprecedented rate, our main streets will be adversely and permanently affected. Already in the Rosedale BIA, this is Rosedale, not Mount Dennis, the chair has reported to me that the homeless, particularly those who are suffering from mental health issues, are going into stores and either being physically threatening or stealing from them. BIAs are on the front lines of a war we are ill prepared to fight. Is the program Safe TO and now training for sexual awareness on public transit the best we can do for our BIAs?
10 seconds.
I call that a Band-Aid on a problem, not a solution. I urge you to give Two Steps Home an opportunity to see what it is they can do to assist the city to recover from what can only be called a crisis. The money can be found. What we need to do is find the will. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jeff Wilmer, followed by Stephen Milton and Robert Rayner. Jeff, welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Bravo, and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jeff Wilmer, and I'm with A Better Tent City in Kitchener-Waterloo, and I'm here to speak on cabin communities. A Better Tent City was actually not mentioned in the jurisdictional scan in the report before you, but we have been up and running for over 5 years now. And it's fair to say that we were the model, or we are the model, for the cabin communities that have been established in Peterborough, in Waterloo Region, and others across Canada. We are a community of 50 residents who live in tiny homes and have shared facilities on site, meals on site, and healthcare delivered on site. A Better Tent City is run by a not-for-profit organization and together with many helpful partnerships. We are on land that's, part of the land is owned by the City of Kitchener and part is owned by the Public School Board, and those are crucially important partnerships for us. The report before you notes that we're in a crisis situation, as communities all across Canada are. And there are encampments popping up in parks, in woodlots. These are described as unsafe and unsanitary. As a society, we can do better and we must do better. Cabin communities or micro shelters are a good solution for those who either can't or won't use the shelter system. The shelter system is very helpful for many people, but it's not a good fit for everyone. Some people, their conduct or behaviors are too disruptive and they've been banned from the shelter system or restricted. Other people are vulnerable and they don't feel safe in the shelters. As a result, those folks end up in encampments, in parks and woodlots, living rough elsewhere. A tiny homes community really provides community. It provides stability and dignity and hope. People no longer live with the threat of being asked to move along all the time. They actually have a home, a safe place to sleep, a safe place to store their belongings. It's not perfect, but it's far better than living rough or living in an encampment. One of the recommendations before you is the expression of interest for partner-led micro shelter pilot initiative. I certainly encourage you to do this, although I would suggest two changes. One is to redefine or use the terminology cabin community, either instead of or in addition to micro shelter, and also to be open to using city-owned lands, including parking lots. When we look at the highest and best use of lands and we look at the crisis that we're in, I think we need to be creative in looking for different solutions. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. The next deputant is Stephen Milton, followed by Robert Rayner and then Leslie Gash. Welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Reverend Stephen Milton, and I'm the lead minister at Lawrence Park Community Church, located in Lawrence Park in North Toronto. Today, I want to speak to the proposal of building shelters all over the city. I'd like to start my remarks with a true story. For many years, I volunteered every Sunday night at a soup kitchen in the city's West End. Every night, 100 very poor people would file in and get a free meal from our volunteers. Some of these people, who were mostly men, were living in rooming houses. Others were homeless, living in ravines and bouncing in and out of shelters. Some lived in subsidized housing. All of them were desperately poor, wearing secondhand clothes. Some even brought all of their belongings in shopping bags each night. In the corner of this church basement, there was a piano, one of those old stand-up kinds. And every few weeks, one of these deeply poor men would walk up to the piano and start to play. But they wouldn't play chopsticks. They'd play Chopin or Brahms. Someone had paid for years of piano lessons for these men who were now living in secondhand clothes. Over time, I got to know a lot of these guys, and they shared with me that many of them had grown up in middle-class homes. They went to nice schools and nice neighborhoods, and then something went wrong. Some left their nice homes to live on the streets to escape child abuse. Some left as teenagers when they came out as queer and their families rejected them. Others suffered mental health breakdowns their families simply couldn't handle. Others had it all: a house, a wife, kids, a dog, a car, and then they lost it all. Mental health breakdowns, addictions to gambling or drugs or alcohol. They taught me that people who experience homelessness come from every kind of neighborhood. Lawrence Park, Rosedale, Don Mills, the beach, Riverdale, downtown, midtown, every neighborhood has people who will become homeless. Refugee numbers go up and down. But for the people who live in Toronto, homelessness is created by every single kind of neighborhood here. So there should be shelters in every single kind of neighborhood in Toronto. No one should be kicked out of their neighborhood because they can't afford to pay rent anymore. God calls on us to love our neighbors as ourselves. That does not mean shipping them downtown or turning our backs on them when they encounter hard times. So I applaud the city's decision to distribute shelters across the city. It is fair, compassionate, and wise. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your deputation. I can see that there are a lot of people who would like to cheer, but everyone's being very disciplined and not clapping. Next, we have Robert Rayner, Leslie Gash, followed by Aaron Budd. Welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'll just plug in here. Give me a second. There we go. Okay. So as Sheila and John have mentioned, Two Steps Home supports Toronto Shelter and Support Services with putting shelters across the city of Toronto. We see that there are opportunities across the city to build small communities on small pieces of land. You just heard from Jeff Wilmer at A Better Tent City. They used a very small, otherwise forgotten allowance to do their project. We can do similar things here in the city, and there is land. I want to briefly speak to the needs and to the people themselves who are living in encampments and would otherwise be looking for somewhere indoors to live. We've spoken to folks over the last couple of months who are living in a couple of parks across the city. Of those people, all of them are either experiencing or have experienced homelessness. Prior to us talking with them, most folks had heard of tiny home communities or cabin communities. 96% of people believe that the city of Toronto needs them as a response to homelessness. 100% of the people we spoke to said that they would accept a spot in a tiny home community if it was offered to them. These are people who are living in encampments and not in the shelter system because they feel that encampments suit their needs in the moment. These folks would prefer to live in a tiny home community, and most of them said that they would choose this over a shelter hotel. The only ones who said no said that it was because they would rather choose somewhere in a specific location. Our offer to the city, we have a strategy to support the city's homelessness services capital infrastructure strategy. We have $1 million of capital funding and pledge donations. That's out of $4 million of hard and soft costs. We're a quarter of the way through already in raising funds. We've donated our time for the last 3 years. We have a fully costed Ontario Building Code compliant, ready to build cabin design. We have a fabricator ready to build these cabins, a site assessment criteria, a typical site plan co-developed by people with lived experience, an operational model co-developed with local housing operators, and draft capital and operating budgets. This is what we bring, and our ask from the city is that this expression of interest be released within 2 months, that the city commit to funding ongoing operations, that the city work with proponents to find bonuses and incentives for private landowners contributing to the project, that the city sign a memorandum of understanding to support applications to CMHC financing or provide the balance of project capital funds, and that the city work to fast track this required development and planning approvals to make sure that this can happen and be set up for success from the start. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Leslie Gash, followed by Aaron Budd, and then David Walsh. Welcome to committee. Leslie, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Chair and committee members, my name is Leslie Gash, and I'm the Executive Director of the Toronto Shelter Network. We represent more than 34 organizations that collectively deliver Toronto's 24-hour homelessness services, including traditional shelters, respite centers, 24-hour drop-ins, transitional housing, and the COVID-19 shelter hotels. TSN is here to support the findings of the 2024 Street Needs Assessment and advancing the city's shelter infrastructure report, particularly with respect to the progress made under the Homelessness Services Capital Infrastructure Strategy and exploring the use of micro-shelters. As we all know, the solution to the homelessness crisis is affordable and supportive housing. Over 4,000 people living in shelters were housed last year, and those shelter beds are still at capacity. Almost 10,000 people were accommodated in the shelter system on any given night last month. We will not decrease that number at the current pace of development. Decrease that number. Did I say decrease? We need to continue to expedite the redevelopment of city-owned sites and acquire new sites in all neighborhoods for the approved 20 new purpose-built permanent shelters. These shelters will be able to accommodate an aging population and mobility challenges, dignity and privacy, and provide program spaces to produce a housing delivery system, as well as transition to permanent housing in the future. In order to accomplish this, barriers need to be reduced. We acknowledge that there are many supportive individuals and neighborhood groups in Toronto that are using their voices to assist, but community opposition has reached new heights of antagonism. On a new shelter on Adelaide, there's been extremely harassing behavior, and the operator has been fearing for the physical safety of their staff and the emotional toil that this is taking on them. 3 neighbors have been sharing duty in shifts. They are questioning anyone who leaves the shelter. They call the Ministry of Labor, alleging lack of permits. They write down license plate numbers and call the parking authorities. There have been verbal threats about physical violence. The operator has had to hire Toronto Police Services on a daily basis at great cost to prevent these neighbors from physically blocking deliveries. Having police on site is to protect the shelter from the community, not the community from the shelter. And this is even before the doors open. How will the shelter operate with this level of neighborhood aggression? This is a whole new level of vitriol, and we feel that this could only get worse. We want to ensure that these operators are chosen to run the new sites, have the funding and resources needed to get through these barriers. The operators need to be brought on early in the process to start building bonds with the community, to prioritize the needs of the people accessing the services and the needs of the community. Harm reduction is central, with a strategy to support people in their journey and keep them safe. We are encouraged that the report contains an EOI for a micro shelter pilot, but are disappointed that city lands will not be provided. Asking the proponents to bring in land will likely make this pilot a non-starter. Please reconsider using a city-owned site designated for future housing for this pilot. The findings of the street needs assessment clearly support the need for the city's homelessness services capital infrastructure strategy. There needs to be a coordinated, multi-sectoral, and intergovernmental approach across different service systems to address this homelessness crisis.
Please wrap up. I gave you an extra minute because I made a mistake with the clock.
Okay, thanks. TSN urges the city to accelerate and depoliticize the shelter development process. Staff have authority from City Council to approve and develop new locations for shelters and 24-hour respite sites. They need to work quickly to respond to shelter system pressures and provide supports to as many people as possible to assist them on their journey to housing. And as Councillor Bravo said at the beginning of the meeting, we all have a responsibility to care for each other.
Thank you very much. I won't make any more clock mistakes, everyone. I apologize. Aaron Budd, followed by David Walsh, and then Francis Stalker. Welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes.
Great, thank you. Hi, my name is Aaron Budd. I'm a principal with SVN Architects and Planners, and as well an advisor to the Two Steps Home board. I first want to start off with that SVN is our work in the housing, across the housing continuum, from shelters all the way through to affordable housing, supportive housing, and market housing. I'm largely very much in favor of what's in the street needs assessment report and very supportive of it, but with no disrespect to the due diligence that was done in terms of looking for a suitable site. It was unfortunate that a suitable site couldn't be identified for such a temporary use as the proposed cabin communities. And I say this because this means that the people living on the street will find those sites out there. They will find city-owned sites, which are our parks, next to railroads, next to our roads systems. So I think it's really important that the city does take some initiative in helping to identify these sites, either with private developers or through the city-owned. I've worked very closely with Two Steps Home over the last 3 years, really helping to develop a prototype that is something that can be rolled out, that is transitional. It isn't meant to be a permanent take on land. It's meant to be used while we wait for permanent development to take place. I'm largely in favor this is not the highest and best use of this land, that we need to figure out a way to get people out of encampments into a transitional community like this and then into longer term housing. And this is what the prototype that's up on the screen that has been developed. It provides a safe and dignified space for people that are experiencing homelessness out of a park. Next slide. They're designed to the Ontario Building Code. We're really, as architects, working to make sure that these are safe, comfortable spaces that meet the needs of our climate here in Canada, as well as the needs of the users or the occupants using these places. Next slide. They are single cabins. They will be supported by a communal facility. Again, the communal facility is also designed such that it can fit on the back of a truck, be demountable, and we're working with a off-site modular supplier to develop the design that these can come together quickly and then be relocated in the future. Similarly, all of these things can be transported on highways without needing additional permits. The current site shows it's less than an acre. We're able to lay this out with 0.75 acres of land. We could really tighten that up or figure out other ways depending on what the available land is to make something like this work. Next one. So I'm hopeful that with the release of the EOI, we can kind of work together to create something here. I think the biggest ask, though, if we are going to look to developers and private landowners for this, is to figure out what are the incentives for this. Are there waivers?
5 seconds.
In land development charges, taxes, or payments for the land leases with these private developers to make this a feasible project.
Thank you. Thank you for your deputation. David Walsh, followed by Francis Stalker, followed by Ryan Denise. Welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes.
I just have with me Ms. McTammy and Adi Amen. We're involved with the crisis in our city, which we started about 2.5 years ago to support African refugees who are coming into the city. The thing is, we talk a lot about shelters, but shelters take, several years to build, the planning and building and everything. We need something in the meantime. If we're going to create this caring community that you're talking about, Councillor Bravo, we need to show it now. And so we need to look at alternatives. And, John Van Osteren is a very passionate person who's been, involved in many community projects. I worked with him on Tent City way back 20 years ago when we were bringing houses in with the support of Jack Layton down on the waterfront. It lasted for 4 years. It had its life, but John really made a strong contribution, and I don't know why the city is not working closely with somebody like John to make this happen. I was down in New Brunswick, in Fredericton, New Brunswick. It's a city of 70,000, and a businessman there has created a tiny home community of over 100 tiny homes, and it's very successful. And the people, I visited there. It's amazing just to see the people surviving and living on their own. So we have a lot of alternatives, and refugees are another example. They don't need the support that a lot of others do. If we could, find other places for refugees, then it would free up shelter spaces in the, where there are more supports. We have over 10 municipalities in Ontario that have tiny home projects. Why is Toronto not doing more? People can't understand it. I mean, we need to do something, short term that builds, and tiny homes are, allow people to have a place to live while we're building more shelters. So we really need to work on that. And I think, we need, to involve social entrepreneurs in a lot of different projects. There's a building that I looked at in your ward, Councillor Moyes, at the corner of Sherbourne and Gerrard. It's a 20,000 square foot building. It could be ideal for refugees, and Councillor Moyes expressed interest in it. Now, I was told that it was, the distance didn't work. It was too close to another shelter. But we're having so much problem with neighborhoods and suburbs and so forth. Maybe we have to rethink that.
10 seconds.
And so I really, and this is Shula Katz, hi Shula, another person in our crisis in our city. So we want to work with the city, and we think there's possibilities And we think we have to be more entrepreneurial to meet the goals of the city. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Next, we go to Francis Stalker, followed by Ryan Donays, and then B. Marie. Welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes.
All right. Esteemed council members, thank you for taking the time to hear me today. My name is Francis Stalker. I'm a Haven Toronto ambassador and member and liaison with the Toronto Under Housing and Homeless Union, and someone who's lived through the harsh and invisible reality of homelessness. It isn't just about a lack of a roof over your head. It's about fear, loneliness, and trying to hold on to your humanity while the world seems to look through you as people pass you by. The need for more shelter is obvious. Mental health struggles and addiction are everywhere. Feeling safe and peace of mind is almost impossible to find. I felt all that. I've slept in freezing weather, wrapped in 4 sleeping bags and a tarp, hoping to make it through the night. In one of those moments, when I felt I had nothing left, Ryan Donay, the founder of Tiny Tiny Homes, found me, saw me, and brought me to a place where I could get warm, a tiny, tiny home in St. James Park. It wasn't much by most standards, but for me, it was everything. It was shelter, it was safety. It was the first place in a long time where I could lock the door, close my eyes without fear of being attacked by somebody trying to take my stuff. So there's a saying that, in my opinion, represents what it is to be a true Canadian. It's defend the weak, protect the innocent, and fight for those who cannot fight for themselves. Ryan's personification of these ideals. He didn't just talk about change, he acted. And I believe we all have that power. I believe in community. I believe that when we people come together with compassion, incredible things can happen. There's another idiom that comes to mind. It takes a village to raise a child, but I learned it also takes a community to lift someone out of despair. After 2 years homeless, I credit the 3.5 months I spent in that tiny, tiny home as what saved me, but what allowed me to save myself. I'm here as living proof that tiny, tiny homes work. They're not a perfect solution, but they're a real tangible step forward. A stepping stone between crisis and stability, a place where someone can begin to heal. Real change doesn't come from policy, it comes from people. People who choose to care, to show up, to work together and build something better together. Many of us here, you see in this room today, we've already made that choice. We're doing the work, and we're inviting others to do the same. Let's walk forward together. Tiny, tiny homes work. They save lives. I am one of them. We are Canadian. We believe in paying it forward. The question is, will you stand with us? Will you walk with us and help carry this dream forward? Let's solve this problem together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for sharing your experience and for being here. Oh.
Tiny, tiny homes getting in the way.
Ryan Donay, followed by B. Marie, and then Talia Pankowicz. Welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good day, Toronto City Councillors. Thank you for having me here. My name is Ryan Donay. I'm the founder of the nonprofit Tiny Tiny Homes. I would like to thank God for the direction my life was taken, but it was not always this way. As someone who previously struggled with addiction and homelessness, I know the shortcomings of the Toronto shelter system. Inside some of these shelters, it's not something you would expect to see in Canada, but that's if you can see the inside at all, because the shelter system is always full. I would also like to bring to everyone's attention that since the pandemic, this is the 5th winter that people were outside in tents in mass numbers. This is not acceptable. This is where micro shelters can fill the gap and rapidly add beds to the system. Micro shelters can address the issue of people who refuse to go to the shelter system due to the conditions. Each person that resided in tiny, tiny homes were people that refused to subject themselves to the condition of the shelter system. These units provided a life-saving space in the wintertime. Something that really touched my heart during the cold snap last winter was in each tiny home, residents had a friend warming up with them inside. Each of these units provided the resident with dignity and a safe place that they needed to start working on their life. I would also like to share one of the stories of one of the residents in our program. Brent Blake was one of the nicest, kind-hearted citizens of Toronto you would ever meet. The system definitely failed Brent Blake because when we met him, he was sleeping in a doorway of a shop on Queen Street. Brent Blake was terminal with cancer, and he just wanted a place to be inside for the last months of his life. We were able to give Brent a unit before the big storm hit in February. His only complaint of being outside in the cold was air hurt the cancer in his throat. I'm very honored that we were able to provide him with a safe space. Brent wrote poetry, listened to Jimi Hendrix, loved a large Timmy's coffee with a smoke. Brent Blake was my friend. Now some stats to share from you from the pilot project Tiny Homes conducted. 7 people were sheltered during this pilot. 4 were transitioned to permanent housing. The units were kept very clean with little input. Countless others were connected to support through our outreach, and the cost for each one of these units to the city was 0. During the pilot, an email address was placed on the outside of the units, so we were sure to receive community feedback. We received only 2 complaints during the entire duration of the pilot. Everyone I spoke to in the community massively supported it. Police, firefighters, first responders, streets to homes workers, city workers, nurses, every public sector employee I spoke to was in favor. Micro shelters can help address some of the challenges with the homeless crisis. I want to finish off by saying I think everyone should live in houses and not apartments. But until the supply of affordable housing is increased and housing is in reach of everyone who needs it, not just who can afford it, I think micro shelters are a viable option. Thank you very much for taking the time to hear me speak today.
Thank you very much for your deputation. The next speaker is B. Marie, online. Welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I really appreciate it. I go by B, and today I'd like to speak in support of advancing shelter infrastructure across Toronto. I've lived in Toronto since 2014, and for a variety of intersecting reasons, I've been precariously housed for the past 2.5 years. I live out of my backpack, and I stay where I can. I have 2 part-time jobs, and I volunteer in the community. People with lived experience of homelessness aren't always visible, but my experience is by no means unique. There are so many people, including other women, youths, children, and entire families in neighborhoods across the city that are precariously housed or unhoused. And it's not often in Toronto's community meetings or committee meetings that unhoused people have the opportunity to speak from their perspective. But I think it's really important that the public and decision makers hear from unhoused Torontonians, and I won't pretend to have the authority to speak for others, but I think we can agree that we are all neighbors. I read some of the submissions that were made in opposition to the shelters being built from groups who call themselves neighborhood safety committees, and yikes, there was a lot of dehumanizing and generalizing rhetoric in those emails, and it left me with a lot of questions. Who is worthy of safety? Who is worthy of comfort? Who is worthy of having their basic needs met? And I think if the answer to those questions isn't everyone, then we are collectively failing. There is no such thing as a deserving poor. Everyone needs safe shelter. And what I hear in those emails is fear. And we need hope. And hope isn't something that thrives without work. We can cultivate hope together. Public education has to be a part of this discussion, and not just town halls with no follow-up, but deep, meaningful, well-rounded, informed publication with a harm reduction and anti-oppressive framework, much like we see for other public health issues, because housing really is a public health issue. So access to safe, dignified shelter provides people with a foundation and a first step to opening doors to opportunity. And there are drop-ins throughout the city. Many are here today, and many have made submissions that are connected to community and know the support needs of the people that they work with. The Toronto Drop-In Network is a network of more than 50 drop-ins. So I invite you as committee members to tap into the service agencies and grassroots organizations that exist in our city. It takes many hands to build, and sometimes the tools for creative problem solving are right in front of us. I know we have shortened time today, so I really want to urge the committee to continue exploring every option available, build the shelters, include the micro shelters, and to prioritize the voices and dignity of our unhoused neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Next, we have Talia Pankovic, followed by Vicky Sanderson, and then Elizabeth McIsaac. Talia, are you online? No? Talia Pankovic? Okay. Next, we have Vicky Sanderson. Vicky Sanderson, welcome to committee. Elizabeth McIsaac will follow, and then Caleb Houston. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Vicky Sanderson. I live in Willowdale, and over the past 8 years, I've been involved in either the Community Liaison Committee or the consultation process for 3 shelters in Willowdale. I have welcomed them all. And I'm happy that they're in our neighborhood. They're badly needed. What I came here to talk to you today about is community consultation and that concept, because what I see in Willowdale is that is going to be directly tied to the rapidity with which we're able to bring more shelter spaces on board. And this is partly because we're starting to hear in Willowdale a small number of voices who are insisting that we need to move away from the current model and put more power in the hands of residents. And so as you consider that, I want to share with you some examples of communications that I've heard over the years. And actually, I'm going to focus on one. Last week, I was at a community meeting for the shelter at 68 Shepherd West, which is the first Indigenous women's shelter in Toronto, designed for Indigenous women and their children. So as part of the presentation, we listened to the executive director, who is Indigenous, talk about her lived experience. She shared her family's history, connections with shelters. She talked about the ongoing harms and violence that had been done to her ancestors, to her contemporaries, and she talked about the daily racism that she faces and the inequities and injustice that her community faces. It was a deeply moving experience. About 3 minutes after that, one of the people who are at the meeting says, "Yeah, but what about my property taxes?" And I'm only saying that because that is one example of many in Willowdale of what you're encouraging, what you're bringing into the mix when you just say community consultation needs to be in the hands of the people. I wonder how an Indigenous person from the community would feel in that environment. Is that consultation process for them? I don't think so. We talk about depoliticizing it. In Willowdale, it's already politicized. There's a small number of groups who keep showing up with the same tropes, the same stereotypes.
Please wrap up.
Please, City Council, don't allow those voices to do any more harm, promote any more barriers in Willowdale than they already have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your deputation. Next, we have, please don't applaud, everyone. Thank you. There's a question of the deputant. I apologize.
Can I just wanted to ask one question, and also to thank you, because Vicki, that's a very brave thing to do in your community. Thank you so much for your ongoing courage in speaking to this. So we don't want to have disingenuous, raise expectations types of consultations, 100% agree. But are there communities where we can't even have the kind of facilitated get to know about this project that staff have delegated authority to do? Can we even hope to have that in some communities?
Personally, I would say that goes back to the communication strategy that is behind the briefs that the third-party facilitators get. In the
Right.
real world, I would have been able to stand up and say, hey, Karen, that's deeply offensive. And by the way, did you know that you don't actually have an inherent legal right to property values that automatically rise every year? And also, actually, under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, you don't actually get to decide who lives beside you. I mean, maybe you wouldn't say it in that kind of smart-ass alecky tone, but
Why
that's
not?
what's missing from these conversations. We don't start them with truth. In my
Right.
neighborhood, when I stand up and say that, I am told that I am othering that person. I am told that I am divisive. I am told that I am a troublemaker. I'm not. That's the truth. That's where consultation community has to start. It's certainly where reconciliation starts, with the truth. Let's start laying that on people.
Oh, thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Elizabeth McIsaac. Sorry, everyone. We just please do jazz hands or something. Elizabeth McIsaac, 3 minutes. Welcome to committee.
Thank you. I think I want to give my 3 minutes over there. My name is Elizabeth McIsaac, and I am the president of Matry, an organization dedicated to advancing systemic solutions to poverty through a human rights-based approach. I also serve as the chair of the Housing Rights Advisory Committee at the city, which was established to further the progressive realization of the right to housing in Toronto. I'm here today to express my strong support for the Toronto Shelter and Support Services Homelessness Services Capital Infrastructure Strategy and related plans to improve and develop more shelters and housing options across the city. As has been documented by the Street Needs Assessment, we have an urgent housing crisis across the city, with groups that continue to be overrepresented, including Indigenous, racialized, 2S LGBTQ2+ communities. Refugees also make up many of those using shelter services. As we talk about the housing crisis in our country, this is it. It's those who are unhoused, unsheltered. But the crisis is not simply about housing. As noted in the report from the city, it reflects deeper systemic failures that prevent people from living a life with dignity. At Matry, we've documented how stagnant social assistance rates, inadequate housing benefits, rising rents, and an underinvestment in adequate affordable housing have eroded progress toward the realization of this right. Having an adequate home, one that is safe, affordable, and meets basic needs, is not a nice to have. It's a fundamental human right that the city has committed to in upholding its housing charter. Reaching a state of adequate housing for all takes time, which is why the right is subject to the principle of progressive realization. This means the city is required to devote the maximum available resources to making progressive steps toward realizing this right, recognizing that such a complex challenge can't be addressed by one solution or one government alone. Addressing the urgency of a homelessness crisis, however, like the one that we have, is a bit different. Under international human rights law, it's what is called a minimum core obligation of governments. This means that shelter, though it is far from adequate housing, must be offered immediately and without exception to everyone. The concept of progressive realization does not apply. It is immediate, it is urgent, and it is fundamental. In the long term, we know that permanent, affordable, and supportive housing is what will help people realize their right to adequate housing, but the reality is that over 15,000 people are experiencing homelessness in Toronto, and they need basic shelter today. It's in this spirit that I support the city's efforts to improve and expand the emergency shelter system across the city, as people are experiencing homelessness across the city in every neighborhood. These shelters are often the only housing option available for many people experiencing homelessness, and current demand exceeds their existing capacity. I'm over time. To be clear, we need to make sure that everyone has the right to housing, including refugees. I want to affirm my support for the infrastructure plan. I'll stop there because others are waiting. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions. So you were referring to what the work that you've been doing to look at this at a systemic level. You've been looking at not just Toronto, correct, but about Canada? Yeah. And are these, the trends that we're seeing in Toronto, consistent with other provinces and other municipalities?
Yes.
Okay.
These are trends that are affecting, at a broad level, macro social policy decisions that are being made.
Would you concur with that, or were you, in terms of what you referenced around social assistance, that in 10 years, the smallest apartments went up 62% in terms of cost, and while social assistance rates went up 4%? Is that, you've put your finger on that as one of the drivers?
It's a critical issue. I would also highlight that the 4% is actually a devalued amount, and so we're actually behind where we were.
Great. And then finally, the last debutant raised the issue of how we don't choose our neighbors, that we don't zone our neighbors, and we don't have an inherent right to have our property values increase, or that the city shouldn't make decisions based on whether your property values are going to increase. Did you have anything to add around the question of just fundamental rights?
Yes, it is not a fundamental right to make money on an investment in a property. It is a fundamental right, and it is a duty of governments to ensure that all people in their communities have access to adequate shelter, ideally adequate housing.
Thank you. The next speaker is Caleb Houstoner Houston, followed by Sebastian Tansel, and then Debbie Carrieri. Welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes. Caleb.
Thank you for having me and letting me speak. My name is Callum Houston. I live in Don Mills, and I've lived there for my whole life. And I just wanted to come here and speak in support of the shelters that are being built, as well as the staff recommendations. I think it's very concerning that there are a small number of individuals who are harassing workers at the shelter or the future shelter of Adelaide. It's being built. They are not representative of the larger community. They are more interested in providing misinformation, spreading lies that they were not consulted, or that the city never made an effort to consult the public and the local community, which is completely untrue. There's, even as far back as 2023, the city had multiple consultations online for residents to participate in. In 2024 of April, they had a community walk where residents were more than welcome to attend. There was Toronto Police Service, local school administrators, neighborhood support program groups, and city staff all present. And they were consulted there about a lot of the danger or concerns that residents had. And so there was taken into consideration. This was not something that the city just decided to do, despite the fact that we're in a unprecedented housing crisis. And honestly, it would make sense. Would have personally no problem if the city, with the workers who are hired and they have expertise, determined, yes, we could build a shelter here. They have expertise for a reason. We hire them for a reason. We don't just go out and tell every resident to go ahead and start building. There's safety precautions for sure, but there's also, there are reasons for it. And it is incredibly frustrating that this shelter has already been delayed for over a year because of these 20 residents. And for what? Because they don't want the sight of people who make them feel uncomfortable, and they don't want people, every reason that they give that there's violence or that there's some altercation. If we had more shelters, we could hire more workers, and then more services would be provided to them, and they would not be congregating outside.
5 seconds.
So it's, I think, more important to put full investment in their shelter systems and building affordable housing rather than doing a cabin, dedicating more funds to some cabin nonsense that we could actually just be providing services that we already provide now.
Thank you for your deputation. The next speaker is Sebastian Tanzo, followed by Debbie Carriere, and then Sebastien Desormeaux. Sebastian Tanzo?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes.
Chair Councillor Bravo, members of the committee, thank you. I am speaking today in strong support of the Homelessness Services Capital Infrastructure Strategy that we have before us and the urgent development of new purpose-built shelters across the city of Toronto. And I also do support, as some of the other deputants were saying, micro-shelters and innovative ways to build more housing and to build more roofs over people's heads. So I'm Sebastian. I love my neighborhood. I have been living and renting in Kensington Market, and I am also a regular volunteer at the Fort Rock Food Bank and the drop-in at the Church of St. Stephen's on the Field. I am also on the board of the Kensington Market Community Land Trust. For those who don't know, the Kensington Market Community Land Trust works with community bond financing and the City of Toronto to acquire affordable housing, to keep housing off of the speculative real estate market, and to hold it in community use forever. And we do this because we love our neighborhood and we want to prevent the financialization of housing in our neighborhood. And I believe that the same economic forces that are pushing our renters, that are closing down our favorite local food sellers, and that's deteriorating affordability in our city and in our neighborhoods, are the same forces that are keeping people unhoused, that are the same forces that are keeping our neighbors unhoused. And yes, we believe that everyone in our community is our neighbor, including the homeless. I remember in November 2023, the City of Toronto chose to clear an encampment outside my church of St. Stephen in the Fields. And it was there at that moment that I quickly realized that homelessness is a public policy choice and not a moral failure by individuals. Instead of prioritizing a long-term strategy to house them, the city decided it was easier to continue the long tradition of displacing our homeless neighbors. And today, we are living with the consequences of prioritizing the needs of profit over our neighbors. We saw from the newest report, I don't need to repeat all the facts to you, that the number of homeless people in the city has more than doubled since the spring of 2021 to last fall, 2024. And the number of people living outside are approximately 1,615 people. The reality is that none of us should really expect any of this to get better on its own. The market's not gonna save us. Just trying to focus on building more housing supply isn't necessarily gonna save us either.
5 seconds.
So I am pleased that the strategy is going forward, and I encourage the city to move forward on this. And as the previous deputy stated, I strongly urge the city council here to not politicize this issue by giving the power to gatekeep which neighborhoods have access to affordable shelters. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Debbie Carriere, then Sebastien Desormeaux, and then Aisel Lavoie. Debbie?
Am I able to share my screen?
You are. Welcome to committee.
Just give her a presentation.
You're getting presentation rights presently, so can you try it out?
Yeah.
Terrific. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Debbie Carrier. I'm the Executive Director of the Elizabeth Fry Society in Peterborough. We are the operators and service providers for the Bridge Modular Home Community. So I come to you today to present some of the successes of this project. The Peterborough Modular Home Community was built on a lot that belongs to the city, a parking lot that had an encampment of about 125 people living in it. The encampment saw about 5 to 6 calls per day for police, fire, and ambulance. So one of the early indicators of success of our project was a significant and rapid reduction in police calls and fire. We had 4 in the first 4 months of opening. And in the first 6 months of this year, 2025, we have had 0 calls to police and 0 calls to fire. The 50 people who moved in met the criteria of being chronically homeless, facing barriers to shelter, and living in the encampment. We moved 50 people in over 5 days, so the initial work to stabilize the site did result in a higher number of evictions initially, but those have significantly decreased now that we have a stable site. All occupants are engaged in care plans that they create with the housing case manager, where they work towards goals that will improve the likelihood of long-term housing success. To support those care plans, we have a variety of services on site, including medical services, and allowing us to provide the hospital to home care for people. 40% of our residents are Indigenous, so we have cultural supports. That's our cultural room in the background. 8 people have now moved into long-term housing options. Two of those people are employed. 11 people on our site participate in an on-site employment program. 90% of the residents who have had active court matters when moving in have had those resolved, and this group has had no recidivism. We have a 92% compliance rate with attending probation and court appearances. And our site is actually located in the downtown core, and we have neighbors on 2 sides. Initially, the city created a neighborhood liaison group, and that group stopped meeting after a year, and it was because they didn't feel they needed it anymore. They did a survey of those people on the committee and people from the neighborhood who stated that they felt they had their neighborhood back with the modular community, and that they don't even notice the modulars. And one of the things, if you stand outside of the fence of the modulars, what you will see is that it's quiet and it's peaceful, and we are meeting people's needs. The modular community has become an integral part of the city's response to homelessness and a place of stabilization before moving into other housing options. This was originally a pilot for 2 years, but it's now been approved by City Council to stay in its location indefinitely based on the success of the site. The funding for this project represents less than 25% of the city's homelessness budget.
5 seconds.
Should there be a decrease in provincial funding, that would not necessarily mean that this initiative would be the one that would be cut. And I just want to say quickly that this project was built in 6 months. It was driven by city and city council, with all city departments coming together to get this off the ground in an incredibly quick way to address homelessness in a stable, compassionate response.
Thank you so much for your deputation. The next speaker is Sébastien Desormier, and then we have Asa Lavoie and Saleh Sheikh. Welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Sebastian. I'm here today as a member of Toronto Underhoused and Homeless Union, and also as someone with direct lived experience of homelessness in the city for 5 long years. I've only recently been housed, but I'm paying full market rent while surviving on ODSP. That means my entire check goes straight to rent. Every month is survival mode. Throughout my time being unhoused, I never stayed in a shelter, not because I didn't try, but because the system had no availability. I've spent hours and days calling central intake. In January, I made 107 calls in 7 days, not one bed. I eventually gave up. Although open data guidelines recommended daily follow-ups for those seeking shelter, I was informed by Shelter Management Information System operators that callers are often instructed to call back every hour. This not only made it harder to get help, but showed how far the system's actual practice is from the policies meant to support people like me. When the shelters failed me, I turned to the only place I could find that felt somewhat safe, Pearson Airport. Yeah, Pearson. During the winter, it was warm, there were bathrooms, and the environment made it feel like I could actually sleep without fear. That was my safest option, a public airport. This month, I called Central Intake again on Monday, July the 7th, to see if conditions have improved. The wait time was 92 minutes. Unacceptably long, especially during July, which the city's data shows that as the quietest month for shelter demand. If this is the best case scenario, what happens in colder months? I'm not here to point fingers at shelter staff or frontline workers. Many of them are doing their best, but the system is actually not working. People are being left outside in crisis because the infrastructure just isn't there. I have 3 recommendations. fix central intake, add a callback system for 7 days so that people don't have to call hundreds of times to maybe get a bed. If space opens up, call them back. This is basic technology and basic dignity. Include an average wait time data table in Toronto's open data portal to provide public visibility into service delays. 3, involve people with lived experience in the planning and evaluation of housing and shelter services. We know what's working, and most importantly, what's not. We need real investment in deeply affordable housing. We need shelter systems that respond to people when they need help, not after 107 calls. And most of all, we need you, the decision makers, to see us not as statistics, but as neighbors. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for being here and for sharing your own experience. Remember, everyone, no applause. Asa Lavoie, Saleh Sheikh, and then Lynn Walker. Is Asa Lavoie here?
So he's not feeling well. I have his piece on paper if I can pass it along.
Yes, you can submit it with the clerk and it will be, thank you. So we'll go next to Saleh. Welcome to committee, and then followed by Lynn Walker and then Savannah Wilson. Is Saleh still here? Just stepped out?
Sorry, that's
Saleh.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, what about Asa Lavoie?
Oh, yep.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Welcome to committee, Asa.
Thank you.
You have 3 minutes.
Hi. My name is Asil Lavoie. I have experienced homelessness off and on for 35 years. I was diagnosed 32 years ago with MS, with fibromyalgia and PTSD 3 years ago. I currently live in a shelter on the west side of the city. People with disability, like myself, are often treated as if our needs are extra burden, as if we are not people who should have choices or dignity in our daily lives. It is as if people do not recognize us as full humans with skills and gifts. I am an executive member of the Toronto Underhoused and Homelessness Union. I am a volunteer. I have worked for nonprofit organization. I watched out for my friends and take care of people. I am a human, and yet I feel like I'm constantly fighting for myself and for my friends to experience basic dignity. It has been very difficult to get into a shelter, and once you are in, you feel very stuck. It takes 2 hours on transit, one way, just to come here, meeting today. Physically, I cannot work much due to my condition. I worked a part-time job recently, which was the maximum I could do. I did a good job at this role, but even if that job paid double what I made, I could never have made enough to live on. To be able to move on my own, the only possibility for housing that I have is to get very lucky and get in a subsidy program that will cover most of the cost of my rent, or get into supportive housing, or TCHC, both of which have wait list for many years. The income I have on ODSP does not even cover my basic needs, let alone help me get on my feet and get housed. Every step we take feels like an uphill battle with extra hoops to jump through. Just to access the simplest form of support is to make a whole year to get approved for ODSP, requiring countless appointments and repeated proof of my disability. Things have gotten worse over the years. Many programs and support we rely on have disappeared, leaving us with very few options. People with disability and all of people who are unhoused deserve shelter and untimely housing. It is the very least we need to live a good life.
Thank
We are
you.
not a burden in our community. We are an asset. We must see City Council aggressively act immediately, building shelter and deeply affordable housing, and our lives depend on.
Thank you so much for your deputation and for being here to share your experience. Lynn Walker is next, followed by Savannah Wilson, and then Eric Cohen. Welcome, Lynn Walker. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, I didn't want this chair. Hello, my name is Lynn Walker, and I am an executive member of the Toronto Underhouse and Homeless Union. I moved back to Toronto in 2012 and lived on the first floor of a bungalow with my son. One day we received a notice claiming we hadn't paid the rent, even though we always had the rent. We had to go to tribunals, so I took pictures, and because of that, we won the case, but had 2.5 months to move out. I found a new place and lived there for 6 years, until my landlady began intimidating me. She entered my unit without permission, banged on my door aggressively, and made me feel unsafe. She even stole my mail and locked the mailbox. The stress became so overwhelming that I began sleeping downtown on the street. I stayed on my son's floor, spent a couple of weeks with my great niece, and eventually moved into a tent in Allen Gardens Park on September the 15th, 2021, and left 2 years later. Others were already living there, and as more people arrived, we formed a community. We shared food, clothes, and whatever we had. I became friends with Indigenous community members who gathered to share stories, laughter, and warmth. On November the 22nd of 2021, I went to the hospital with severe foot pain and found out I had frostbite. I've experienced this many, many times over. The weather was often dangerously cold, with extreme cold weather warnings reaching -30 below. I had a list of warming centers, but many were full or too far away. I once traveled a long distance to one listed as open, only to find out it hasn't been a warming center for years. The outdated information left me feeling hopeless. I screamed at the top of my lungs, overwhelmed and far from my tent in Allen Gardens.
Can I ask you to pause for 1 second, and we'll say that's the end of your time, and then I will ask you this question. Can you please finish your statement? And I went into questions. Take your time.
In March 2022, after my second eviction, in March 2022, was my second eviction, and I also won that as well. But before the eviction, I was already living in Allen Gardens. Most people in the park were caring. Some were highly educated. Many had lost jobs, fled abuse, or were coping with trauma or grief. Despite everything, we helped each other, shared food, water, clothing, and support. We were in survival mode, and yet we were portrayed as lazy or unwilling to help ourselves. It's easier to write us off which is why I'm here. I'm speaking for the thousands of people who are currently homeless, who, like me, have fallen on hard times. They need real housing options now, before it's too late. During my time at Allen Gardens, many people died due to freezing, violence, suicide, and overdoses. Some lives were saved thanks to naloxone and our mutual aid, but too many didn't make it. We must demand urgent investment, suitable subsidized housing now. We cannot afford any more delays. Thank you very much for your time.
Savannah Wilson is next, then Eric Cohen. And I don't think that we're going to have more. We may only get through Savannah. We'll get through Eric Cohen and then Shannon Spencer potentially. Go ahead. Welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm here on behalf of the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness, a community-based collective impact organization that works with the City of Toronto on homelessness system planning. We co-convene the Shelter Housing Advisory Committee and support the Non-Indigenous Community Advisory Board to the city's Reaching Home funded programs. I also sat on the Street Needs Assessment Advisory Committee to support its undertaking. I am here today to express strong support for the Homelessness Services Capital Infrastructure Strategy Report, specifically for the site locations announced and the continued delegated authority for city staff to site those shelter and respite services. And I'm also here to support the implementation of a pilot to explore the viability and success of cabin communities. The HSIS importantly amplifies the need to ensure that all future investments into shelter are rooted in proactive, long-term capital planning and needs-based decision-making. This allows providers of support to better understand and respond to the unique needs of shelter users, and a well-designed and purpose-built model for the shelter system will improve access to safer spaces and to appropriate services. It will better support people's journeys towards stable and permanent housing. As the Street Needs Assessment has shown, homelessness has increased in the last 3 years significantly, and this calls for urgent and immediate action on HSIS. Shelter locations should never be a political decision. They should be a strategic decision grounded in data and driven by need. When decisions about where to locate shelters are delayed or derailed by political pressure, the consequences fall directly upon those with the least power. People who are sleeping outside, people in parks, in stairwells, sleeping on transit. Delegated authority empowers city staff to act based on the urgency, like the Street Needs Assessment has shown we require, and based on evidence and equity rather than on politics and individuals. The 7 new shelter sites announced since December involve extensive research and assessment for viability and appropriateness and response to community needs. We're in strong support of those locations, and as earlier deputants have named, they must be in all wards. We also want to express our support for the micro-shelter pilot initiative and commend the ongoing and continuous advocacy of folks we heard from today. It is an evidence-based strategy and a rights-based consideration in developing this model. While we do recommend that the city reconsider the pilot being undertaken on city-owned land and that would better resource and evaluate the pilot, we support the release of an EOI for partner-led cabin communities. We look forward to reports from that work and want to recognize that this is an innovative and important addition to the housing continuum, and it provides low-barrier, private, and safer alternatives for people excluded from traditional shelter environments. We are disheartened but unsurprised by the results of the Street Needs Assessment, and just want to name finally, we know the solution to homelessness. It is housing. We failed to provide adequate and affordable supportive housing. We are under-resourcing health services and stand idly by as actors dismantle and threaten life-saving harm reduction services. The path forward is clear, sustained, collaborative efforts towards housing. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Eric Cohen, welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Eric Cohen, and I've been involved as a volunteer in the affordable housing sector in Toronto for about 20 years, as well as being on the board of the Ontario Nonprofit Housing Association. I'm currently Vice President of Richford Community Homes. We're a private nonprofit affordable housing provider in Scarborough. We currently own and operate 600 apartment units in 3 towers and 112 townhouses. And we have 2 new towers under construction, which will add another 300 affordable units when they're completed, hopefully later next year. I'd like to thank Shelter and Support Services for this report. I was actually both surprised and satisfied when I read through the report on homelessness. Surprised at the increase in numbers, although I really shouldn't have been because I see it, on our streets. But also satisfied the city is taking some significant actions to deal with this scourge of homelessness. There's a clear, urgent need for more purpose-built shelter space across the city. The idea of going with smaller buildings spread across the city is a good way to develop necessary sites more quickly and avoid some of the challenges that the larger hotel sites have been facing. It allows them to focus on specific issues and also monitor and assist the residents much more easily. When I talk to people about this, I hear over and over again from citizens of Toronto that they all agree there's a homelessness and affordable housing crisis in the city. They all agree that more shelters should be built, but it's always build them somewhere over there. Build them far away from where I live because we don't need it where I am. Definitely not anywhere near where I live. And you can see that when I looked at the form letters sent into this committee for today's meeting. Most of them say, great idea, just build it far away from me, somewhere over there, and not around any schools. Well, I've yet to find a neighborhood in the city that doesn't have a school in it. You really can't find spaces that aren't around schools. But the reality is they have to be everywhere to meet the needs of the city, with good operators and programs to help deal with issues, help people find employment where possible, and find affordable housing. The report did talk a lot about the lack of affordable housing as a key factor behind this increase. As a private affordable housing provider, I know that our definition of affordable doesn't make it affordable to everybody. But we also have to be fiscally responsible. We can't be operating at a loss. So one option is for the city to increase its RGI funding and have transferable subsidies to people that are looking for affordable housing, and especially people experiencing homelessness. You can subsidize somebody with a subsidy of $1,000 a month, works out at about $30 a day, which is far less than you're paying now for the shelter services for these people. And it allows us also to provide housing for more people that need this type of affordable housing. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your deputation. Very on time. However, we don't have enough to accommodate another speaker at this time. We have a break until 1:30 p.m. This is the way the rules of procedure, so I appreciate everyone being here, and we will reconvene at 1:30 for the rest of the speakers and the rest of the committee agenda. Oh, we have quorum. It looks like we have quorum. Councilors that are online, please turn your camera on so we can begin deputations. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Malik. Councilor Mantis, when you're able, if you turn your camera on, we can start deputations again and get through this agenda. Thank you. We have quorum, and we're going to proceed with the next deputants. We're going to continue with the shelter item. I'm going to call your name, and if you're ready to speak, put up your hand if you can hear me. Thank you. Shannon Spencer, followed by Diane Chan McNally, and is Shannon here? Oh, wow, how efficient. You have 3 minutes. Welcome to committee.
Support for the city's homelessness services capital infrastructure strategy and the development of purpose-built shelters across Toronto. I am here on behalf of Right to Housing Toronto, which is a network advocating for a human rights-based approach to housing in the Housing TO 2020-2030 Action Plan. I am not only a representative of the network, but also someone who has close friends who have experienced homelessness. This issue is deeply personal, and it is about dignity, safety, and justice for people in our communities. The findings in the 2024 Street Needs Assessment paints a stark picture of our city's homelessness crisis. As of October 2024, over 15,000 people are experiencing homelessness, a number that has more than doubled in just 3 years. More than 1,600 people were living outdoors, unsheltered and susceptible to harsh and unpredictable weather events. Just last week, we faced record-breaking heat that made me, a Caribbean-born woman, feel uncomfortable. For people without shelter, these weather events are not just uncomfortable, but life-threatening, with increased risk of dehydration, heat stroke, and other medical emergencies. Unsheltered people represent our community members, real people, who who deserve safe, accessible, and adequate shelter. Homelessness is a direct result of underinvestment, policy gaps, and systemic barriers. The root causes outlined in the assessment are clear. It points to the steep and rapid increase in rental costs, the erosion of income supports, and a widening affordability gap. Simultaneously, evictions are occurring at an increasing rate while affordable housing continues to diminish. My dear friend is living proof of this crisis. She was forced to leave an abusive family situation and quickly found herself without stable shelter. Although she was employed, it wasn't enough for rent in Toronto. With no shelter space available, she was left to move between couches, her physical and mental health deteriorating as a result. This should not be happening in our city. The government has an obligation to ensure its policies and infrastructure meets the needs of everyone, including the most vulnerable. We support this strategy and urge the city to deliver 1,600 shelter spaces with urgency, prioritizing permanent, purpose-built, and community-integrated facilities, meaningfully engage shelter residents, particularly those from equity-deserving groups, during the implementation of this strategy, ensure the strategy is linked to long-term housing solutions, including the expansion of diverse, affordable, and supportive housing options, rental assistance, and pathways to permanent housing and ownership. Align this plan with the Housing TO Action Plan and other citywide strategies to ensure a coordinated, right-based response to homelessness. Again, I repeat, the government is obligated to prioritize the needs of those most impacted by this crisis and ensure access to shelters all across all wards in the city. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Next is Diana Chan McNally, followed by Michael Hoffman. Welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you so much. So the situation of homelessness in Toronto is completely untenable. I don't have to tell any of you that. With a population size of just under 3 million, we have an estimated 15,418 homeless people, and this is likely an undercount. I am devastated by these numbers, but I am also not surprised by them. Having worked frontline since 2014, I have seen firsthand how the context of homelessness has shifted and grown into an absolute catastrophe. But this isn't just in Toronto. In Hamilton, homelessness has increased by 31% since 2021. In Guelph, 33% in 1 year. This is a devastating problem across the province, and it speaks to policy failures largely at the provincial level that have accelerated homelessness across the province. Inadequate rates of OW and ODSP, unaffordable housing and uncontrolled skyrocketing rents, lack of access to healthcare, growing unemployment, and a lack of decent jobs and wages. These are issues that impact refugees and Canadian-born folks alike, citizens as well. So as I depute to you, I want to affirm that the problem is created largely by the province. I also acknowledge that the city has vastly increased its resources to address homelessness in the wake of these provincial failures, including by developing new shelters through the Homelessness Services Capital Infrastructure Plan. It is clear that homelessness is an emergency as well as a human rights disaster, and as an emergency, it cannot be politicized. Shelters as emergency infrastructure must continue to exist by right. We would not allow the construction of a hospital or a fire hall to be politicized and subsequently shut down by angry opponents. A hospital and a fire hall, that is life-saving infrastructure, and so is a shelter. In fact, we cannot allow some constituents to push our public services toward violating people's fundamental right to safe shelter and housing. We have a legal and moral obligation to protect and uphold these rights. This is why we must allow staff to continue having delegated authority to build shelters where they are needed and for the process to remain apolitical. I trust staff's expertise. So should everyone here. Are shelters the answer? Housing, we know, is the ultimate solution, but shelters are where people find connection to the resources they need to secure housing. Can shelters be made safer? Absolutely. And to assist with this, the city must create an advisory of unhoused people to have meaningful input and control over the Toronto shelter standards and their implementation. And in fact, you've actually budgeted for this in 2025, but is yet to materialize. Can the city do more? Yes, of course. And this would include moving forward with the plan to pilot micro-shelters in conjunction with an agency partner. And with the number of unsheltered Torontonians growing by 200% since 2018, the city must also be vigilant to not engage in coercive and forced encampment evictions. I have often been critical of the city, but when you work in the interests of your homeless residents and collective welfare, I will always support you and your work. Today, I affirm my support for the Shelter Infrastructure Plan and for a depoliticized shelter selection process. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. The next deputant is Michael Hoffman, and then I'm going to call Nicholas Christou.
Hello.
Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Madam Chairperson, I'm Michael Hoffman. I don't represent any group. I'm just a resident of the city, and I see the evidence of homelessness every day. I see it in the encampments near my home, at the supervised consumption site near my child's school, in the police tape marking the killing of an unhoused person at my work. Homelessness in Toronto is an emergency. Everyone can see it. We all need to treat it like the emergency it is. I strongly support the staff report in general and the described shelter locations in particular. But given the emergency, I would ask councilors, please direct staff to double the number of new shelters beds planned. We need to do more faster. Homeless people experience mental health challenges. It is convenient to say that investments in mental health should be made instead of addressing homelessness. Convenient because, of course, that's someone else's problem. But mental health challenges are a common result of homelessness. Try living on the street for a few weeks and see whether you experience any challenges to your mental health. I know I would. The solution to mental health challenges in the unhoused must include secure roofs over their heads. This is the responsibility of the City of Toronto and every part of the City of Toronto. We do not get to veto shelters near where we live. As the parent of a small child, I understand why some might not want shelters near schools. But one of the best things about Toronto is that there are schools everywhere. We have to recognize that putting shelters absolutely nowhere near anyone is not realistic. Shelters need to be where there are other services, where people can get to them, where people can get to their existing community. I strongly support the staff report. I hope that you will keep this a depoliticized process. I was really disappointed to hear some of the comments earlier about some of the disrespect and frankly shameful actions by people living near proposed shelter locations. You know, you can't have a community consultation process that allows that kind of disrespect and foments that kind of harassment that was described by Ms. Gash. We can't have that. So I would ask that you keep a depoliticized process. We need more shelters now. Please ask for the number of shelters to be doubled. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your deputation. I'm going to call the next deputant, Nicholas Christou. Not online. The next then will be Melissa Wong.
Are we still going to get this in a separate report?
Thank you very much. Melissa Wong, you have 3 minutes. Welcome to committee.
Good afternoon, Chair, Councillor Bravo, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Melissa Wong. I'm the Director of Engagement and Strategic Initiatives at Social Planning Toronto, and I'm here to express strong support for the city's efforts to expand shelter infrastructure and to urge urgency and investment in the Homeless Services Capital Infrastructure Strategy. The 2024 Street Needs Assessment should be a rallying cry for City Council and really all of Toronto to urgently address homelessness in our city. As of October 2024, more than 15,400 people were experiencing homelessness every night in Toronto, and over 1,600 of those are sleeping outdoors. This is a 77% increase in only 7 years. Black, Indigenous, racialized, and 2S LGBTQ+ individuals are disproportionately represented among the unhoused. These are real people, including children and families without the safety and stability of a permanent home. I want us to take a minute to reflect on some of the weather the city's experienced since last October. We felt wind chills as low as -35 degrees and a humidex as high as 40 degrees. Encampments cannot protect people from frostbite, heat, stroke, or flooding. And this is a problem that is not going away. It is born out of a lack of real rent control, stagnating social assistance rates, and decades of insufficient investment in affordable housing. Homelessness is no longer a downtown problem. It's a citywide challenge that requires a citywide response. The Housing TO 2020 to 2030 Action Plan specifically noted a lack of support services for homeless Torontonians outside of the downtown core. The plan to add 1,600 permanent purpose-built shelter spaces across the city is critical. Shelters are a necessary and important part of the housing spectrum. City staff have developed a strategic and smart plan to create smaller, community-integrated shelters that are safer and more accessible. As this strategy rolls out, I encourage City Council to pursue ongoing consultation with people with lived experience of homelessness, including people with disabilities, Black, Indigenous, and 2S LGBTQ+ communities, and consider addressing service gaps by providing medically supervised services for individuals being discharged from hospital. As the saying goes, time is money. The Street Needs Assessment has found that every month that one of these new 80-bed shelters is delayed, it will cost the city $280,000 in lost cost efficiencies. And of the total $674 million projected costs, only $258 million has been funded to date. And so we urge the city to continue advocating for full federal support and to move with urgency. Shelters are not a complete solution, but they are a critical step. They offer safety, stability, and connection to housing, health, and harm reduction supports, and they save lives. Please fully support this infrastructure strategy, expedite the development of permanent shelters, and ensure that services are designed with and for those most affected. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your deputation. Nicholas Christou has now been able to join, so welcome to committee, Nicholas. You have 3 minutes. Hello, Nicholas.
Hello there. Can you hear me?
We can. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Hi there. So my name is Nicholas Christou. I'm a resident of York Center, and I wanted to join today to express my support for increasing access to help for shelter infrastructure for Torontonians experiencing homelessness. And I want to share a letter I got in my mail from my Member of Parliament, Roman Baber, along with Councillor James Pasternak and MPP Michael Kersner, my Member of Parliament, Roman Baber. They are all opposed to these shelters, and I feel that this is deeply unsettling and cruel. In fact, I want to highlight here at the bottom of the letter, it says, "Let's fight against a homeless shelter in Downsview." And to that, I find that shocking, to take a position of fighting and opposing those who are desperate and only in need of our love and compassion. And I'm deeply ashamed by my elected officials, and I feel that they should feel ashamed too. And I'm deeply offended by their position on that. And I wanted to emphasize that, especially the shelter at 1220 Wilson Avenue, in which they oppose, I support. It's directly across from Humber River Hospital, which would allow for better access to healthcare support and services, which many people experiencing homelessness rely on. And I think it's a terrible position to fully oppose it based off a few concerns. I think some of their concerns are valid. However, as the 3 levels of government in charge of my riding, they should be doing more than just simply opposing it because they don't like it. They should be working with community members and with residents and with other staff to figure out ways to implement this that would benefit all. We really need to focus on and view homelessness as a result of a lack of action from our government and not as a problem of people themselves. I have family and friends who've experienced homelessness. I myself have almost been homeless. It can happen to anyone, and it's just as invisible as it can be visible. And so for that, not that they're in this meeting, but I hope that they will reconsider their actions and their stance on this motion and action. And again, I just want to say that I deeply support the ECDC's move to advance homeless infrastructure. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for being here and for representing York Center in this way. There's a lot of dittos in the committee for you, Nicholas. Yvonne Jessom is online. Welcome to committee, Yvonne. You have 3 minutes.
Hi there, my name is Yvonne Jessom, and I'm the housing manager from the Ally Center of Cape Breton. I want to share with you guys some stats that are like tangible from our Pallet Village that opened 9 months ago. Would it be possible for me to share my screen?
Yes.
Perfect.
I'm just going to pause your time.
Perfect.
You've been
Thank
provided
you.
permission.
Okay. Can you guys see that?
We cannot see anything yet, but you have been made. You should have permission to share.
It should be up.
We can see your screen. Go ahead, please continue.
Okay, perfect. So we just want to reach out on behalf of our shelter, which has been open for not even quite 9 months yet, and we'd like to show the actual tangible impacts that we've seen from being able to provide people, I think you guys are calling them micro shelters, so the Pallet Village. So we have 35 temporary beds at our village. There's 24/7 staffing around the clock. We have a manager on site and supervisors on every single shift. Below you can see our overall stats. You can see in our demographics that our Indigenous population is deeply misrepresented or overrepresented in our population compared to the general population of Cape Breton. We have a 22% Indigenous population in the village, whereas in the broader community, it's only 7.6%. We have our stats there on our gender, again, mostly males. And then if you go down, probably the most important stat is that since opening, we have had 91 unique individuals living in the village. And of those 91 individuals, 39 of those folks have gained permanent housing. So that means 43%, or roughly 4.3 people per month, were housed in our area, which has a rental vacancy rate of only 0.8%. So that is an unbelievable stat, as housing people has been by far the hardest part of our homelessness crisis. We've served individuals ranging from 19 years old, which is the youngest that our village accepts, but we've had people younger than 19 try to apply to get in. And we've served individuals up to the age of 79. And that's just since opening October 22nd, 2024. In our employment, you'll see that we have had individuals ranging from full-time, part-time employment, peer support work, and educational development. And 19 individuals have gained and maintained valuable workforce skills throughout their time at the village. We've been able to offer a deep variety of services on site at our village. We've been able to provide folks with healthcare, Meals on Wheels, cell phones, and Chromebooks. We've provided them bus passes, multiple workshops. We have social work on site to help folks with anything they may identify as additional needs. We have a bicycle program to give folks an additional means of transportation. We're able to connect people with Housing First, provide case management. We have harm reduction supplies on site, laundry facility, and 24/7 access to support staff. We've noticed that the average length of stay out of all of our individuals who have moved on from the village has been 97.84 days.
Thank you. You're just
No
at
problem.
time. Can you wrap up, please? Thank you very much. I noticed that there's another deputant also from Cape Breton, and I'll ask yourself, Yvonne, or Megan Peters can answer the question. I know that I have a couple of questions about your deputation. So thank you for sharing that information with us. We've noticed a few of the speakers have come from cities that are quite a bit smaller than Toronto, which is a population of 3 million. Was there any challenge in finding land to operate this out of in Cape Breton?
Absolutely, I can speak to that. It's Megan Peters speaking. I'm the operation manager.
All of the things that were talked about today with community consultation as well as finding land has been a challenge. I think what has been made a noticeable change is our organization, as well as other community social entrepreneurs, have come together, and people who were unhoused came together. We went down to City Hall, and we really just made a presence known of the need for this. So we continue to this day to come up with consultation problems and conversations, but the need outweighed anything.
Okay, thank you, because our report says that there've been, I believe, 44 sites investigated, and every single location is actually going to be used for affordable housing, for shelter, or other city uses. But I appreciate seeing your work, and thank you very much. I don't see any other questions. The next speaker is Megan Peters, also online.
That's me. Yeah, that's me, so I can finish. So mine won't be as long. So I just want to say thank you for being here. I'm here in solidarity with the frontline workers that
I'm sorry, we're not able to do that in our procedures. You can't read someone else's deputation. Oh, you're Megan.
Yeah.
Oh, you're together. Sorry. Yeah. Other people can hear better in this room than I can. Probably I've been to, it's a little bit tinny, I've been to too many shows. Go ahead, Megan, I'll restart your time.
Okay, thank you. So I'm here in solidarity for those who work in the front lines and do the work every day. I'm here for the voices of people who have been unheard. And I want to say that we all have the opportunity to save lives and to be active citizens when it comes to representing a community. And with that is, if we don't represent the most vulnerable people in our society, we are not doing our just cause in civil society. I want to say it is a human rights to have housing. We pride ourselves on being a society that has led the way for many things. And if we don't take care of our people, then we are on the opposite side of what we say we are supposed to do for democracy. And I want to say that I've been able to see the privilege of so many people strive when they spend most of their days struggling to survive and be heard. They are now having the determinant health met because they have the buy-in. I've seen connections from frontline workers who have also had lived experience and who have paved the way to understanding. And without that buy-in and community support, we wouldn't be able to do that. So I want to remind everybody here today and everybody that makes a decision, the decision you're making today is just not arbitrary. It's someone's life. You would want the same thing done for yourself, for your family, and for your loved ones. And I hope that you guys really consider the impacts of what the evidence has proven moving forward. And remember, we all have the ability to change. We ask individuals to change rapidly and daily, and we expect that from them. And if we don't expect the system to change in the same format that we ask individuals to change, that we are not representing democracy or justice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. From Cape Breton, thank you. Appreciate that. Joy Connolly is next, followed by Dr. Abdul Hai Patel, who is online, I'm guessing? Not yet? And following that is Joanne Stevenson. Welcome, Joy, to committee. You have 3 minutes.
Firstly, congratulate the staff on this important and ambitious plan. My name is Joy Connolly. I'm a member of the city's Housing Rights Advisory Committee, as well as Right to Housing TO.
I'm just going to pause your time for a second. Can we turn up Joy's mic, please? Thank you so much. It's as high as it will go? Okay, thank you. Let's try again. Continue, please.
Okay, but I'm here today on my own behalf as someone with a 45-year-long career in affordable housing, a career that included coordinating 7 or 8 community engagement efforts related to homeless shelters or deeply affordable housing. For the most part, it was interesting work, and it did mollify the neighbors. But honestly, I can't think of a single recommendation from neighbors that actually improved the shelter's design, operations, or the well-being of the people served. That's not a criticism. Living near a shelter certainly doesn't turn you into an expert. We did see objections to the shelter decline over time, but I don't think it was because of the engagement process. I think it was because the horrors neighbors imagined simply did not materialize. So why do we consult? And especially, why do we do it when the staff tells us that every month's delay will cost the city $280,000 in foregone operating cost efficiencies. I think the main reason we host these consultations is that residents associations and other community groups believe it is their right to have a say on where shelters should be located and who they serve. In fact, no such right exists, just the opposite. The Ontario Human Rights Code prohibits discrimination and accommodation on 16 grounds that collectively pretty much cover the range of people who need shelters. There's a lot of information published by the Ontario Human Rights Commission and other human rights organizations on this topic, but I think former Ontario Human Rights Commissioner Barbara Hall summed it up best. The bottom line is that people do not have the right to choose their neighbors. Is there a role for people who live nearby? Absolutely. And the role is neighbor. So here's an example from my own neighborhood. One day I found an invitation in my mailbox. It said, "Show us the littlest shelter, what a caring community looks like," along with background information about the shelter and details about a late afternoon party. I and about 60 neighbors went to that party. There were speeches, there was a welcome banner that we could write our greetings, there was a number we could call if we had any concerns. We ate cake. It was lovely. This was a building 4 stories high, takes up a third of the block, backs onto an elementary schoolyard, all the things that we hear as concerns. Any problems? None at all. So, how to proceed? I think it's not easy for you councillors to just take a hit for supporting a new shelter when your constituents want it to go away. And I also think it's frustrating for concerned citizens to take time to come out to meetings, sign petitions and so on, and feel accurately that they're not getting anywhere. But I do think there is value in pointing out truthfully that regardless of your own personal views, the law is the law.
Please wrap up.
And to councillors, I want to say there are a lot of people here who want to support you. So ask us. We're here.
Thank you very much for your deputation. Asked and answered. So is Dr. Patel online? Thank you. Dr. Abdul Hai Patel, welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and councillors. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present a compassionate call for culturally sensitive aid to shelters. Across our communities, shelters provide critical refuge, safe space, warmth, dignity for those experiencing unimaginable hardship. But here is what we often overlook. Culture matters. When someone walks into a shelter, they don't leave behind their language, their traditions, their dietary practices, their faith. These are not luxuries, they are lifelines. Imagine seeking help and being met with unfamiliar food, unable to speak your truth in your own language, or facing customs that unintentionally invalidate your identity. For many newcomers, refugees, and marginalized groups, this happens far too often. The result? Isolation, distrust, and sometimes a decision to return to unsafe environments rather than feel embraced. Culturally sensitive aid is not just kind, it is strategic. It means shelters staffed by people who speak many languages, stocked with foods and supplies that respect diverse customs, and guided by training that equips workers to recognize and honor cultural trauma and resilience. Let us not just shelter bodies, but be shelter souls. Ansar Foundation has been in existence for over 20 years, serving the homeless and people in shelters with halal food. Ansar also serves many of the seniors, youth, and refugees in partnership with other organizations to provide culturally sensitive programs. We have access to several different ethnic communities and are able to serve them based on having the language skills that also allow the ability to understand unwritten codes and norms for different cultural communities. A great partnership with City to work with an established and dedicated group that desires to continue to serve all Canadians regardless of faith. Last Ramadan for Muslim inmates in the city shelters, we served over 9,000 iftar meals, fast-breaking meals, and the year before, 13,000. So we want to continue this partnership and offer our support to help meet the needs of the culture and faith that many residents occupy our shelters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Imam Patel. Could you tell us what area of the city you have been operating in or where you're seeing a need?
Well, our office is in Scarborough, but we operate all over the city, mostly downtown by the Maxwell Main shelter, as well as the other shelters that the city operates. We supply. We have been doing it since 2003.
Right. And do you see a need for shelter in Scarborough?
Yes, there is. In fact, I see homeless people in Scarborough, even in North York and other Etobicoke as well. But Scarborough definitely needs one.
Thank you very much for your time and for your deputation. Yeah. The next speaker is Joanne Stevenson. Joanne, is Joanne in the room or online? No. The next speaker is Karen Harrison, followed by Walid Kogali Ali, and then EJ Toop. Welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and committee. I am a Buddhist minister. My ancestors fought in the War of 1812. They were Indigenous. And I would like the City of Toronto to recognize what my dear friend Imam Hai Patel just mentioned. In Toronto, we have a no shelter system which is healthy for members of the Buddhist community. And it's horrific. My community have had no support in building affordable housing, and I work in healthcare. I'm also here as a member of my union, OCEU 1715. We're health and safety healthcare workers. I know, as a fact, there are many working adults in the shelter system today who are actually losing their jobs because they're in the shelter system. They're denied the right to go to their job and to have access to the things that they need to keep their job. And when they're in their shelters, they're told, well, can I speak to your boss? I need to have this and that. And so they're, like me today, I wasn't able to attend to my 1 o'clock patient. Recently, I worked for Princess Margaret Hospital. And I've worked clinically in clinics, treating about 30 to 40 patients a day. And in the clinic that I worked in, where we had physiotherapists, MDs, occupational therapists, all sorts of therapeutic nurses, 75% of those clinical workers, many of them female and single females, were underhoused or had no housing. We're seeing a growing need for single working adults and senior workers in this city. At the WSIB, we're seeing senior workers being denied access to healthcare, to benefits, and to dignity. The shelter system is not providing it. We know City of Toronto employees who get injured with cases of carpal tunnel and other injuries are sometimes becoming homeless, not able to tell the city about their housing situation. We know this is also happening to nurses and other professional workers in this city. I would like to see the City of Toronto step up and recognize how can we have economic development when our workers don't even have housing? How can a professional do their CEU and studies if they're in a shelter?
Thank you. Please wrap up.
And I would like the City of Toronto to recognize May as the month of Buddhist Heritage Month, just like the City of Mississauga has recently done to help my religious community. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. The next speaker is Wali Kogali Ali, then EJ Toop, then Philip Mills. Welcome to committee, Walid Kogali Ali. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. Just want to start off by acknowledging we had members of the Crisis in the City Network who've been instrumental in making sure the recommendations related to a shelter system is effective. And want to also start off by saying that I'm speaking on behalf of Neighborhood Pods TO, a network of grassroots organizations, resident leaders, and community workers dedicated to improving the social and economic well-being of low-income Torontonians. We strongly support the city's homelessness services capital infrastructure strategy and urge bold, timely action to ensure every resident, regardless of income or status, has access to safe shelter and stable housing. The 2024 Street Needs Assessment confirms that what we see every day. Our shelter system is overwhelmed and people are being left behind. We commend the city for moving away from temporary hotel sites towards permanent purpose-built shelters, but this work must move faster. The needs are urgent and growing. I'll briefly highlight 3 key recommendations. Recommendation 1, shelters must lead somewhere. Shelters are life-saving, but not a solution on their own. We urge accelerated investments in rent gear to income and supportive housing so people can move from emergency spaces into stable homes. 2, we need to act now. We need to leverage the market conditions. Toronto's softening condo market is an opportunity. The city should consider purchasing or leasing blocks of new condos for refugee claimants, seniors, and families, ideally managed by co-ops or non-for-profits. This will deliver housing now, not years from now. Thirdly, close the funding gap creatively. The $416 million shortfall can stall progress. We urge the city to explore bridge financing, philanthropic partnerships, and mobilizing reserves to move forward on shovel-ready sites. In closing, this crisis is not just about policy, it's about people. What we choose to build or delay today will determine who survives tomorrow. Neighborhood Pods TO is ready to partner with the city to support community-led, equity-driven solutions that deliver real housing and real dignity. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. The next speaker is EJ Tupe. Welcome to committee. EJ, you have 3 minutes.
Greetings, Madam Chair Bravo and committee. My name is EJ, and I'm speaking as an advocate, a resident of Leslieville, and director of our city initiative, an initiative for leadership development for faith-based urban practitioners. Some of my insights I'm sharing today are from friends and people in my community who are currently experiencing the plight of our overcrowded shelter system. They're unable to speak here today because they spend all of their energy trying to figure out where they're going to stay tonight and find whatever meager shelter situations they can find. But one of the things I'm advocating for today is for tiny homes to be strongly considered as part of a flexibility in this time of crisis. On a larger scale, based on the street needs assessment, there's an overarching theme that our current system is inadequate to address our contemporary issues. It's imperative for us to adopt creativity to better serve our marginalized Torontonians. And housing as a primary strategy works as every marginalized person in my life has gained extra capacity to change after having some semblance of housing security. This has been my experience in serving marginalized populations for over 21 years. This is not the complete solution, of course, as people on the margins are often socially compromised and require additional support, but we need a diversified approach, especially in this crisis moment, as the report speaks to a doubling of unhoused people from 2021 to 2024. The infrastructure to create shelters take too much time, and we need a more fluid approach to address urgent needs now, as I'm certain many other emergency sectors report to people using our emergency rooms, makeshift tents, airports, couch surfing as a means for people to merely survive. There are many reports to how these alternative means are costing the city more through our emergency systems being taxed, and tiny homes could be one additional tool, not the only tool that we can adopt, but one that the city can no longer ignore. I'm also suggesting a task force to be created to directly involve our underhoused friends to have a voice in finding solutions. I'm a board member at the Ralph Thornton Community Center, an AOC, and capturing the voices of our marginalized neighbors was crucial to our recent strategic planning session. I led our facilitation where they contributed to the formation of our strategic plan. This posture of inclusion should be a standard of care our city should adopt, and I'd implore are the voices of our marginalized neighbors to be included in the dialogue rather than decisions made for them without any consultations, as alluded to by the Street Needs Assessment Report. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your deputation, for coming to committee. Philip Mills will be followed by Rabina Subadar. Philip Mills, online. Welcome to committee, Philip. You have 3 minutes.
Scarborough Southwest.
Okay, go ahead. We hear you. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Philip Mills. I'm a resident of Scarborough Southwest. I really hope that my deputation isn't a waste of time because we've had great speakers from advocates, experts, and people living, with personal experiences. I don't have any of those. I really just would like to add my voice to the people who are supporting this. I just think it's important that we take care of our most vulnerable. That's really all I want to say.
Thank you so much for being here and for expressing that and for another voice from Scarborough. Much appreciated, Philip. Thank you. The next speaker is Rabina Subadar, followed by Garnet Lolar, and then Harriet Kane. Is Rabina Subadar here?
Hi, I'm here.
Hi, welcome, Rabina. Thank you for being here. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Rabina. I live in the Humber River Black Creek area, and I'm also here with TTC Riders, a volunteer-based transit advocacy group, and we support the micro-shelters. People are not safe when they are unsheltered, and public transit is not built to fill that gap. Yet the city has tolerated a violent narrative that turned public services, like public transit, into a political situation where you have allowed the use of these services to be equated with access to housing. TTC Riders did a safety report in 2023 that made it clear unhoused people are not the cause of violence on transit. They are among the most vulnerable to it, and violence against unhoused people is rising. While the city relies on overstretched shelters, closes shelter hotels, 24/7 respite centers, destroying encampments with their increased police budget, closing warming and cooling centers, adding more security to indoor public spaces, while removing seating in public spaces. To name a literal few, we have seen the TTC become a last resort shelter out of desperation. Micro-shelters offer a practical, low-barrier solution. Without safe indoor alternatives, programs have little impact if they cannot offer a place to go. You cannot keep scapegoating poor and unhoused people, and you cannot keep making them invisible when you feel entitled to talk about their drug use, mental health, and lack of support as public reasons to not support. These situations do not discriminate because of housing. These situations happen between closed doors of all of our homes to ourselves, to a loved one, or to someone we know. This is not a reason to refuse indoor safety. A lot of times, a lack of housing starts with displacement. In my own community, we have seen Toronto community housing be so violent in displacing residents for improvements to buildings. More than 700 residents were displaced during the pandemic, and nothing has been built to date, and residents have not returned. Where did they go? And so I think often about someone I met at Dufferin Mall who left an abusive relationship, lost their home because it was connected to their partner, and lost her job. She is now in a women's shelter. And when life became fragile, she is experiencing the worst of that fragility. I am not in a shelter, and that is a privilege, but I can understand how easy it is for life to take its worst on you. I got into a car accident, my place at my job became at risk because of an injury, my hands got corroded, and layers of my flesh melted off, and I was sick for months, and I lost my job too. However, I had a roof over my head, family, access to Wi-Fi, and it was warm. And I did not need to fight for the conditions of survival because I had them, and it helped with being able to rebuild my life. And so I will never understand what the girl I met is going through. I can't, but I know that if I had to fight for my basic right to live and be safe, I don't know where I would be today. So as a comrade mentioned before, it sits with me and it should sit with you. Housing is not political, it is an emergency
Please
that you
wrap
are
up.
failing to respond to as a basic human right. That's all. Thank you.
You very much for your deputation and also for representing North York. So Garnet Lolar, followed by Harriet Kane. Is Garnet here or online? Welcome, Garnet, to committee. Welcome,
Hello, can you hear me
Garnet. You
okay?
have 3 minutes, correct. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Garnet Lawler, and I'm speaking in support of accepting this report and advancing the city's homeless infrastructure strategy. I'm a volunteer with More Neighbors Toronto, but I come before you primarily as a high school teacher advocating for my students. I've personally worked with students experiencing homelessness who need programs just like this. I'll tell you about one, whose name I've anonymized to Anya. Anya graduated from high school 2 weeks ago from the school I teach at in the West End. Anya is a bright student, but also struggled with severe depression. We eventually came to understand she did not have a home to return to at the end of the day. For months, Anya struggled with homelessness, but while her school is surrounded by multi-million-dollar single-family homes, her only options were a nightly chance at squeezing a spot in overcapacity shelters clustered in the downtown, an impossible distance from her school, community, and supports. Despite homelessness exacerbating her depression, she survived through dark days and still managed to succeed in her courses. Eventually, city and school services, as well as luck, were able to align to stabilize her situation. I'm proud to share with you that Anya is going to TMU next year. But she isn't my first student who's experienced financial and shelter insecurity, and she certainly won't be the last. In fact, according to the street needs assessment we're discussing today, homelessness rates in the city have doubled in the last 4 years. Anya's success is a credit to her school and resiliency, but it cannot be overstated how critical it was to simply be lucky enough to survive and receive enough of the scarce opportunities for stability to step into a successful life as an active citizen of Toronto. For the majority of those experiencing homelessness, that's all they ask for. And it begins right here with you in City Council. Anya's story is unfortunately not unique. I'm advocating for people like her, my students, our neighbors, the people our children work and play with every day, to be given these opportunities to re-enter stable society and reach their potential. Toronto's consultation processes have done a stellar job in cementing the status quo for the homeless and for the housing crisis more broadly, in providing an easy method to resist change in neighborhoods. Councillors must have the courage and knowledge to assuage those fears and lead by example. Current residents in suburban neighborhoods, and especially homeowners, have outsized influence to preserve these locations in an amber, according to many academic studies on the demographics of who attends consultations in North America. But there will always be people with incredible potential in homeless situations like Anya's, and more of them as our city grows. Vulnerable people cannot advocate for their residency in neighborhoods Vulnerable people cannot advocate for the residency in neighborhoods they do not currently live in. They often don't have an address at all. Homelessness is not a problem only people in downtown Toronto experience. So why are we expecting our services to succeed when we, in practice, only allow them in the downtown? I urge Council to understand why we must advance our support for homelessness services, not out of pity or charity, but because we must acknowledge that the realities of our city have caused the cost of living and housing crises we're all experiencing today, and that it benefits everyone to have a robust, politically supported mechanism for vulnerable populations to achieve stability and have a path to successful citizenship. These opportunities will deliver a prosperous and equitable city for all if we give people like Anya a fighting chance. Please accept these reports and take to heart the recommendations therein. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. And our final deputant today is Harriet Kane. Welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes. Please proceed. Can you make sure, we're not going to start your time until you turn your mic on. There you go.
Privilege and opportunity to be a voice among many voices. Thank you so much. So today I want to look at experience from an experience point of view. For the last 35 years, I had my young son and I was living in a basement apartment. Everything was well, and I was promised that I would live there no time. And within a year, I had to vacate because the owner was going to be selling and there was no thing in place for me to put me, I was displaced. So I was told back then in the 90s that I can go to a shelter. I'm going to talk about a shelter in terms of that. That is also a stigma that I would like us to not, we have become desensitized to the word shelter. Shelter only deals with animals. Shelter does not deal with human beings. I'm just going to put it out there. So we need to get another name, another word to talk about how we are going to put human beings in housing, affordable RGI places where the accessibility. So I was back then in the 90s, lack of a better word, shelter. I was encouraged to go to the shelter because going to the shelter, I was going to be transitioning into housing, community housing within a short period of time. Back then, it was only, I think, 3 weeks. Now today, we have gone from the 20th century to the 20th century to the 21st century, and still our city councils, I share a thing with you that you're still using a manual that is outdated, literally outdated as in how would you able to feed address the people of our time with housing, not shelter, because our people on the street, not all of them are mentally harm reduction people. Some of us are homeless because we're living in vans, we're living in cars. It's not because we have a mental or drug problem. So today I didn't hear that conversation about those people, and also the homeless is about if you are still at home, you're just coming out of college, university, you don't have enough money to go somewhere, you're in debt, and you're homeless because you're still living, you want to go, but you're still living in your house, in somebody's house. That is true. For me now, as a senior, some of us are going to be homeless because we don't have a one bedroom, we don't have a bachelor, we're now living in rooms, which is very.
Just gonna ask you to start wrapping up. You're over time.
Thank you. So thank you so much for that, and also with the anti. I also want to address the anti instead of anti. I want to say that we are pro reductions. Instead of using the word anti because you're fighting against something. So instead of using anti, we also use pro reduction to address our situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your deputation. That concludes our deputations. Thank you very much to all the members of the public who patiently waited for all the hours to have your turn. We now have questions of staff. I see Councillor Holiday's visiting committee, so we'll go outside of committee first. Questions of staff, Councillor Holiday.
Thank you. The report before us contains HSCIS Site 8 through 20. When will those labels be identified either to members of council or to the public?
So through to you, Chair, as we identify properties and approach the closing on them and make them public, they would show up on our next annual infrastructure plan. So sometime in 2026, they'd be in the report, but we'd likely be public with more of them. We have 3 more we're identifying or trying to identify this year.
Sorry, I didn't catch the end there. And really more broadly, my question is what is the stage or status of the development of these sites? Surely they're more than just a label right now. They must be files in your office.
Yeah, so to the chair, I mean, we're working very closely with corporate real estate. And so at any one time, we're looking at a number of different properties across the city to either acquire or potentially other city-owned sites. Our goal was to cite 5 additional locations in 2025. We've identified 1 in your ward, as you know, Councillor, and so that would leave us with 4 more to identify this year. Apologies.
So what is the status of identifying those 4 more? Are you close? Have you started the work on them?
So to the Speaker, we're in various stages of identification, due diligence on properties, value assessments on some, but none have been closed real estate deals.
I had heard before that there was a concerted effort to distribute the sites across the geography of the city. Can you elaborate on that policy? And can you explain to me how these 20 sites relate to that geographic disbursement, in particular because you've only identified some of them?
So to the chair, it is a goal of this strategy to distribute as best we can these shelter services across the city. If you look at currently where shelters are dispersed, there's a concentration of them in 3 downtown wards. We talked a bit about that at our last council meeting. So there's a goal, or one of the goals of this strategy, to find and site shelter sites outside of where they're concentrated currently.
So what is the relationship of the shelter site on an individual basis to the community that it's located in?
What is the relation, pardon me?
Is there a relationship then to the shelter site that is being developed on an individual basis to the community, given that it's part of a network?
Yes, so to the chair, I mean, we identify people experiencing homelessness from all parts of the city. So the relationship ideally is that we establish a program or programs in wards across the city so people experiencing homelessness can stay in the communities that they know, have lived in, and have connections within.
Oh, okay, following that logic then, does that mean if there's 20 shelters, there would be 20 geographic regions that they serve, and everybody in those regions then has access to those services?
So to the chair, you know, we would hope that through this strategy, we would have a good distribution of the 20 sites across the city. Individuals who experience homelessness on any given night call us to determine bed availability, and they're supported to find the available shelter bed in the city.
So if I am from Etobicoke and I am in need of shelter, do I call up and say, hey, I'd like a West End shelter, please?
So to the chair, you could certainly request that, and depending on availability, we may or may not be able to match that desire.
And the availability is likely or unlikely, given from what I heard today? Because I heard the deputation. I think one guy said he was 140 times or something in a day.
Yeah, so to the chair, you know, we are running a full shelter system. There are every day over 100 and some odd callers that are not matched to a shelter bed. So if you were to call us, you may not get matched to the shelter bed of your choice on the first day, but having brought you into the system, you may work with a case manager to say, hey, I'd really like to move to shelter X in the west end of the city, and we would try to work to accommodate that.
Can I see the plan that shows the distribution of services? I know you would not be able to give me the sites because you told me you haven't developed them all. But, you know, site number 10 must have some target for some.
That's your last
user group.
question.
Could you explain to me the plan?
So to the chair, we'd be happy to show you the map of where shelters are currently concentrated within the city. And one could deduct by that where they're not concentrated, we are looking for shelter sites.
Thank you. Questions of staff, Councillor Moyes.
Thank you.
Followed by Vice Chair Carroll. Go ahead,
Madam Chair. So the data shows that there is reduction of underhoused people this year compared to last year, but there is an overrepresentation of people who are Indigenous, who are Black, who are 2S LGBTQ. What steps, if any, are you taking to right size and to help those particular groups to find both temporary and permanent housing?
So to the chair, you know, I think we have an opportunity now with this data to inform the types of programming we will stand up in the 20 new shelters. So as an example, 20% of the new sites, or 4 of the 20, will be run by Indigenous-led organizations, the first of which has been cited in North York. We've released a request for expression of interest to find an operator to run a Black-led or Black-mandated shelter. That will be part of this portfolio as well. So similarly, I think in the past we have opened, you know, we have 2 2S LGBT youth shelters. We have 1 adult shelter. We may need to, based on this data, expand programming in those areas as well.
Okay, that's very good. And so again, the report says that, you looked at micro shelters locations, but wasn't able to find any. How many acres would you need to actually have, how many acres would you need to actually have it functioning?
So to the chair, we'd estimated 1 acre based on some other proposals. Today we saw that maybe 3/4 of an acre may work for 50 cabins or micro shelters, but you could scale accordingly. If you had fewer cabins or micro shelters, you would need a smaller lot.
So what's one of the challenges that you encountered when trying to find a proper size or acreage?
So to the chair, I mean, one is about the size of the properties we're looking at. We've looked at the sites we procured already, and the number of cabins we could get on one of those sites was 20 max. So we're dealing with the situation of, do we proceed with a micro shelter community, or do we build a shelter, one at scale we can house between 50 and 80 people in? So that's been the dilemma to date with the sites that we've looked at.
And also too, if you were to build a micro shelter, it's not only building a micro shelter, I'm assuming that you need to have wraparound services for those communities as well, right?
Yeah, to the chair, wraparound supports. I think you need some communal space for washroom, showers, dining, recreation. That's right.
And just one final question. Have you looked at perhaps underutilized TTC parking lots?
So to the chair, no, I don't believe we have done that at this point.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, questions of staff?
Thank you. And I guess it's a follow-on to Councillor Moyes, because I want to get at where the land is available. It's awkward because today, and because we're talking with TSSS, we're mostly talking about shelters that are congregate types of shelters, of varying sizes of rooms, are we not? We haven't delved into transitional housing where you might have individualized units, like our modular housing program. That's not really being delivered by your infrastructure program. Am I right about that?
So to the chair, that's correct, although our new guidelines do look at smaller shared rooms, so between 2 and 4 people, for instance, per room, as opposed to what we might have seen in shelters of the past.
Yeah, that's what I have at that. I think that's part of the success in my suburban neighborhood, is that's the nature of the shelter, and the neighborhood members that go in to volunteer are surprised to find it has a better feel for the residents and those supporting them. So what do we know to inform us of this? We know we need 20 sites and their various types of congregate settings, 2 to a room, 4 to a room, and beyond. But what that does is help us to get people out of the hotels. Do you have a line of sight on, beyond that, what the plans are in the way of transitional housing, where they do get into individualized units? Because I understand that for many, that is now the challenge in asking them to transition out of a hotel.
So to the chair, we're not doing a lot of building of transitional housing right now. I mean, our goal within the housing TO plan is to build and have a stable shelter system, but then really focus in on supportive permanent housing for individuals as well as other rent geared to income housing, and then wrapping the supports around those individuals that move into those housing units.
Okay, and then just one other question. We've had fits and starts with the COB program, but it's the lifeblood of the intensive case managers. Where do we stand with the COB program now? Does it have a sunset? Do we have any idea with the new government in place, which means a new relationship between the provincial and federal government? Do we know? Do we have any hope of the COB program continuing to deliver that subsidy for use in shelters?
Doug Rollins, the Housing Secretary. Thank you for the question, Councillor, and through the chair. We are anticipating receiving the allocation for year 6 of the Canada-Ontario Housing Benefit. It has been delayed through the use of city resources and a commitment from Council in December. We were able to front-end the COB allocation to create spaces for approximately 500 individuals between May and June of this year. We are awaiting our allocation and in hopes that is sufficient enough to allow us to continue to move the COB benefit through the balance of the year. To your broader question about expectations, the COB is one program of about 4 under the National Housing Strategy, so our anticipation is the COB will continue in future years. The amount that we will receive is subject to bilateral negotiations between the province and feds, and the lack of insight into future year allocations creates challenges in deploying that. And as we've seen in the number, when our COB allocations have dwindled or expired, the amount of outflow from the shelter system has dramatically reduced.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik, questions of staff.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to hear more or hear again how city staff locate shelters, the criteria or the main criteria that's used to select the sites and the zoning required.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's Pat Matozo, Corporate Real Estate, Deputy Mayor. We go through a 2-step process. First, in terms of how we identify sites, we'll do a desktop analysis. We'll work with brokers across the city to identify sites, but from a process perspective, we'll do a site availability. We'll look at planning policies. We'll look at building size. We'll look at the functional program as well, location, transit, amenities. And once we've kind of create a funnel process to narrow it down to specific sites, then we'll do do a due diligence from a financial perspective, fair market assessments, site assessments, building code reviews. Look at if it's a purchase site, if it's an existing site, look at what the estimated cost for construction. So that's sort of the process we go through.
Thank you very much. I've been getting a lot of questions about shelters and how they follow harm reduction practices. Can you share a little bit more about why the shelters take this approach and how that looks, how the programs are handled?
Yeah, to the chair, it was probably at the height of the pandemic when we were seeing so many overdoses and unfortunately fatalities across the shelter system. We implemented a directive asking all of our shelters to adhere to a harm reduction approach. And basically, that means at a fundamental level, not judging people if they are using drugs and welcoming them to access the programs that we provide. In addition to that, it's linking people with a variety of substance use supports, up to and including referrals to supervised consumption sites if needed, and other health promotion type activities.
And what have you seen that's been a meaningful outcome from that?
So to you, Chair, thankfully we've seen fatalities across the shelter system come down significantly since these practices were rolled out. We've also deployed more peer workers within the shelter system, worked more closely with harm reduction professionals to support our programs. But that has been one of the biggest outcomes is fewer fatalities within the system.
Thank you. Building on some of the questions that have already been asked from with the numbers from the street needs assessment and keeping in mind what is planned through the shelter capital program, can you give us a sense of what progress that this will make on ensuring that no one in our city is sleeping outside or in public spaces?
So to the chair, this project will, of course, first of all, stabilize and allow us to exit some of the shelter hotels, which are precarious by nature of our leasing them. So that will make sure more beds are available for decades to come in these programs. The capital program will also introduce about 400 new spaces, which would be net new capacity to the system and would allow us to bring more people indoors from outdoors.
Thank you. Any other councillors with questions? We're only doing one round. We had 60 deputants today. I met Councillor Mountain online, member of the committee. You're good? Okay, thank you. So, sorry, I am going to suggest that we don't have a second round because we've been going since 9:30 and we're only on the third item of 12 items. So we'll be here till very late. All your questions can be asked to staff directly, so you can speak after.
So
Thank you.
Your ruling is to not provide the second round?
Absolutely. We have a lot of people waiting to depute, and we've cut deputations down to 3 minutes.
I'm aware.
Thanks.
I've been watching all day.
Okay. So thank you. For my first question has to do with the street needs assessment. One thing I noted is that people did not cite mental health challenges ranked lower as a cause of homelessness, lower than income, insufficient income, lower than eviction, and a lack of affordable housing. Is it fair to say that we could potentially draw the conclusion that there are many causes to homelessness, but that certainly being homeless can affect your mental health?
To the chair, yes, I think absolutely.
Okay, thank you. So a few of the solutions that were referenced were providing increasing income, providing low housing that people can afford, like rent geared to income, supportive housing, and then tenants needing support to deal with their landlords. This is something that did it surprise you to see how much landlords, illegal evictions or pressure on tenants to leave was making the situation worse?
So to you, Chair, I mean, all of the information is revealing. We do hear from folks in our system that have been evicted, but this data helps to confirm those assumptions.
Certainly it reinforces some of the deputations that we heard that it can happen to anyone. Moving on to how our response to the shelter infrastructure plan might attend to some of the challenges identified. A few of the people who have had themselves experience of homelessness and have stayed in shelters pointed out that they'd felt unsafe. How does this 20 shelter plan, this different approach, attend to that challenge?
So to you, Chair, I mean, first off, smaller shelters. So smaller shelters that are following our shelter design guidelines, which have been informed by the sector, by people that use the services. Also, you're sharing amenities with fewer people, but also we are adding enhanced safety features to these buildings and full wraparound supports with skilled trained staff.
And can you attribute this to, for example, QP 79, which represents City of Toronto workers who work in shelters, have written us a letter at committee saying they support the homelessness services capital infrastructure strategy, and they say that large hotels are not adequate for clients or for workers. So there's the very people in the most front of the front line are telling us that this is what we need as well, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. A couple of questions. One of the deputants said that it doesn't serve to have people turned away during the day, but can you confirm that is not what the kind of shelters that we're building are not for overnight and then you have to spend the day outside of the shelter, is that correct?
That's correct. Our shelters today do not discharge people, for instance, in the morning and ask them to come back at night. That's a practice that might have happened historically, but is no longer the case and won't be the case for these new programs.
And in fact, while to the Vice Chair's questions around transitional housing, while they're not structured specifically around transitional housing, there's no sort of quasi-tenancy agreement, it is a way to get housing ready. That is ultimately the goal of this 20 shelter plan, correct?
That's correct. It's a first step to housing for many people that
Exactly.
Shelter
system. A first step back into a home, because everybody had a home before. And then finally, around this piece, you mentioned that there's in the answer to harm reduction, can you confirm that none of the planned shelters will function as supervised consumption sites?
That's correct.
Okay. Just don't want to leave anybody and I don't want that to be left unclear. In the bit that I have left, in your jurisdictional scan, what was the average size of the community that implemented the micro-modular or cabin communities that we heard about? And were there any special features like land and space that we would have challenges with in the City of Toronto?
So to you, Chair, I think the land is the big challenge here in the City of Toronto. Land that we do have access to, and the many strategies the city has to activate that land either into supportive housing, shelters, or other city assets of various types.
Yeah, and land is one of the most expensive parts of building a shelter or building housing, correct? And then finally, that the 280,000, I believe, is what we could reinvest once we get this plan. It was more than $3 million a year that we could save, more value for money for taxpayers and more value for money for people who are presently unhoused and need these services. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Speakers, Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was unfortunate today. I was really hoping to ask some additional questions because I think the problem we're facing, the community, the city's facing, is opacity, right? There's no transparency into a process. It literally happens behind closed doors. In the report before me, there are locations 8 through 20 that are secret. They're even secret to councillors. Councillors know what they are. I got some questions about that, but the staff know, and I couldn't even ask more questions about it. So I think we have a problem, and the problem I see is people's confidence in government and decision-making process being eroded. Imagine finding out that, you know, a building with congregate living happening in it with a significant load of occupants. I won't even argue about whether it's a continued residential use, but it likely represents a change. You wake up one morning and there's a letter in your mailbox that says, well, this is going in. And the letter doesn't even say, what do you think? It's, you can go find out more about it. The decision is done. There's an interesting discussion around a councillor's role and whether they know or they don't know, and whether or not they have an influence on the decision, whether they agree with it or not beforehand. We could spend a whole day exploring that particular question. I think the most disturbing, though, is that and I think the public would like to understand more about the distributive model that is being employed. I kind of imagine that there were 20 geographic cells in this city. They don't have to be wards. But the idea, I think I heard, was that there was an intent to distribute the sites. But I don't know. Mr. Matozo said, well, we got brokers working all over the city. It kind of feels like, well, you know, here's a deal. Let's take that land. Here's a spot. Let's take that. And this is the order that it's unfurling. And I'd like to hope it's more sophisticated than that. So, you know, maybe it's send 7 west, send 7 east, send 6 to the north. And then the question becomes, well, how do you break down the services within that? Do you have specialty categories? Do you distribute them across the city? I don't even know what the answer is. The staff do, but there's no transparency into that. There was 3 hours of deputations today about shelter services, yet the individuals in neighborhoods where there's a physical change and a change to the services that are offered to their community, because that's what I heard, it's to their community, don't even get a chance to talk about it. Because we haven't set up a process where people are brought into the discussion. So, if there's a vision to have a distributed model, and we want to see success of sites, we want to see success of the people in the sites, why start off in a situation of conflict when the neighborhood is already mad? And they're not even sure what they're mad about because they don't know any information on it. And it just sets out a negative tone. The further questions that I have, though, about the rationale around the distributed model, and I think it's important to ask these questions, is, so the site is picked. Well, how does anyone have any assurance that all of the necessary constellation of things that are needed in life are nearby? And the street needs assessment gives us a little bit of an insight, but you just have to be a human being to know that, you know, you need to be able to go to the doctor, you need different types of services to support you every day. You probably want to shop for something. as modest as it is, it's, maybe some clothing or some everyday essentials. Might want to go to the library, to school, go to some entertainment. Like, you don't go to a shelter and disappear into the box. You live as a citizen. So how does anyone know that these have been cited in a way that fits that constellation of services specifically for the target group? We don't know. We have no idea, because it's all hidden within some files in someone's office that I hope they're doing their work on. So, Madam Chair, I regret that the conversation has been so short on this, because I think this issue is hugely important. I don't even want to go into the micro shelters. Could you imagine, under this model, that the city adopted that and put in an array of cabins or trailers or whatever you want to call them, distributed on an acre, and the people that lived in the community suddenly got a letter in their mailbox and said, well, this is what it's going to be? How would anyone expect people to be confident in their government? I hope this committee thinks about it and talks about it some more, because there's a lot of work that needs to be done.
Thank you. We certainly talk a lot about homelessness solutions in this committee. Next to speak is Councillor Moyes, then Deputy Mayor Malik, and then Vice Chair Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a motion. The motion really is just about directing TSS staff, executive director, and many other divisions just to look at the feasibility of reporting back at micro shelters in underutilized TTC parking lots and reporting back to this committee in Q1 2026. I want to start off by thanking all the deputants. It's been a long day listening, but also to thank you for taking the time out of your busy lives and day to come to the core of the city. And it's also nice to hear from residents from across the city, from North York, Etobicoke, Scarborough, and elsewhere. And there is a common theme, in the issue, the crisis of underhoused homelessness in our city. I actually disagree with Councillor Holiday in that the conversation has been short. The conversation has been going on for many, many, many years. And I'm sure we'll have more conversations about this in the years to come. But one of the things I'm really, really happy about, though, is that this responsibility has been delegated to staff. Because when you put this important issue in the hands of politicians, and I'm including myself in that, it's not good practice. There's just certain things that we should not get our hands involved in. There are experts in the city who do a very good job, and again, I work very closely with Gord Tanner and his team, and I see how hard they work and the incredible work they do to support those most marginalized in our city. And I'm thankful for that, and I support them in any way that I can. And I can say to you that in the last 3 years, we've actually opened up a lot of sites that supports the 2S LGBTQ in my community, Black community communities in my ward, more specifically, more recently, the French group that we just announced, and some Indigenous spaces as well. And it continues. I think we need to do that across the city. One of the deputants mentioned that she moved to the core 12 years ago, right? Because there was no support in where she was at in the periphery of the city. So it's important to build housing across the city for all people. And of course, some of the deputants mentioned as well that the province needs to really come to the table in a way that is substantive, and they have not, including federal government. Where the other levels of government has failed, the city has stepped in. And with the limited resources that we have, I think we have moved mountains, quite frankly, because we don't have a choice. When the provincial and federal governments don't come to the table, the marginalized people come into our parks, in our alleyways, and elsewhere. Those are city assets. And, we have to act, and I feel that we do. And do we get it right all the time? Hell no. There's so much more to do. And I learn something new every single day. And I try to keep an open mind. I encourage my colleagues to do the same as well. I do hope, though, that we do find some space somewhere to create maybe a bridge, and I'm going to call that bridge a micro shelter. I know that Mr. Tanner and his team has looked at city assets to see where we can actually place some of these resources. But, you know, being Toronto as Toronto is, there's no really vacant spaces that's large enough to support people in a way that they need support, you know, in regards to, let's say, wraparound services. There's no point in putting down tiny homes, let's say, in a park, but yet there's no staffing to support them to care for their needs. And that's, for me, that's really, really important. But the work continues, and I look forward to working with the staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you. I'd like to echo the appreciation to Toronto Shelter and Support Services for bringing this report forward. As Councillor Moyes mentioned, we have seen firsthand you and your team's dedication to this work from actions that have been taking place in all of our wards, mine included, and look forward to continuing the work to ensure that all residents in Toronto are housed. And thank you as well to everyone who came and spoke to us today, who reached out in writing, who has been part of this conversation, as Councillor Moyes also mentioned, not just for this session or this meeting, but for the many months and years as we have continued to work to address this crisis in our city. Thank you for sharing your perspectives. We know that those perspectives are right across the spectrum through many experiences, and that what we get to do here and what Toronto Shelter and Support Services has been taking so seriously is how to be responsive in those concerns while we continue to move our commitments and our responsibilities as a city forward. And the street needs assessment is always a challenging read, and this year is no different, with over 15,000 people experiencing homelessness in our city. And to address this crisis, we also know there is no one action that will fix it. There are many that we need to take in order to develop and demonstrate that progress. As staff mentioned, over 80% of unhoused people shared some of the key items that are needed were subsidized housing, rent geared to income housing, and rent supports. And every single council meeting, we speak about housing. That has preoccupied us as it should. And I'm really proud that as a city and as a council, we are moving forward on so many initiatives to build affordable housing, redefine affordability as rent geared to income, invest in programs like Rent Safe, and to take a leadership approach to preventing things like rent evictions. And I know that I speak about development and growth in my neighborhoods every single week, every single month, and we are pressing our development partners on every front to be building affordable housing, as well as that is also a shared need from every corner and every sector of the city. And they too see that the city is taking that very seriously, because we know that the answer to homelessness is housing. And we know that building housing, securing and protecting affordable housing is something that needs a dedicated approach and focus, and it also takes time, and we have to support people at every point in their housing journey. And we know that shelters are an important and critical and profound step, and we heard that here today, to permanent housing. A roof over someone's health and the outcomes that they can expect are always better than sleeping on the streets or in our public parks. And I also want to echo so much of what we heard today from so many of the speakers, was that Torontonians who are experiencing homelessness are our neighbors. And we need to continue to move forward with the Homelessness Services Capital Infrastructure Strategy before us today to provide that much needed stability in the system that allows us to continue to move ahead and through the crisis we face. That's for our neighbors experiencing homelessness, for organizations we work with and workers in our shelter systems, and for city staff, our budget cycles, and also for every single community right across the city of Toronto that wants the best for each other and that we know is possible through our dedicated efforts. And I will say firsthand that I know how opening shelters in our communities is challenging. It is some of the most challenging and difficult work that we will do, and some of the most necessary that we will do. And I know that many of my neighbors have written and come forward with their concerns about shelter openings. There's one opening soon in my ward. And our committee and council debates have also put a spotlight on this. And the concerns that are raised, many of them are very understandable. And it is important for us to, again, continue to be responsive, to do what we can and use the tools that we have as a city to address those, to ensure that our neighborhoods are ones that we can be proud of and that they provide the services that our neighbors need when they need them right across the city. And it's important that we continue to deliver the service of shelters across our city. We know an equitable system is one where we can ensure that everyone who is seeking housing can do that in their community, close to family and friends, close to systems of support in every single neighborhood in Toronto. And through the creation of shelters at that level of 80 to 100 beds, the smaller scale shelters that follow the best practices that the city learned through the pandemic era, we know we can do this better. And as always, we invite every other level of government to join us in that, in building affordable housing, in settlement supports, and to make programs like COB permanent. And I want to again thank city staff for their work in this regard and look forward to our important work ahead.
Thank you. Vice Chair Carroll to speak.
Thank you, yes. With respect to, I don't have a motion to move, but I do want to speak as a councillor who represents north of the 401. And it's a shame that Councillor Holiday has left. It's funny how he always leaves just before I speak. It's interesting. The jig is up because we have all, as suburban councillors, almost all of us, housed the emergency hotels. So we can't say we've never had a shelter in our ward and we never will, and off you go. Those are not ideal situations, but we got through it. And where we needed to form the protocols, we did. And where we needed to find the way to serve, we did. I have two of them, and one of them being the largest, and because it is going fairly well in one day to the next, will probably be the last to empty out. But we have to man up to this now in every suburban ward. And where we have opened them appropriately, we have demonstrated in those areas, I have the appropriate type of shelter and I have the largest of the hotel shelters. And the appropriately built one that opened in 22, that is built so that it will never have more than 80 people and has the congregate rooms are 2s and 4s. The only call I ever get from residents is no one answered the door and I want to volunteer there. That's the only call I get. And it's walking distance to an elementary school, a quite demanding parent group elementary school. And that was with proper engagement, not a yay or nay consultation, but proper engagement to understand, you know, this is going to be in your community, so let's work together to make it work. Using the facilitation, not consultation, but the facilitation program that TSSS provided. Great work in the business community and the faith community surrounding the site. It worked. We know it can work. Councillor Crawford, former Councillor Crawford, really gave it the office. He has 2 of the modular projects. I think one of them is built and has a shelter. And again, we don't have time to do the yay or nay consultation on it when there's an emergency. I'm always stuck, Madam Chair, on why it is that, you know, during COVID, it was an emergency, we needed to expand shelters, and we did them. How is someone being homeless today any less of an emergency? This is still an emergency, and it's never going to stop being an emergency as long as someone is today destitute. If someone has become destitute, they've somehow fallen out of their support and they need to get OW and they need to get a roof over their head, we don't expect to be consulted on whether or not another Torontonian should get OW. We don't call a meeting and say, should we give this person social support? Well, what's different between the cash social support and the need for the roof over their head? They're both emergencies. Why is it one of them I get to say, no, don't do that, and the other one just happens and I look the other way? I don't understand the difference between these two things that we provide. They're both emergencies, and we let professionals address the emergency. That's what people should expect of us in Canadian society. We pay their paychecks so that they will make sure that happens. But it can't all happen in those 3 concentrated wards downtown. That's just not on anymore. Get in a police car and drive around with the police divisions in one of those 3 wards and ask them if we should just keep putting it all in the same place. Ask any police officer in those 3 wards, can we just keep loading them in here? Will that work indefinitely? 20 sites? No, of course not. There's not a one who works in those divisions who will say, yeah, bring it on, bring us more, we'll just do nothing but this all day. That's not the case. They won't say that to you. But if you go out to the divisions out where I represent, north of the 401 or on the other sides of each of the rivers and creeks, they really do have the room. And we are putting in the extra supports. And we are doing the kind of, in the 80 shelter centers, we are doing the kind of intensive case management right inside buildings, right inside those shelters that are being built by the appropriate model, that intensive case management happens in the building. So it can happen in a building in North York. It can happen in a building in Scarborough. It can happen in a building in Etobicoke. And it's happening right now. There's a fantastic youth shelter out there where that happens every day. And the kids are helped through finishing high school. It can happen in those 3 big regions. It can. But it's an emergency. So why we think it is someone's right to say, I get to say yes or no, whether or not someone gets to be sheltered in my area, that's just an irrational idea that you get to say yes or no.
Wrap up.
I'll wrap up by saying this. There's a for sale sign 2 doors up from where I live on my street. I have no idea who's buying that house, and I don't get to have a say in it. That's a free market society. I don't have a right to say to the real estate agent, I'll tell you who you can sell that house to. How is locating the shelter any different? Those are my comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other speakers? I'll just wrap this up by saying that I'll be supporting Councillor Moise's amendment. Thank you for that. There are no secrets in what's happening here. There is no hidden agenda. It's all plain to see. It has been reported for a long time. The warnings happened in the 90s, everyone. We knew that when the federal government got out of building affordable housing, we would end up here. We've known for decades this day is coming, and we're living that nightmare now. So let's be clear. The studies have been published repeatedly, transparently. You can come on the street needs assessment process alongside, look at all the data, it's all available publicly. We know that what we need is a long-term solution of housing that meets people's support needs, a range of housing for every income level, but particularly for people that are very low income and anybody else that has any additional needs. We don't choose our neighbors. We don't actually zone for the kinds of neighbors that we have. That's not possible in this society. So what we're talking about here is how to make this work so that we find solutions to the greatest challenge that I think this society has right now. 80,000 people are homeless in Ontario. That number will grow to 300,000 if we don't do something. This is the level of emergency that we face, and that's why Council declared homelessness an emergency. What we have before us is really crucial data about the need to ensure that tenants can stay housed, that they have the information they need to fight landlords who are exploiting them or taking actions to evict them. July 1st, we introduced our rent eviction bylaw, and that will make a difference. What we have before us is the response, a plan, a shelter plan that attends to the shelter safety question. The Toronto shelter partnered with CAMH to study what the challenge of safety was in shelters. And it turned out that hundreds of service restrictions were actually attributable to a small group of people that just need extra support. We want to get out of that rotating door where someone is in a shelter and then has to go to an encampment or is on the subway and then comes back in. That's got to stop. We're talking about value for money. Some of the councillors that are very committed to making sure that taxes remain low are not thinking clearly when they don't recognize that we could be saving $3 million a year when we implement this plan so that we can reinvest and make sure that people who are currently unhoused find the actual ultimate prescription, which is transition into a home. That's what a shelter is. It's a first step back into a home. Everybody had a home. For different reasons, they lost it, and this is the way that we get back in. It's the need to ensure that people who are living with low income and are precariously housed, losing their housing, or facing a life crisis in every part of the city can look to a future, not immediate, but where they can remain in their community. You know, I hear from residents who are all over Etobicoke or say in North Scarborough. They would like to stay where their network is, but they have to come downtown to 3 wards to receive services and then are dispersed to other parts of the city. Well, we can't guarantee a spot right now, but that is the intention, is that everywhere where there is a need, there is a service. Transit, parks, libraries, and are not the places where people should be sheltering. And that's another pressure point. We hear from councillors that are very upset about people being in their parks and encampments. Well, we need the solution, and this is one of them. The questions about the long-term goal here. Housing is a long-term goal. We want to make sure everyone is housed, and I think it's an important feature of this plan that it's convertible to housing. Regarding the idea that there is something fundamentally broken and wrong with people who find themselves unhoused, I want to refute that immediately, and I think it's in the data. Many people are reporting that their mental health was not the primary reason that they lost their housing, and nor even an addiction or substance use disorder. That there are a lot of different reasons for becoming unhoused, including a former city councillor who now speaks in favor of shelters after he organized against one, and his own life found him in that situation. I want to thank Lorenzo Berardinetti for speaking out about it, because it can happen to anyone and does. What we do know from doctors and from this evidence is that being unhoused, not having a place to call home, not having a roof over your head that's reliable, safe, permanent, can affect your mental health. And I cannot imagine what that would be like. Spending a one night on the subway, it's impossible. And that's too material and too real. We want to save money, or we want to invest in people, have better outcomes. We have to go in this direction and try everything. So I was the first one to move a motion of a micro, mobile, and modular shelter in November of 2023. Since then, Councillor Moise has been relentlessly raising this question because he'd like to see every tool in the toolbox used. We have something before us which it does maybe not go far enough for everyone, but it does speak to the idea that we have to try everything. And so that's an important piece of the recommendation for finding partners and through an expression of interest, securing them wherever possible. Ultimately, this is a good news to see how many people came out today to speak from from Leslieville, Willowdale, Humber River, Black Creek, parts of Etobicoke, parts of Scarborough, all over the place. There's no untouched area of this city by this problem, and it's going to take everybody to step forward, not dehumanize, not stigmatize, but show up and be part of the solution for each other. So I want to thank all the deputants, and thank you to staff. This is incredible, painstaking, diligent work, and you've done a great job bringing this street needs assessment forward and these recommendations. Thank you. With that, I think we'll move to the vote on Councillor Moise's motion. All in favor? Yep. Yeah, thank you. And that's all we need for that item. That is adopted. Thank you, everyone. Okay, I'll allow it that one time. No more. The next item is EC 22.4, updated Coyote Coexistence and Response Strategy. We have speakers. Liz White is the first speaker. Is Liz here? Please proceed. We're going to ask everyone to, who's leaving, to remain as quiet as possible so we can hear our deputant. Welcome to committee. We had to shorten the deputation time to 3 minutes. I know that you'll be able to stay within that limit. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for having me at the committee. I've been here before talking about coyotes. It seems like quite a different topic from what we sat through today, but today was pretty substantial and really interesting and powerful. So I thank the city for that. I'm just going to say that we support the recommendations that the city has made, that the has been made regarding a broader wildlife strategy. I just wanted to bring 3 or 4 things to light in that regard. I think in the report it's named differently, but we really want to push for a wildlife coexistence team, or whatever the city decides to call it, for the whole of the city. And it means that this team would be early responders to situations regarding human-wildlife issues, and would be able to get on top of it before it blows out of proportion. And I think that would be really, really helpful if we had that committee. I know it probably deals with extra money, but if the city can poke around and find that money, it would be surely a good thing across the city to help folks deal with the wildlife in their area. I also want to urge that in this whole strategy, that the city involve public health and property standards. One of the key issues in Liberty Village was garbage, and the frequency of garbage pickup was not enough to actually prevent food being around for the coyotes and for dogs and for the rats. And so we recommend that those are rolled into the strategy itself. The second part is to involve the city's shelter support and housing administration and the city's outreach and response, because in some situations there are encampments in these areas and there's an issue of food in those encampments, and it would be very, very helpful. And I know they were involved to some extent in Liberty Village, but it would be really helpful to have people meet with the encampments to try and figure out how to deal in a better way with the garbage that's left behind. And the final thing that I have to say is that the city needs to enforce off-leash bylaws. I went down to Liberty Village and spent about half an hour there, or half a day there, sorry, and there were lots and lots and lots of dogs off leash, and even without their particular person in easy, you couldn't see who had the dog.
Please wrap up.
Yep, and the last is to include the extended leashes, because there's little control over that, and the stoop and scoop bylaws. That's it.
Thank you very much for your deputation. The next speaker is Nicole Corrado.
Can you hear me? Okay.
We can hear you. I just want to make sure we stay on topic. Thank you. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Yes. I was going to say, for one, I think I read over your proposed strategy, and I think it's excellent. For one, it's very much emphasizes no-kill policies. It only allows removal of a coyote if the coyote bites a human, and even in that case, it allows that the coyote could go to a rescue rather than be killed. I am a bit concerned about that idea that if a coyote bites a person, the coyote could be hunted with or without firearms. I do not want to see things like bow hunting starting in the city. That would be very problematic. And even shooting with guns is not humane. I was really, really upset that 2 coyotes were shot, not humanely euthanized, but shot by Johnny the Critter Getter in May. That was just horrible. I think that isn't humane. And the thing is, they were probably shot during the night. And I know that in San Francisco, there was a coyote very similar to the coyotes in Liberty Village. She was shot in the lungs to preserve brain tissue for rabies testing. It's absolutely horrible. And also, they're fast moving animals. It's very hard to get a clean kill. I would suggest that the hiring of hunters and trappers be completely taken out of the list of options. That not be allowed. That if a coyote does have to be removed, that any removal be by Toronto Wildlife Centre, and that the animal be brought to Toronto Wildlife Centre for a health assessment and translocation, not relocation, if absolutely necessary. But many of the cases, the coyotes in Liberty Village, they had mange and they should have been treated. But Liz White had really good points. She's awesome. Anyway, she reminds me of Jane Goodall.
So Nicole, I apologize. I started your time 2 minutes late, so can you please wrap up?
Okay, sure. I was going to say the biggest problem is, while the coyote strategy is wonderful and no kill and humane, the rat strategy, which we'll talk to next, is absolutely horrendous. And one of the biggest attractions in Liberty Village were the rodenticide bait boxes. And the bait boxes, the rats would eat the bait. The coyotes would also get the anticoagulant bait, and they would then get mange. And that
thank you.
led to a lot of behavior.
Thank you so much for your deputation. The next speaker is Diane Kostick. Is Diane here? No? Oh, hi, welcome. You have 3 minutes. Welcome to committee. Turn your microphone on, please. Thank you.
That helps.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I have been doing a lot of research on those coyote incidents in Liberty Village. I want to commend all the parties who made an exceptional effort to promote coexistence and reduce conflicts between local residents, their pets, and the coyote population. While many in the community embraced education, hazing techniques, others unfortunately disregarded the science behind these efforts. Despite our best intentions, we find ourselves with only temporary solutions, a Band-Aid, rather than a long-term progress. The community remains deeply divided, and as one coyote is removed, others inevitably basically move back in. Social media reports already confirm at least 2 coyotes were spotted in the area, in Liberty Village, Fort York, and Parkdale. Additionally, some residents are reluctant to report sightings to 311 out of fear that doing so could lead to lethal outcomes for the animals. This lack of trust in the system makes it harder to manage the issues responsibly and transparently. I respectfully offer the following suggestions to the committee for considerations. 1, centralize and streamline reporting all coyote sightings, including aggressive behavior, food source, both intentional and unintentional, should be reported to always Animal Services. As is seen on many platforms, many people had no idea who to report a coyote dog attack. There is much circulation, misleading, exaggeration information on these platforms, creating unnecessary confusion. Animal Services should remain the sole trusted source for data collection, intervention. Reports should include photos and detailed description whenever possible. 2, enforce strengthened off-leash bylaws. Off-leash dogs pose risk not just to themselves, other dogs, children, seniors, and the broader community. While we have bylaws in place, it still remains quite weak. I propose the fines go beyond the $500 range plus $150 administration surcharges. This will hopefully deter reluctant pet owners to keep their dogs on leash. In addition, some of the funds could help offset costs that Animal Services has proposed a wildlife response team, which is excellent. I additionally suggest implementing a QR code system on all licensed dog tags. This would allow bylaw officers to scan immediately, verify ownership and prior violations, improving compliance in real time. 3, educate public on the dangers of feeding wildlife, whether intentional or accidental. Always secure food waste in proper containers. Never feed wildlife. This is how problems begin. Coyotes were being fed by humans and became habituated, leading to increased conflicts, safety concerns.
Please wrap up.
The combination of these behaviors is what compelled coyotes to attack, kill dogs. They saw them as prey, not as dogs accompanied by their humans. In conclusion, I believe this community can do better. Education, cooperation, consistent enforcement are key.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time, for your deputation. The next speaker is Hilda Iwas. Is Hilda online? Welcome to committee. Hilda Iwas, welcome to committee.
Time member of the community, but as someone who had a direct encounter with the Liberty Village Coyote, an encounter that could have ended very differently, but didn't because I was prepared and informed. On the morning of March 18th at 7:12 a.m., I was walking with one of my 2 small dogs, a 5-pound, 12-year-old named Charlie Brown. I had educated myself on how to safely coexist with urban wildlife. As we returned home just a few feet away from my front steps, a coyote appeared from behind and briefly grabbed Charlie by the neck. I let out a startled scream, and the coyote dropped him immediately. I picked Charlie up, stood my ground, and with a firm motion and voice, I told the coyote to leave. And it did, immediately. No injuries, no escalation, just a wild animal responding to proven aversion techniques. This coyote was not aggressive. It was not a threat to humans. It was behaving like a wild animal should, cautious, responsive, and ultimately afraid of people. So when I learned that the city had ordered the killing of this mated pair, I was devastated. And I was angry, not because I don't understand fear, but because fear was weaponized. A small vocal group used media pressure and misinformation to push for lethal action, and the city caved. Let me be clear, this should never happen again. Killing coyotes is not a solution. It's a temporary reaction that creates a vacuum for new coyotes to move in. It's inhumane, unethical, and ineffective. What we need is accountability, not from the animals, but from the people. Enforce leash laws, find those who feed wildlife, educate the public, empower residents to report violations, use our tax dollars to support coexistence, not extermination. We failed these animals and we failed our community by allowing fear to override facts. To those who say, but what if something happens? I say it already did, and I handled it, and so can you. Let's stop pushing. Let's stop punishing wildlife for being wild. Let's stop killing animals because we're afraid of what might happen, and let's start holding people accountable for what is happening. Thank you.
Thank you. The last speaker on this item is Leslie Sampson. Leslie, welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes. Leslie, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. On behalf of Coyote Watch Canada, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the update of the city's coyote coexistence and response strategy. We support this document as a practical, flexible, sound procedural roadmap forward. We respectfully request the committee supports this comprehensive strategy, including the following elements. Dedicated wildlife response team. A specialized team would enhance the city's ability to respond humanely, effectively, and in a timely manner as urban development and population growth increase demand. Responsible pet guardianship. Guardians play a critical role in fostering safe neighborhoods by minimizing conflict between pets and wildlife. Leash law compliance and avoiding sensitive habitats are small choices with big impacts. Bylaw enforcement and public education are essential for long-term coexistence. Councillor engagement. Councillors are key participants in reinforcing the city's strategy through clear in-field, science-led communication with residents. Consultation with on-the-ground responders and equity-centered public forums incorporating Indigenous ways of knowing are critical to building public trust and understanding. Addressing current and emerging challenges, increased urbanization, housing insecurity, and the prevalence of food waste and rodenticide use in high-density core areas like the downtown have heightened human-wildlife interactions. These challenges require collaborative cross-departmental action and citywide improved waste management practices. Aversion conditioning. Aversion conditioning is a humane, evidence-based field method to reinforce healthy boundaries between people and wildlife. It is not about displacing or forcing coyotes from their home range, but fostering coexistence through behavior-based deterrence. However, aversion conditioning, for it to be effective, enforcement and attractant mitigation must accompany its use. Aversion conditioning effectively reshapes coyote behavior, but does not address problematic human behavior. One health considerations. Coyotes are part of the urban landscape and often reflect broader public health and environmental issues such as waste management, biodiversity, habitat loss, and rodenticide use. The strategy reflects a One Health approach, acknowledging the interconnected health and intersection of people, animals, and the environment. In closing, the strategy's successful implementation depends on support for continued education, integration of wildlife into urban planning, and a process that includes Indigenous knowledge for sustainable shared spaces. We look forward to working together with Toronto Animal Services, the City of Toronto, and community partners and members to support compassionate, humane solutions that reduce conflict and promote safe and respectful coexistence between people, pets, and wildlife. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you for your deputation. Questions of staff? Any councillor have questions of staff? Oh, visiting councillor Stephen Holiday, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, staff, for bringing this forward. I think this is very helpful. I did have a question about how an incident with a pet is responded to. So there's two variations of an incident with a pet. One is where a pet is attacked, bitten, or killed that is not leashed, and one that is leashed. And the first case, when it is not leashed, the response, it says, is plan appropriate action based on standard operating procedures. So what's the action taken if a pet is bitten?
To the chair, thank you for the question. It's a process where we would investigate the reasons why that would have happened and what has been going on in the community prior and what was going on in that instance, and speaking to the owner and what, getting the reasons as to why that happened and then putting a plan together.
So the second case to me is strikingly different because it talks about a pet that is on a leash. And I'm going to understand or interpret that as a leash that is close to a human. So you have a coyote that has effectively attacked or killed a pet that is within arm's length of a human being. And why is that not, it's identified separately, but it doesn't seem to be treated exceptionally. It just talks about patrolling a park. And could you elaborate why that would be sufficient?
So it is identified separately because there are different circumstances. And so again, it would have to be assessed on the individual basis as to what happened prior to the attack occurring. So did, something happen where the coyote was lured there? Is there food there? Is there a den there? Which again, just because the dog is on leash doesn't mean it's safe. And so what is the owner doing? Often dogs are on leash and may not be that close to the owner. And so that's why it's treated separately. But there could be a different approach.
Okay, this is my place to ask the question because I'm sure people will ask it. I have heard the stories, dog owners that have had a dog literally at their side and the coyote has attacked it, either with intent for serious conflict or maybe to take the life of the animal. would a situation like that be considered more serious by TAS just because of the proximity to the human being?
Yes, of course, it would be, and that's why, again, a full investigation needs to happen, but again, that's why it's identified separately.
Okay, and then the next level up then is when a coyote has been aggressive to a human being, and that's where I see that you have a higher level of response. And could you remind me at what speed that response is made?
So whenever a human would be involved and there would be an injury, the response is made as quickly as possible. So as quickly as 2 hours would be what we would try to respond to.
Okay.
But yeah, as quickly as possible, and we have done that in the past.
And if a coyote, showed its teeth to me or growled at me, and let's say, there was eye contact, right? It was close. That's something you would respond to at a fairly high level then.
Yes, and again, we would investigate all of the situation and what's going on at that time.
Sure. I originally put a motion in place about this because I felt it was really important. And one of the things that inspired the motion was activities of groups of coyotes, of which I learned was most likely a family. And there's many generations within that family, and there's lots of biology and science behind that. But do you treat groups of coyotes differently than you would an individual? Because I note the response table seems to be about a coyote.
So we would, but again, it's about investigating the situation and what's happening in the whole circumstance and why the family would respond and why it was heightened for that family. But again, to, respond in a way that does also protect the public.
I'll squeeze it in quick. Is it typical that a family would surround a dog and act on it, or is that something that piques your interest that requires response? Because that's the kind of stuff I hear about, right?
It can be typical depending on what's been happening, and if pups are involved, it could be a typical response for a family to be there. And yes, it would heighten our response because of the number of coyotes in the area.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of staff? Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. As you know, we experienced an unprecedented situation with coyotes in our downtown communities over the past winter and spring, over several months. Can you please share some of the key lessons that were learned from that situation and its handling?
I'll start, and then I'll pass it over to our Chief Veterinarian, Dr. Attard. We learned a lot in working basically from November to May on what was happening. We learned a lot about the area. We learned a lot about really the growth of our city, the growth of people with pets, and how coexisting is challenging in an area with limited park space, with wildlife corridors that are interrupted by construction. We learned to work with our partners much better, with parks, with Hydro, with Metrolinx, with the police, with all of our partners. It's critical that we have good relationships and we can call on each other when we need assistance. Public engagement, this document I'm quite proud of because it acts as a public education document as well as a strategy. It's imperative that we educate the public on how to coexist with coyotes and how to be a responsible pet owner. We want people to be safe in our communities, in all of our communities across the city, and we need a plan that is not fixed. It is practical, it's adaptable, and it allows us to make changes as necessary. What we want to do is be more proactive than reactive. It's critical that we are understanding what's happening in the different communities, where these are happening, what hot zones exist, and really to have a proactive response, both proactive and then to be reactive where necessary. I'll let Esther add anything that I missed.
I'll just add quickly that I think we learned that there were so many contributing factors. It wasn't just one thing. A lot of times before, it was only food, or it was only pups being present. But in this case, there were so many factors going on within that community, and that really brought everything together to get more divisions involved in our response.
And from those lessons learned and the strategy that we have before us, are we equipped to move more quickly in a more timely and effective way than we saw in this last experience?
We have a recommendation in the report that speaks to having a need for a coexistence wildlife team. It is very challenging to do this with existing resources. We saw a significant decline in our service levels across the city because of our focus on this area. We did the right thing. Other service levels could waver a bit, but it's imperative that a program that needs to be responsive is resourced and resourced appropriately with the right type of people, the right skill set. And when we don't have the necessary resources, we spread ourselves too thin. And we, again, with the explosion in people with pets, with the the rise in dogs off leash across the city, and cadavers, dangerous dog attacks, all up. We're up 13% across the board from 2023 into 2024. That's significant. And while we did get some additional resources in the mayor's budget last year, and we appreciate those, we need to continue to build our team in such a way that we are able to respond, and to respond as the community expects us to, and that is with some urgency.
Thank you very much. My final question is just, again, referencing the experience that we've just come through, and knowing that development that happened very close by, the clear cutting of hundreds of trees without an appropriate environmental assessment, left coyotes and other wildlife displaced, moving into neighborhoods that they hadn't been before, and it also demonstrated the limitations that are imposed on us because of provincial legislation and lack of stepping up to that responsibility. What have we learned about how the province can be a more effective partner in managing issues with coyotes?
So thank you for the question. The province does have a role, and they need to play a more active role. In this case, they simply acted as an advisor. They weren't as forceful or as proactive as I would like them to be. The report has a recommendation in it that sends the strategy to the province so that they take, we're asking them to take into consideration when they are doing their own developments. The province is not required to follow site plan. They're not required to follow a number of the planning rules. They are exempt from that. Mm-hmm. But in other instances, in my experience, they have been willing partners, and they have gone through the process. We're also going to work very closely with our partners in city planning when they're doing developments, and that they are not just taking into consideration green space, but they are aware of the impact development has on wildlife corridors. They are a huge part of our city, and they need to be considered as part of the development review.
Thank you. Questions of staff, Vice Chair Carroll?
Yes, I'm especially thankful for that last piece, because you can tell when a deep foundation is being dug in any part of the city, you find out what wildlife was there before. So that's good news. I just wanted to ask, because as you know, I'm going to be moving a motion later. If you're locked into a model for what response team is now, I'm going to be moving a motion that asks you to look at all of the above. Because response team could mean a management team, or it could mean the actual field team. It could mean a number of things. If we ask you to explore all models, by the time you're bringing forward the bigger request, which is the more sustainable strategy, which would have to be a budget request because it would be new and enhanced, do you have time between now and then to do a little assessment to see what would be the best business model for the response team?
And so thank you for the question, and thank you for the motion. We do welcome the opportunity to explore other ways to deliver service. It's incumbent upon us to do that between now and budget.
Yeah.
To look at, again, different service models, what works, what doesn't, what has advantages, how we can be effective and efficient. We are fiscally responsible, prudent, and we will look at all those areas, and we welcome the motion.
And there's time to do it, because I know you're getting your target letter soon, because I put my signature on it.
Yeah, we got it this morning.
But there's still time through August and September to sort of flesh this one out and then arrive at a model that sounds like the best thing to put in the request.
The short answer is yes.
Okay, thanks. That was my only question. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Are there any other questions of staff to speak? Councillor Holiday, are you here to speak? Okay, you will go first as a visiting member. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I really just want to express my thanks to the Toronto Public Service for responding to a couple of motions from myself through you, Madam Chair, through the committee, and Deputy Mayor Malik, who's seen an increase in coyote activity in their own communities, in our own communities. In the case of Etobicoke Centre, there were several dogs that were quite badly injured, and it happened in a park steps from my home by some of the coyotes that I've seen personally frequently. It's hard to talk to somebody who was injured in one of those. Now, to be clear, the person was injured in the melee while rescuing their dog, but they were still quite badly hurt. It wasn't directly by the coyote, but I can tell you for certain, because I talked to the people, there are a number of people that are fearful and have changed their life habits, where they walk, what they do, because of coyote presence. And we had a meeting in Etobicoke Centre following a number of these incidents, a community meeting, and there were a stark contrast in two sides in the room. Some that were very defensive of the coyotes, and some that frankly wanted them dead immediately, shot. And there was nothing in between. And I don't think that we can bridge those two sides, because there are varying viewpoints and there are varying approaches and experiences. But what's before us is really important, because it helps to categorize and place into streams the types of interactions with human beings. But it also sets expectations, and that's critical. Because a lot of people view the city as, call them up, they'll come like a dog catcher, they'll put a lasso around the coyote and drive it away. Or they'll trap it. And they want to believe, they really want to believe that there's a really nice way to catch it like a squirrel and drive it over to, in Etobicoke to like the Mississauga border and say, get out. But that's not the reality. The reality is likely a coyote that reaches a point of no return is destroyed. They say euthanize a nice way, but they destroy the animal. And there's varying expectations about when that's to occur. I think the thing that will remain unresolved, and I'm not a pet owner, except for a goldfish I had a long time ago, but I do appreciate it, have many family and friends. And I know that pet owners are particularly sensitive, because when a coyote attacks a dog, it's like attacking the family. And those pet owners want that dealt with. Unfortunately, the pet is still seen as property. And I don't want to diminish to the way that it is treated within this plan, because there's a biological difference between a human and a canine and a coyote. And there's reasons why the relationships are there. But this document helps to explain that. And I think this will go a long way with helping to set expectations. I don't have any motions, I'm not going to suggest one to the committee, but I am going to make a suggestion out loud, is to continue to tailor our 311 portal and experience to the structure of the protocol that's before us. So a sighting is a sighting, you go there. An interaction is an interaction, and an emergency is an emergency. An emergency, to me, if a human being is bit by a coyote, that's a big deal. And those have different response levels. And I was taking a look at it, it's close, but I think it could use some further tailoring. Because what it does is it reinforces the model of expectation. And I think that's critical to give people a sense of what the city's job is in all of this. And to help offer reassurances that just because you see a coyote doesn't mean it's chaos out there and the sky's falling. It's actually quite normal. So thank you everyone for this work. Not every councillor appreciates this because they haven't been through the scenarios that I've seen, but believe me, if something explodes within a community, it is quite a big deal, and it warrants our attention. So thank you for that.
Thank you. To speak, Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. I just want to start with that I have a few motions. And the motions I have today are focused on us continuing to learn from the experiences over the last few seasons, and to strengthen our responsiveness to addressing issues with coyotes, building on what I brought forward with the Downtown Coyote Action Plan on reproductive control, on making sure that we are addressing vacant properties and adjacent green spaces in the city. And the last piece is just about working to make sure that we provide the supports that our businesses need on addressing issues around coyotes. I also want to share my appreciation for staff on this report and on the work over the past several months in resolving the unprecedented situation with coyotes in our downtown communities over the past winter and spring as a result of the displacement and loss of habitat from the Ontario Place redevelopment. I reiterate how heartbroken and difficult it has been to see the harm and the loss of pets in my downtown community, the fearfulness of neighbors around getting around their neighborhood, and as Councillor Holliday mentioned, that change of patterns and just that feeling of uncertainty. And I've been committed to working with residents and supporting staff to ensure that they have all the expertise to bring the action forward and to have all the information that was needed in order to make the call about what escalation looked like in a situation that we had never encountered before in a neighborhood like this one in our city. And thank you to all of the residents in my communities of Liberty Village and Fort York and beyond who continue to show up with that care and the commitment and the dedication and sharing of their experiences in working with us to make sure that 311 was gathering that data, that there was a streamlined way for them to be able to report, and that the city staff that we had on the ground from Animal Services and MLS were able to be responsive to what the community was identifying as those hotspots or those areas of activity. And that is, one of the biggest experiences and lessons that I see reflected back in this report, and how, as we move forward, we're not in that situation again. I'm encouraged to see that many of the learnings from that experience that are reflected here are the need to be more proactive and treat those interactions with urgency. Extensive research and advice provided by the expert panel is reflected back in our actions, that there is a clear and timely escalation protocol, and that how we address the ongoing issues like waste management and proactive bylaw enforcement are being addressed, as well as the provincial government stepping up to its responsibility. And of course, taking a pet-friendly approach to safety and education, and one that can be widely engaged with. And all of these learnings and recommendations will also help us beyond just this item. We have an item on the agenda around rats, and we are seeing so much of that expertise being transferable, addressing wildlife feeding, waste management, and property standards to help us understand the urban ecosystem that we're dealing with. Again, the motions I've moved forward are about learning and responsiveness, and I want to take a moment to also express my deep support for the staff recommendation to establish a wildlife response team. We know what a meaningful difference a team like that would have made in our response and the time frame by which we were able to do it. This will enable Toronto Animal Services to be more proactive in addressing issues related to wildlife, to work proactively to support communities, and to respond more quickly to situations like the ones we faced, and to help reduce the need for redeployments and ensure that all MLS and animal services staff are better able to address all the issues that they are responsible for, which are extensive, including multi-tenant housing, noise enforcement, and property standards. This is a wise and economical way of using our resources to keep our communities and our animals safe, to ensure that city staff are where they are needed, and to address this issue, as was mentioned, and I will reiterate, in a proactive way, so that we can work to ensure that our communities are never in the limbo, the uncertainty, or experiencing the harm that we were dealing with over the last several seasons. Thank you very much.
Thank you. To speak, Vice Chair Carroll.
Yes, I too have a couple of motions, and I think they just sort of bookend the previous motions and the recommendations. In conversation with the mayor's office, started talking about how this model works. And a model is described in the financial impact statement of the report, but I think it's because we're in the middle of a pretty urgent situation in a particular part of town. And I think while we have the coexistence strategy and it needs to do the work it's doing right away in terms of education, getting the community to know that we have a problem and what they can do about it and what we can do about it, what I've done here is sort of encapsulate that. Lots of activities that will be done in 2025 and are being done within these resources, albeit at the expense of some other things, as we heard in some of staff's answers. But we need a longer term strategy. We need to come to 2026 with something that is sustainable. I'm just not sure that strictly as defined in the financial impact statement, here's what a wildlife response team would look like. It would be exactly 11 FTEs, it would be this, it would be that. I think that's because I don't think we opened the door to look at all of the above. And what it may mean is that that response team has protocols, has an understanding of what this is and what things are ongoing, but also has the ability, if things ramp up somewhere else, to have partner agencies out there or service delivery contracts out there, things that allow them to amp it up when we need to amp it up because we suddenly have this dire situation in a particular part of town. So my second motion, the shorter one, is asking staff, by the time you do report in the 2026 budget process, really look at the model for this thing called a Coyote response team and look at all your options and come back to us with the one that is the most sustainable, the thing that really you're sure will work. Because, $1.4 million and 11 FTEs, I don't think we know whether or not that continues to drain away attention from other parts of the service. I don't think we know if that fully contemplates the annualized impact in 2027 and beyond. We're starting with a vehicle fleet. Does that fleet grow? Those are things I think they need to look at in a business model approach. And then when we get our request in the 2026 budget, it's likely to be as a result of the comprehensive review that comes from all these motions. And we've told them that we're open to looking at models that include contracting services. We contract services to cut trees when we're overwhelmed and we can't cut the trees. If we need more help with a coexistence in a certain neighborhood, then we ought to be able to reach out and look at alternative service delivery to do it. That then means you have a sustainable year after year after year response team, but the ability to respond to an emergency. And so I look forward to seeing that in the budget request if I'm honored enough to have you all adopt those motions. Those are my comments. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other speakers on the motions? First, we'll go to Deputy Mayor Malik's motions. They're displayed. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Vice Chair Carroll's motions. All in favor? Opposed? That is also carried. Item as amended.
Can I just vote, since we did it as separate ones, the one in front of you?
Oh, sorry, there are two different ones. On motion 1, all in favor? That's carried. Do you want to do the other one separately? As amended, all in favor? Adopted. Thank you. Now we're going on to the next item. EC 22.5, rat response plan. We have speakers on this item, and the first speaker is Nicole Corrado.
Hello. I was going to just continue on what I was saying about the problem with the rodenticides. It says in the coyote strategy that removal of coyotes may not use adhesives or poisons. However, the opposite is in the rodent strategy, the rat strategy, which actually encourages the use of poisons and rodenticides. It's just terrible. And if you put out rodenticide, what will happen is inevitably the coyotes will also eat the rodenticide, and because they'll eat the rodents. And as we saw in Liberty Village, there were a bunch of rodenticide bait boxes because there was a lot of garbage and food left out. So then there were rats. So then people put out bait boxes with poison, which is poisoned food, which attracted more rats. The rats ate poisoned food and didn't die right away, but got weak and carried rodenticide in their bodies. The coyotes caught the really slow-moving rats and got weaker. Because the coyotes had anticoagulant in their bodies, it was much easier for mange to affect the coyotes because then the coyotes were easier to bite. The blood would flow much easier, so the mange mites really like to bite those coyotes. And then the coyotes looked sad and mangy, and the people wanted to feed them, which then caused conflicts with people. So and which resulted in the coyotes being shot. The biggest problem is Toronto, for the longest time, has had that, oh, there's conflict with animals, let's kill the animals. As we've seen in Liberty Village, this does not work. Problem with the rat strategy is it's yes, there's removal of attractant, but there's also killing. We need to move away from killing and move toward non-lethal approaches. There are companies in the UK that manage rats without killing them at all. And in London is a city very similar to Toronto, similar, actually bigger than Toronto, even more dense. And there are companies that will remove rodents in the UK without killing them. The suggestion to use CO2 gas or carbon monoxide gas is not humane. It's not a humane method of euthanasia. Gassing has actually been banned in shelters in Quebec because while previously thought to be humane, we now know that it's quite inhumane. It's akin to drowning. And electrocution, well, that's just not humane either, nor are snap traps, which don't always kill right away. Killing there is not ever going to be humane, nor is it necessary. The worst thing is putting the poison in sewers. That's really going to hurt the fish. It's going to get the drinking water. It's like flushing toxins down the toilet. We tell people to not flush medication, yet the city is putting poisons in the sewers, and mandating that every single construction site put out poison, you're going to be attracting.
Thank you, that's time.
rodents.
Thank you so much for your deputation. Janice Freud. Janice, welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes.
Members of the committee, I'm a taxpayer in Toronto and a passionate advocate for the protection of animals and the environment. I appreciate the city's efforts to address rodent populations, and I understand the need for your rat response plan. I'm here today because I believe it is critical that this plan not rely on the use of any rodenticides. The use of poison to manage rodents poses an unacceptable risk to humans, to pets, and to our native wildlife. Rodenticides have been used for years, yet there are reports rodent problems are increasing. That simply proves they're not an effective solution. Poison is not control, it's collateral damage. Rodenticides don't just kill rodents, they poison entire food webs. They're slow-acting poisons that spread through the food chain. Rodents don't die immediately, they suffer for days, often in open areas, where they become easy prey. When owls, hawks, foxes, or even domestic pets eat these poisoned animals, they too become poisoned. Multiple studies across Canada and the US have found rodenticide residues in the livers of 90% of urban raptors. That includes owls and hawks, the species we depend on for effective natural rodent control. We are literally killing off the animals we need to help manage rodent populations in a cost-free and chemical-free way. We cannot solve this problem by weakening the very ecosystem we need to restore balance. The real-world consequence looks like this. Recently, 2 dogs in Ottawa were hospitalized after they found rodenticide bait, which had been dragged out of boxes onto sidewalks. It costs thousands of dollars to treat rodenticide poisoning in your pet. I personally lost a dog after a short illness consistent with rodenticide exposure. I know others who have experienced the same heartbreak. Toronto is already committed to emphasize the use of integrated pest management, focusing on environmental changes that minimize the conditions for rodents to thrive, and ensuring holistic urban pest management. Integrated pest management does not rely on poison, it focuses on long-term prevention, sealing entry buildings, managing garbage and food waste, educating the public. It is effective, it's humane, and it's sustainable. My request to the committee is this. I urge you to ensure the rat response plan includes a clear commitment to phase out rodenticides. And I'll say that again, a clear commitment to phase out rodenticides, a shift toward citywide integrated pest management, and transparent public reporting. In closing, poison does not solve rodent infestations, it creates new problems. It harms our pets, it endangers our children, and it's decimating our wildlife. Toronto has the opportunity to lead the country by example with science, ethics, and long-term vision. Let's protect our communities, not contaminate them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your deputation. The next deputant is Allison Hanson. Is Allison online?
I'm so nervous.
Is Allison online? Allison Hanson?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes.
Wonderful, thank you. I am a campaign director for the Rodenticide Free Initiative. I too, like the previous speaker, have lost a companion animal to rodenticides. What we do is we help municipalities, businesses, and homeowners adopt their own rodenticide-free policies. The Rat Response Plan is an opportunity for the City of Toronto to step away from the outdated, dangerous, reactive, and ineffective mode of rodent management, which is rodenticides. The report focuses on integrated pest management, or IPM, but that leaves out the very key piece of why IPM was developed, and which is that pesticides are dangerous. IPM refers to a strategic approach to pest management that aims to reduce risks to humans, the environment, by only using pesticides, and rodenticides are a pesticide, as a temporary and last resort. It is the temporary and last resort use of pesticides that is missing in every mention of IPM in the report. Another key piece of IPM that the report has left out is exclusion. IPM advocates for exclusion, prevention, attractant reduction, habitat modification, non-chemical control methods, and biological controls whenever possible. Exclusion is important to keeping rats out of buildings. It is in the economic interest of the pest control companies that use poisons to ignore IPM and just use poisons. Allowing such conditions to persist invites new populations of rodents to invade, thus giving rise to continued business. Because rodenticides are flavored, rats are actually being attracted to buildings and construction sites that use them. I ask that the City of Toronto please follow current science and the most up-to-date management techniques by adopting the exclusion piece of IPM. If that is done correctly, rodenticides will never need to be used. The report also claims that since the ban on second-generation anticoagulant rodenticides, or SGARs, in BC, the rat problem has been worse. Often these claims are made by the pest control industry, which they admit are based on service calls. This is not at all an accurate estimation of rat populations. Additionally, focusing only on reducing the use of SGARs and switching to other active ingredients is dangerous. Jurisdictions that have placed restrictions only on certain active ingredients has just seen the pest control industry pivot to using other rodenticides, and the deaths to non-target species continues. Since the restrictions of SGARs, the ASPCA in California has seen an increase in the number of cases of pet poisonings from bromethalin. I caution the City of Toronto that by just focusing on reducing the use of certain active ingredients will put many pets at risk of bromethalin poisonings, and this could be a huge liability to the City of Toronto. Please, I am urging the ECDC to amend the rat response plan to recommend eliminating the sale and use of all rodenticides in Toronto. Without doing so, the City of Toronto is not holding true to the report's guiding principle of holistic urban pest and wildlife management. I'm happy to answer any questions, and we are here to help Toronto adopt their own rodenticide-free policies. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the end of speakers. Sorry, were you registered to speak? Yes. What's that? Okay, but you're not. We're not on that item yet, so. It's, yeah. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure. So, are there any questions of staff? I'll just ask quickly. There were a few speakers that indicated the concerns around the use of rodenticide. Is that the only option named in this report for managing rat populations?
Thank you for the question. So the report does include an action for us to explore the use of non-rodenticide-based control methods. So that's something we would explore using. Those could include gases that you pump into a burrow or other ways to control rats without the use of rodenticide. So it is something that staff will be exploring through the report.
Thank you. And so that this is part of what came out through your jurisdictional scan. And when we adopt this report, and then if council adopts it, it actually directs you to explore the very options that are being suggested by deputants. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Any other questions? Speakers? No other speakers? Okay, Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much. I just briefly want to thank staff for the report. I also want to thank Chair Bravo for her incredible and dedicated work on this issue. Anyone who has stayed late at City Hall knows a little bit about the rat problem in our city. It's right on our front doorstep, and we see that this report is addressing that problem in many ways across the way that it emerges in our communities and in our neighborhoods, and looking at the best practices of what we already need to do to deal with an issue like this one. So many of the strategies that are laid out here are also ones that, you know, will be familiar to us from the previous item, and it is one that needs that comprehensive approach. The storing of waste as securely and responsibly as we can, maintaining our public space as well, having good construction management that recognizes construction impacts on wildlife and pets, ensuring properties that we live in or have businesses in and that we enjoy are well maintained, and continuing that very critical public education so that we all know what role we play in addressing this issue. Rats can pose a significant issue to all of us, to our health, to our properties, most of all, as we have heard many times, to our peace of mind, and working together to address this issue across the city divisions, but also across levels of government, with residents, with business owners, with developers, and with construction managers is absolutely key. And I look forward to seeing this plan as it rolls out and the further report backs to ensure that we are continuing to address this issue with seriousness and with results.
Thank you. Any other speakers? I would like to start by thanking all of the residents that have come forward with their stories, people that talked to me during even before I was elected, being in the community, knocking on doors, noticing the challenge that increased rat populations were present anywhere where there was a lot of construction, a lot of projects, and hearing the impact that has on people's lives has really been significant to me. I think that the best policy is always made when it comes from people's lived experience, and I was happy that the Infrastructure Environment Committee adopted a recommendation from Deputy Mayor Morley and myself around this last year, and here we are with a rat response plan. There's been a lot of work that's been done by staff, and thank you very much. It's the city manager's office bringing this forward because rats are a pest, and they require an interdivisional approach to deal with and to manage. One thing I know that people in the city want is for us to maintain our city, and this is a really important material difference that we can make for people. Combining the impacts of climate change, which has allowed for rat mating season to be all year. In a changing climate, we're talking about a single pair of rats being able to produce hundreds of offspring. That's a significant challenge for any community. Toronto's not alone in this, of course, but the communities in particular where we have a lot of development, a lot of construction for transit, for sewer improvements. I can say that for Davenport, that's all of my ward. And what I think that we can offer the people of Toronto is to make sure that when construction disturbs those breeding grounds in that environment, that we're not raining rats into neighborhoods. Rats don't affect everyone in the same way, but they affect everyone. For tenants, it's very challenging to figure out how to report, who should take action. This plan is important because it puts into place the leadership that's been required through a coordination function and with a person and a lead and support for that person to make the plan implemented and bring the divisions to work together, and then an enforcement table that can make sure that we're aligning all of our efforts to deal with the pests, the review of the bylaws to strengthen the opportunity for the city to deal with this, the proactive investigations of the bylaw enforcement, public health, to take a look at any threats, and construction. Construction is really what we have to get a handle on. I see Councillor Fletcher is here, and I know that she's been very interested and active with respect to Metrolinx and the Ontario line and the impact that that's made. So thank you again to staff and to all the members of the public that were willing to allow us to tell their story. Particularly, I want to speak to the mother in Davenport who lives close to a lot of construction. When she called in 2023 and said, my daughter was awoken by a rat jumping on her bed, I just froze. Imagine the impact on that mother and that child. This is really, really good stuff. Thank you. This will make a really profound material difference to people. And it'll be great to think about walking around in a neighborhood, being able to go into a backyard without having rats scare the hell out of me. Thank you, everyone. I see no other speakers. And just, one more thing. This came up at Toronto East York Community Council yesterday. So this is, I think, of a significant concern. If councillors aren't dealing with rats right now, it's because they don't have a lot of development or transit construction or sewer upgrades. Wait till it happens to you. You're going to be grateful that we're putting measures in place. Seeing no other speakers. Yes. Well, let's not get into what wildlife eats rats. On the item, All in favor? Opposed? I'm going to take your lowered hand as 100% support. There's a unanimous adoption of the rat response plan. Thank you, everyone. Yes, I think all the interviews I've done on this with giant rats and the same, it's been a lot. Woo! EC 22.6, proposed licensing regulations for animal-related businesses. We have a very familiar debutant, Nicole Corrado.
Madam Chair, sorry.
Oh.
I do have a conflict.
Oh, yes, sorry, Counselor.
I own a pet food store, an accessory store in downtown Toronto that sells also fish and small animals. So I'm going to step out because I do have a conflict. And
Thank you, and I think we have a motion.
Also given the clerk a written submission as well.
Thank you, and then we'll do a recorded vote after. Thank you. The speaker, Nicole Corrado, welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes. Nicole?
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, I was just going to say, for one, I am absolutely very, very disappointed that the city voted unanimously to poison rats and to choke them to death in their own homes. You think it's terrifying, a rat coming
Sorry,
out
Nicole, I'm going to have to ask you to stop there. We're not on the rat item anymore. We've gone to
but what I will say,
licensing
yes.
regulations for animal-related businesses, and we do have a very heavy agenda, so if you're not speaking to this item, I'm going to ask you.
I am speaking on this item. What I was going to point out is, while it's overall very good, I noticed that I'm very disappointed that there are still slaughterhouses and labs in Toronto, but also one glaring omission, Toronto's hatred toward rodents has actually trickled into this item. And
okay. I'm sorry, Nicole, I'm going to ask.
I was going to say, actually, no, let me just finish. Well, the thing is, it says that every day in every pet establishment, rodents, insects, pathogens must be removed or killed every single day. So that means that effectively you banned guinea pigs, hamsters, gerbils, pet mice, pet rats, any pet rodent from any pet establishment. So if somebody is going away and they want somebody to watch their pet guinea pig, they cannot bring them into a pet establishment because they're a rodent. Because the person, if a pet establishment were to care for that guinea pig, they would be breaking the bylaw if they didn't remove the guinea pig or kill the guinea pig. They would be breaking the bylaw to allow that guinea pig because a guinea pig is a rodent. So what I'm saying, the city's hatred of rodents and actual irrational hatred of rodents, who are wonderful pets and really have a wonderful effect on mental health. And there are many people, including many children, who have pet rats and pet rodents, and they improve people's mental health. It actually harms my mental health, knowing that the city is destroying them, gassing them, poisoning them, horrible things.
All right, thank you. We had to restart your time, so
pet establishments.
Thank you so much for your
pet
deputation.
establishments.
Okay, I note that you're up for another couple of items, so we look forward to hearing from you again. Are there any questions of staff? I do have a question. There was a question that I heard about how is this different than the work that the provincial government, the rules that the provincial government sets with respect to cruelty to animals. Can you differentiate for us how this, the work identified in this report and the recommendations in this report address a different need?
To the chair, thank you for the question. We do work with the province, and sometimes we can get there quicker, so we don't replicate what they do. We do what we do, and they do what they do, and we work together to get the best result and the best outcome for the animals, and their focus is cruelty. We do have some things in our bylaw that will allow us to address certain animal care issues as well.
So where did the need arise? Who identified a need for this? And what is the need that we're attending to that would be not covered currently?
The need for this arose as many members of the public thought these were already licensed. Groomers, boarding, et cetera. During COVID, we had some problematic kennels where it was close to neighborhoods and it was very loud. And a motion was brought forward at council to direct us to do this work. We have done it, and we feel it is good for a number of reasons. It provides consumer protection, health and safety, animal welfare, response to nuisance, and it's also proactive. So it is not over-regulation. This is an important regulation that many thought was already being regulated.
Thank you. So this is regulation of commercial activity in a way that prevents cruelty and also provides protection to consumers, which is a sort of a standard that the public expects, and there'll be enforcement and clarity around the rules.
Absolutely, and it does have service standards related to animal care and maintenance that are really critical.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from committee? No? Any speakers? No. I will just be happy to move this item and to thank staff for the work, the listening to members of the public, and the assurance that will be provided that we are regulating this commercial activity, protecting animals and protecting consumers at the same time. All in favor? Oh, it's a recorded vote.
All those in favor of the item. All those in favor of the item before you. Councillor Bravo, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Malik. That item carries.
Councillor Mantis. Please. The clerk can't see you, but I can see you, Councillor Mantis. You put up his hand.
And Councillor Mantis. That item carries unanimously.
Thank you. Councillor Moise can return, and we will go on to 22.7, Business License and Permit Applications Action Plan, Chapter 545, Licensing 2025 to 2029. And we have a speaker ready to go, Jason Hendelis. Councillor Moise will come back. We're grabbing him, but just make sure you have your mic on. Yes, and we can't hold for him to, but he'll find out what you had to say. Please proceed, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Chair, committee members. I'm Jason Hendelis, proprietor of Paymore at Yonge and Wellesley. Thanks for this opportunity. I'm here to discuss Chapter 545. Is it on the screen?
I'll pause your time. You're trying to project. We might need a little help here. I paused your time. Oh, I was going to pause your time. Someone is coming to help you, and you know what? I'm just going to reset. Just.
Thank you. All right. Maybe I'll just start it again quickly. Okay.
Yep, I'm going to restart your time. Please proceed.
Good morning, Chair, committee members. My name is Jason Hendelis, proprietor of Paymore at Yonge and Wellesley. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm here to discuss Chapter 545, specifically the 15-day hold rule on secondhand goods. This 2002 bylaw was designed for an analog world and can be improved. It jeopardizes my staff, burdens small business, and diverts trade to unregulated online sellers. We seek revised regulation that is safer, more transparent, and effective for 2025. The problem is simple. We're operating a 2025 business in a 2002 bylaw. This 15-day hold period was originally created for the police to cross-reference paper carbon copy ledgers. Today, online markets thrive with no oversight and are becoming a haven for stolen goods. This burdens compliant businesses like mine, creates public safety crisis, and forces us to stockpile high-value items, making us a target, and fosters an unfair market and pushes high-risk transactions into the shadows. Public safety is paramount. The 15-day hold has forced us to stockpile a ton of electronics, creating known targets for us. This isn't theoretical. Similar stores in the GTA, including ours, have suffered violent armed robberies this year. Staff held at gunpoint. Removing the hold period would eliminate this dangerous situation and the incentive for these crimes. A digital system provides a superior asset tracking solution without endangering my team. This table shows a little bit about how unfair reality is. As a regulated store, we're facing not just the 15-day hold period, but mandatory ID checks, insurance, rent, police reporting. Unregulated online sellers have none of this. Instant cash, anonymity, no oversight. This is an imbalance that pushes consumers and potentially stolen goods to untraceable platforms, undermining the bylaw's intent and weakening our local economy. It's not a level playing field. Our solution, digital transparency, we propose replacing outdated paper ledgers with secure live digital registers like Google Sheets, accessible to the 51 Division or 52 Division police that we work with already. This portal would provide instant searchable access to items, photos, IMEI checks, transaction stamps, and giving law enforcement a far more powerful and immediate tool to track property and prosecute offenders.
10 more seconds.
Urgent ask. We have two urgent asks. An emergency waiver of the 15-day hold period for compliant operators, immediately effective, contingent on digital reporting. This is survival critical to us. And request number two, permission for a 24/7 e-commerce via smart lockers option, which allows us to provide enhanced security and a better way for people to collect e-waste, pick up items, and be recorded. In closing, the world has changed since 2002, but our bylaws have not. Let's work together to find a better solution, and I'm here to answer any questions. And
Thank you very much for your time. The next speaker is Nick. Oh, yes, please. Questions of the deputant.
Just one quick question. Is this something that in the lead up to this, that you had this discussion with our city staff before they developed the bylaw and this one didn't make the cut, or
well,
is this today a surprise?
Well, we've reached out. I've started to talk to, obviously, Mr. Moy's office has been fantastic. We've started to reach out to other people to get support and help. We're not really sure what the next step is. I'm not, I don't.
But when you say other people, you mean other councillors or?
We've reached out to, obviously, Stanley and Christopher and Mr. Moy's office first, but I'm not really sure what to do to get the bylaw. I don't know what the next step is to get the 15-day hold removed, but that's ultimately the goal, and
right.
The sooner it happens, the better.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. The next speaker is Nicole Corrado. Welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, yes, I was going to say that while there's a lot of businesses that are licensed, the one category of business that has never been licensed in Toronto is the pest control industry. Toronto tried to regulate pest control as a registered businesses back in 2014, but was stopped by the fur industry. One of the things, and here's how it is related to the item, because there is no regulation on pest control, anything goes. It could be poisons, glue traps, killer traps, shooting in the case of Liberty Village. It could be
Madam Speaker, I'm sorry to interrupt the deputant, but this is a very complex item, and we're struggling just to absorb the bylaws that are being amended here. We can't now delve into ones that aren't contained in the item. It's enough to just understand the ones before us. I don't know that this deputation is germane.
But why isn't it contained? Why isn't pest control contained
please,
as a licensed business? There's no regulation on it. Anybody.
The direction in this to staff was to review existing bylaws and not to study what additional bylaws are needed. So we are, unfortunately, we really have a long agenda. So if you have anything to, and if your comments can look at the bylaws that are before and the recommendations that are in this item. Otherwise, we appreciate your presence, but we really need to move on.
That's all I was going to
Okay.
say. I question why isn't
Thank you.
pest control being regulated?
And I think
That's all. It's
yes,
just it's
terrific.
more a question than a comment. Why is pest control
Okay.
not being regulated?
Thank you. Well, I think that we've provided the answer. Appreciate you. Questions of staff. Councillor Moise.
Thank you, 3 minutes, Speaker. Just a quick question, Chair. In regards to the deputy's question, Mr. Hendels, why do we need a 15-day hold on any item?
So unfortunately, used goods have often been related to stolen property. And as a result, we work with the police, and that's why it's in there for a holding period to make sure that it is not stolen goods. I apologize for painting it with a broad brush. That's not the intent, but that is the rationale behind it. I think we are working closely with your office on an amendment that's coming that will speed this work up so that we have a chance to consult with police and with the industry and bring this change, if it's deemed appropriate, bring it forward quicker rather than later.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No, I was going to ask the same.
Great. Speakers. Councillor Moise.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I keep calling you Speaker, but I'm Chair. I do have a motion, and it's really just to move up the report from 2028 to 2026, which is next year, just so we get some clarity and a way forward, especially for these businesses who have really struggled during COVID and post-COVID. I just think it's important to have that in place sooner rather than later, and hopefully address some of the concerns of the deputant who came in today.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Yeah. Yeah. So I will. I'd like to speak to this because it's been something that's been very important to me from experiences in our own ward. Again, this was something that we observed about business licensing having been built for a different time. I'm happy to see that staff at Municipal Licensing and Standards recognize this as well. And that what's come before us is something that's going to help to cut red tape, create more local economic opportunity by getting out of the way of the small and local businesses that we need to thrive. This is a really important piece of work, I think, for fulfilling some of our objectives around the local economy at a time when it's so sensitive, given the broader economic threats that we face. Four-year plan to improve the licensing and permitting experience for businesses and trades by reducing the regulatory burden. And MLS administers 61 types of business licenses. It's great to be able to think about maybe there's some work that we no longer have to do. For example, get out of, for MLS and also for small businesses, no longer having to provide, for example, a comprehensive list of services and fees and all employees when that can be changing constantly. We're removing archaic licensing categories that don't make any sense, like school bus driver, transient trader, building cleaner, chimney repairman, collector of secondhand goods. This is important to clean this massive piece of the bylaw. Exploring piloting red tape reduction hotline, like a one-stop shop for small businesses. Small businesses are just trying to survive, and this would offer such an enormous amount of support. moving, requiring an email address. So when we get in touch with businesses as part of the license application, it's not going to be a problem. I didn't receive the mailed letter. This is also a great update. Improving the city's web pages and public communications and making information more accessible to businesses, something that's crucial when you're dealing as a small business with a bunch of different officials from the city and you don't understand how it all works together. Streamlining is going to make things a lot more easy. And then, this contemplates the first review of the pet establishment. So we've already discussed, has the recommendations that are really important on the item that we adopted before. But overall, this is going to speed up the process for businesses, modernize the text of the bylaw itself so it makes more sense, improve user experience, and just make it easier to apply and renew your business license. Great outcome, excellent work, and with Councillor Moise's amendment, I think attending to some of these very specific challenges that are crucial for a bunch of different reasons, including questions of community safety. This is going to be a really good package. Thank you to everyone that did the work on this, and we really appreciate the work that you've done with our office as well. On the item, Councillor Moise's motion first. All in favor? Opposed? That's unanimous. On the item, all in favor? Opposed? That is also unanimous. Thank you very much. Wow, we're at 22.10. Advancing action on the impact to action, final report on anti-Black racism in Toronto Police Services presentation requests. We have two speakers, Nicole Corrado and Miguel Avila Velarde. I want to emphasize that we have to make sure that speakers are addressing the item before us. Nicole, you have 3 minutes to speak to the item.
What I was going to say is that this is a very important item, because one of the things I will point out is that a lot of the people who have negative encounters with police, especially a lot of Black people, are also autistic or neurodivergent. I've had various encounters with police, and I think they've not turned out so bad because I'm white. But if I realize if I were Black, they probably would end up a lot worse. Or also other people of color, like the recent killing of Victor Perez in the US, that caused a lot of problems. He was killed, and he was both autistic, non-speaking, and Latino. So yeah, there's a real problem. I think what's the city of Toronto doing to look at the intersections between neurodiversity, disability, and anti-Black racism in police encounters?
Thank you for your deputation. Miguel Avila Velarde, is he online? Welcome to committee, Miguel. You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 3 minutes.
Yes. I'm here to lend my voice in support to the motion that was approved by the CARF in June the 9th, a motion that requests that the recommendations of the Untitled Human Rights Commissioner are implemented, incorporated in the Social Development Plan of the City of Toronto. We had a wonderful presentation by Mr. Duby Kenneth Seeger, who is the executive director of the Police Services Board, and he confessed that currently there is no plan to address some of the concerns of the Untitled Human Rights Commissioner. However, he pointed out at initiatives that are trying to build trust and build bridges with the Black community. As a member of the Indigenous community, we don't have currently an anti-Indigenous racism strategy, but I'm here to support my Black sisters and brothers who are being carded, racial profile in large numbers by the Toronto Police Services. I'm here to say that there's urgency in having these recommendations be implemented at the Police Services Board, in view that some bills that were passed or are going to be considered. One of them is Bill number 33, which will request the police services to go back to our school system, our schools, to patrol and monitor our children, which is totally against what we have asked many times. We don't need police officers in our public education buildings because it affects the lives of the Black, Indigenous, and people of color. Their recommendation is that there is an urgency to have a plan. How is the police services are going to act with relation to Bill number 6, Bill number 5, that will have tremendous impact. As we learned today, the number of people living in that are homeless has tripled, and many of them are of Black and Indigenous communities. So please, I will request that in addition to all these recommendations passed by CARB, to add on the request to have a clear understanding of what the police services board and the service are going to deal with the upcoming bills that the Toronto Police will have some law enforcement mechanisms, and in particularly the bubble zone protest bylaws, zones that are going to have a detrimental effect on the Black and Indigenous communities in the city of Toronto. So again, I'm here to provide and support them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any speakers on this item? Vice Chair Carroll.
Yes, just a quick one, and I have a quick motion. And I think this may, I think Miguel hung up, but I'll speak to him next week at the board. Oh, you are still there. So I'm moving motion, I'm changing the wording a bit here. And it really is the same intent as was achieved at the presentation for CABRAC, but I just want to sequence it. It isn't that there isn't any intention of meeting all the OHRC recommendations. There was a period during which we were disputing the reporting pathway of once we did them. We had a productive meeting with the commissioner and the rest of the team and got past that stumbling block, and so the work is just starting now. The only reason I'm moving this motion is because that report is coming to the board. And so rather than just have this standalone come and present to us, what I want to do is make sure through this motion that it comes to the board first, and if anything needs to be added to it, strengthened to it, we get the chance to do that before the service is again presenting to CABRAC. And so this just takes those actions and sequences them. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this item? And on the amendment, all in favor? And that's the item. And now we're going to 22.11, Bloor Street Viaduct Bridge Rehabilitation Work, Safety Measures Needed. We have one speaker on this item, Nicole Corrado. You have 3 minutes to speak on the item.
Okay, that's what I was going to say. As a person on the autism spectrum, also as ADHD, I thank you so much for putting the luminous veil, because as a person who's really impulsive, I also get depressed and suicidal, and it could be a real risk for me having something. This really will save a lot of people's lives, because you may have heard there was this woman, you know, who had a fox rescue who died by suicide. She was autistic and had ADHD. I think it's wonderful that you built this, but it seems like a Band-Aid solution. It seems like the luminous veil is just a Band-Aid. What is the City of Toronto doing to actually address the real problems of homelessness, the real problems of poverty, the problems of loneliness? I mean, this was covered a little bit before when you were talking about the shelters, the tiny home communities. That's a wonderful idea. But that's what the city needs to be investing more in. You can't just be putting basically Band-Aids on every single bridge, because it's not going to get to the root causes, and people will still die from drug overdoses. People will die from other forms of suicide. It may reduce suicides, it may stop the person in the moment, but the person will still have all the problems that led them to the suicidal ideation. That's the real thing you have to be addressing, is why are people having suicidal ideation? What is suicide and suicide attempts are a symptom rather than, they're a symptom. They're not the actual, they're a symptom rather than anything else. So I think the city needs to be focusing on actually solving and getting to the root of this problem.
All right, thank you very much for your deputation. That is the only deputant on the item. Are there any questions on this item? Any speakers? All right, on the item, on favor, opposed, that's carried, and there's only one more item. It's a new item that we added this morning that I've added. It's in my letter, and it's essentially to ask the General Manager of Toronto Shelter Services and Supports, in consultation with the CEO, Humber River Hospital, to report back in the fourth quarter of 2025 to this committee on options for partnerships with local hospitals and healthcare providers, including Humber River Hospital, to develop opportunities for shelter spaces that ensure safe care plans and transition for vulnerable people transitioning from healthcare facilities and in need of health and housing supports. Can we display the motion in the letter? The recommendation. Are there any questions of the mover?
Just a really quick one. Why just Humber Hospital, not all hospitals in Toronto? Just a quick, I know, I wasn't here this morning. Right?
This is just one hospital that was identified by one of the counselors with an interest, but it's in all hospitals, including this one.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of the mover? All in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously, and that concludes our agenda. And thank you very much to all the staff, clerks, and the counselors who held down for quorum. Thank you, Councillor Mantis, and everybody in the room, and of course, this hardworking staff who brought all these wonderful reports. Have a great day.
And thank you, Madam Chair.
What up?
Thank you, Madam